Case Study, an opposites attract romance. Written by Lainey Davis. Narrated by Carly Robbins and Tom Taylorson.
Chapter 1. Maddie. No. No, 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 no. This isn't happening. You've been such an asset to our team the past few years, Madison. Truly. My boss looks like he's going to cry as he slides the letter across the desk to me. Or maybe he's hoping I don't cry? It's hard for me to pay attention to him above the sound of my heart pounding in my ears. Severance. And, well, I know you'll have questions about Cobra for health insurance. He swallows. I swallow. Of course I have questions about my goddamned health insurance. I spend $500 a month on diabetes supplies with health insurance. Maddie? Madison? He looks like he wants to squeeze my hand. I pull my hands back from the desk into my lap and start shaking my head. When we had the company meeting last week announcing a round of impending layoffs, I really thought I was going to be safe. I've worked at the Post since college. I started with my friend Emma, doing grunt work and covering town hall meetings. Now, 8 years later, I've got my own beat as a healthcare reporter and have taught myself how to use the back-end systems to help with the paper's online content. Hell, people come to me for help putting their stories online. Phil called me into his office, and I should have known. I should have known when he used a nice voice. This crotchety old blowhard is always yelling. Maddie, honey, you're really sweating. Can I get you anything? He looks at me with concern, and I notice I'm hella thirsty. Shit, I say, reaching for his glass of water. I hear my glucose monitor beep a warning at me. My sugars are high. I'm stressed, and I'm hyper. I need to get out of here. I'm yelling, but I also can't seem to control the volume of my voice. This is not good. None of this is good. I vaguely hear my boss, former boss, I guess, shouting after me, but I need to move my body. I barge out the front door of the newspaper office and start circling the building. Laid off. Unemployed. I take some deep breaths, trying to ignore the beeping sounds coming from my glucose monitor. Being unemployed is shitty for everyone, but being unemployed and losing health insurance for a type 1 diabetic? I plunk down on the grass beside a garbage can, panicking. With shaking hands, I pull my phone out of my bra and start texting Emma. Only I pull up the wrong message thread and text both her and our other friend, Nicole. Got fired. Going to die. Help. My phone rings in my hand almost as soon as I hit send. I squint at the screen. But my high blood sugar makes it sort of hard to see. I really need my insulin pump to get cranking here so I can calm down. I press the green circle to accept the call, but it's a group video call, so both Emma and Nicole are squinting back at me as I rest my head on the trash can. Madison Parker, you tell me what's going on. Do I need to walk over there and get you? Emma can't drive because she's epileptic. She and I bonded immediately over our glitchy organs way back in college. We've been glitchy gals for years. I laugh at that idea. Glitchy gals. I'm about to tell her not to strap her babies in the stroller on my account when Nicole shakes her head. Nobody is walking anywhere. I'm coming to get you. What about me? Emma looks insulted that she's somehow getting left out of the pity party. I guess they're throwing for me this afternoon. Nicole rolls her eyes. At least I think she does. My sugars are normalizing a little bit. I can feel it. But the screen is awfully small for a three-way video chat. Look, she says. I'm going to make sure Madison is not in a coma, and I will bring her to your house. Do you think you can have alcohol ready when we get there, Ems? Emma bites a fingernail, pondering. She doesn't drink alcohol either. See also epilepsy medication. Scratch that. Maddie, can you have alcohol when you're freaking out? I don't know all the rules. Anyway, Emma, we're tapping into your medical weed. I'm not sure how long I sit on the grass by the garbage. Eventually, someone hands me a dollar bill as I'm sitting there, and I realize I need to pull myself together and at least start emptying out my desk. Nicole screeches into the parking lot, parking sideways behind my editor's car so he's blocked in. I smile for the first time since I got to work this morning. Jesus, look at you, she says, hands on her hips, tapping her stylish shoe. I look down at myself. I'm a little rumpled. It's true. Most days I wear leggings and a compression tank to hold all my gadgets in place, and I top it all off with tunic dresses or long sweaters, and a fanny pack. I wear one everywhere. I've got a dozen of them. They're just the perfect size to hold all my snacks, and my reporter's notebook, plus my phone, and backup insulin cartridges. Nicole gestures at my dress, all bunched up and draping strangely. My tank is untucked because I was fiddling with my insulin pump. I see now why that passerby thought I was homeless. I sigh. Nicole starts pulling reusable cloth bags from her purse. "Do you have a lot of stuff to clear out?" she asks, raising a brow at me. "We're not waiting for security to clean out your desk or whatever the fuck. I'm getting you out of here." She drapes an arm over my shoulder and escorts me back inside. She tells me to sit down and pull any personal files off my laptop, handing me an external hard drive that she also has in her purse for some reason. I look at her, wide-eyed with surprise, as she starts pulling my photos off my cubicle walls. As Nicole opens my desk drawers, she starts shaking her head and laughing. "Seriously, Maddie, all you have in here is snacks and batteries." "That's not entirely true," I tell her, grabbing my crackers, leaving the batteries for the paper's voice recorder in the drawer and tugging open another. "I've also got my fanny packs." We share a laugh, my first today, and empty my stash of colorful pouches into one of Nicole's bags. If I'm going to be the weird girl in the black tunics with a fanny pack, I figure the packs should at least be cute. But really, apart from a few photos and 2 bags of bags and food, there's not much physical evidence of me here at work. I start to cry for the first time, looking at the empty walls of my cubicle, realizing how much more I'm losing than just my health insurance. My worst fear has been that I'll become a drain on society. I've spent a lot of time in hospitals. I've put my parents through a lot. I worked really hard to make it through college, and I thought I was on a really strong path here. Damn it. I like writing about healthcare. I have a really unique experience with healthcare, and I think it's made me good at what I do. "What the hell am I going to do, Nick?" I ask her. She scoops me up into a hug and just holds me for a bit. "We're going to figure it out," she says. "But for now, you're going to Emma's house to get high." Chapter 2. Maddie. I feel a little woozy, but also hungry, so I'm counting down the seconds until I can eat again once my glucose levels go down. My head throbs from the stress. I keep waiting for Emma and Nicole to come through with the Mary Jane they mentioned, but so far, this powwow is all spreadsheets and hugs from Emma's kids. Okay, so this is what I've got. Nicole props up the screen of her laptop so I can see all the red bolded numbers she's gathered together. I squint at the screen, hoping my insulin pump can get itself together here sometime soon. "You said you're getting 3 months severance, right? So I checked, and that will basically cover your COBRA insurance payments." Emma nods. I tug on the skin of my eyelids, making a crackling sound that used to drive my sister insane. "Maddie, knock that shit off immediately," Nicole scolds. "I, too, am appalled that health insurance payments are equal to your fucking salary. I almost want to just go ahead and marry you so you can get on my plan." Nicole works with Emma's husband's brother at Stag Law. It's a whole tangled web of tall, grouchy men. But Nicole's also not serious about marrying me because she's up to her eyebrows in love with her own grouchy guy. Nicole points at the next row on her spreadsheet. "Now, you'll also be able to collect unemployment, which should cover your cell phone bill and car insurance and your diabetes supplies until you find a job. I've also added a modest estimate for food." Emma sets her son on the ground and starts rubbing my shoulders. It feels nice. I take a deep breath and point out the obvious to Nicole. That doesn't leave anything for rent. Emma switches her movements to rubbing slow circles on my back, my favorite, and Nicole nods. Right. You didn't renew your lease yet, right? You're just going to have to not renew it. I roll my eyes, which are starting to focus again as my headache finally subsides. And in this plan, where am I living exactly? They both start to say I am welcome to stay with them as long as I want. And I snort. Emma's house is nice, but she's got 2 really young kids who cry all the time and wake up at 5 in the morning. Nicole is constantly telling me about the loud acrobatic sex she and Zach have all over her house. That might be an option for a day or two, but there's no way I can stay with either of them long term. Emma squints, thinking. What about your sister? Nope. I shake my head. My sister and her wife just signed traveling nursing contracts. They moved all their possessions into a storage unit and hopped a flight to Boston, en route to Chicago, and then Austin. Melissa is living life on the road, I remind my friends. They don't bother mentioning my parents. After I moved out for college, my parents immediately downsized to a 1-bedroom apartment to save money. They've worked hard all their lives, but neither of them has a degree and they don't earn much. I shove down the guilt, remembering how much extra they had to put aside for all my medication and supplies over the years. Nicole slams the computer shut. You'll stay with me for now, and we'll figure something out, she says. Emma perks up, noticeably relieved that she doesn't have to host a guest in her house filled with diapers and breast milk laundry. And you won't need to rent a storage unit for your stuff, Emma says. Thatcher has plenty of room in the studio to store your boxes. I smile at my friends, gratefully. I know I'm supposed to be more loudly expressing my thanks to them. I just feel empty and hollowed out. I've wanted to be a reporter my whole life. All I've ever done is write things. When I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes in 5th grade, I started researching the disease and writing papers about it. I was editor of my high school and college newspapers, and I was damned proud of myself for landing a job at the Post. My healthcare beat was a huge source of pride, and I got to write features as well as short newsy stories. I did it all. Newspapers are struggling, though. I don't know any papers in the country that are hiring even entry-level writers. What am I going to do? I moan, sinking back into the couch. I instinctively reach for my fanny pack, but it's empty of snacks now. Half of me wants to start researching open journalism jobs around the world. The other half wants to curl in a ball and cry. My parents are too pragmatic to offer comfort for something like this. If they lose a job, they call up everyone they know until they find a lead on another one. There's no shortage of custodial or retail gigs, I suppose. But I know they'd be upset if I wasn't out there putting my hard-earned college degree to work. Emma procures a flask and pours me a finger of whiskey. I guess we aren't smoking her fancy medicinal weed. It's from that place on Smallman Street, she says. Thatcher just designed a line of bottles for them. It's a gorgeous bottle, Ems. I knock back the drink, coughing as it burns my esophagus, and Nicole rolls her eyes at me. My Irish lover would kick you out of the house if he saw you treat the water of life that way. She pours me another shot, but holds up a finger before handing it over. You have to smell it, and then you sip it slowly to let it work its magic. I raise an eyebrow at her and check the numbers on my glucose meter. Everything seems like it's back on track, and I give myself a little boost of insulin before taking the glass from Nicole. As instructed, I swirl it around under my nose. It smells sour and smoky, like my mood. When it crosses my lips this time, it doesn't burn so much as it fills my body with heat. Shame, longing, terror. It all swirls around in my stomach with the snacks and the locally distilled fancy whiskey. I sigh and place the glass back on the table. I guess we'd better start packing up my shit.
Chapter 3. Liam. I'm not sure how long I spend staring at the mess in the kitchen. I love my brother, but I don't think I can continue living with him without murdering him. The counters are littered with cereal bowls crusted with rancid milk. There are granola bar wrappers on most surfaces. I returned late last night from a business trip, and, faced with my kitchen this morning, I realize how much time I've spent cleaning up after him. I wonder how many socks I picked up and tossed into his room since we moved in together, or how many cumulative empty sports drink bottles I nudged into the recycling bin at the end of the counter. This can't go on, I mutter. It seemed like such a good idea to live with my brother, initially. He's always been my best friend, and who else would put up with my moody tendencies? I walk away from the filth, deciding I'll get breakfast to go from the cafe down the block. I wonder if it's time for me to live on my own. I start to think about the logistics of this as I iron my shirt. Cal will probably wear a wrinkled polo shirt and slap some jeans on and call it business casual. There's no documentation at the office mandating a dress shirt, let alone a jacket and tie each day. I just think better when I'm dressed professionally. I button the shirt, warm from the iron, and start pressing my pants pockets, considering. Cal can afford rent on his own. So can I. I'm a 32-year-old professional. It's nonsense that I live with my little brother, right? I've never seriously considered living apart from him, though. We're Irish twins, and the longest we were away from each other was my first year of college, when he still spent half his nights on the futon in my dorm room since I went to school right here in Pittsburgh. It would be hard not having him close by. A change like that requires careful planning and discussion. But I never realized the extent of his sloppiness, or how I contributed to it by picking up after him constantly. I frown at my reflection in the mirror before leaving our apartment. Maybe he and I can find 2 apartments next door to each other. I bypass the kitchen when I get to the office, not yet ready to run into my brothers or my cousin, Orla. The 4 of us work for the engineering firm our fathers started together. Beltane Engineering has grown significantly in recent years, and I allow myself the smug satisfaction of feeling responsible for growing the structural engineering division. Uncle Kellen specializes in civil engineering. Beltane worked strictly with civil engineering projects for 2 decades, but Kellen took a chance bringing me aboard after I graduated. We now hold contracts to engineer new bridge construction for clients in a tri-state area, and we are working on inspection programs for existing structures throughout the entire Rust Belt. I'm assuming our staff meeting this morning will be a review of my most recent trip, so I take a few minutes to look over my summary notes from visiting railway bridges in Kentucky. I just landed Beltane repair and ongoing inspection work for the next 5 years. I wasn't expecting a party when I got home, but it would have been nice to not walk into a kitchen full of flies. I sigh and stack the papers, tapping them on the desk to get the edges lined up. My uncle and my brother Zach were already in the conference room, whispering about something. Uncle Kellen smiles when he sees me, and he clears his throat and closes the door. "Look," he says, "I know my brother isn't here yet. I wanted to remind you all that the company is coming up on our 35th anniversary." A small smile teases the edges of his normally stoic lips. I had not remembered that anniversary, so I'm glad he brought it up. That's something to be proud of, for sure. I nod, looking around the room. Beltane has grown from a small firm that worked with coal mines and dams to a regional powerhouse servicing clients' needs in civil, structural, electrical, and mechanical engineering. Hell, we even got machine learning specialists activating drones and sensors and all kinds of fancy tricks. We built a reputation maintaining and repairing existing assets, which is so much more exciting for me. Anyone can design something from scratch, but when you've got to fix something that's already in place, sometimes you literally have to move mountains to get the job done. I love the thrill of figuring out how and quantifying why my solution is the most efficient. Uncle Kel nods his head a few times. "We're going to organize a company-wide anniversary celebration," he says, "and I want to commission a corporate history." Orla raises an eyebrow. "What, like a book?" Kellen nods. "Yep. I want this to be something we can give to my brother, but also have on hand to gift our long-term clients, our long-term employees. It'll be a really nice marketing tool to show the breadth and depth of our work to potential clients as we continue to grow. We just need to hire someone to write it." He grins. "Unless you've all been holding back on me, I think it's safe to say our internal expertise is not written communication." There's a few chuckles around the table. I roll my eyes. Most of these engineers crank out truly terrible reports and nearly incomprehensible emails. We're long past overdue to hire someone permanently to help with editing. Zach looks like he's going to have a stroke and starts slapping his thigh. I've got someone in mind for you, actually. Everyone stares at him, confused by his joyful outburst. This is just perfect timing. Since when do you hang out with writers? Orla and Zach never, ever avoid opportunities to give each other shit, but he just squints and points at her. Nicole is friends with a few of them, he says, referencing his girlfriend, who happens to be batshit crazy. Okay, not really, but she's an eccentric, loud person. I can't imagine any of her friends will be well suited to capturing the spirit of Beltane appropriately. I frown. But Zach already has his phone held out, showing Uncle Kellen someone's cell number. My dad walks into the room after that, and we pivot to new business. I listen to Zach talk about how he and his new partner are programming robots with cameras to inspect the insides of pipes and working on underwater storage capacity. Orla talks about the terrible wiring throughout most of the city, and then it's my turn to brag about bridges. I adjust my tie, clear my throat, and slip into my comfort zone, free rein to talk about structures and my plans to improve them. Chapter 4. Liam. I straighten my tie before knocking on my uncle's office door, which is ajar, but I want to be polite, regardless. You wanted to see me? He smiles as he looks up from his paperwork. Come on in, son. Have a seat. Uncle Kellen calls me and my brother's son because we all grew up together. He and Orla moved in with my dad and us after Aunt Helen died. He certainly feels like a father figure to me, especially because we have so much in common. His office is what I would describe as perfect. Everything has a place. Every item in the room serves a purpose and was chosen to be both functional and attractive. This is a calm room. I sink into the chair opposite his desk, delighting in the comfortable way it hugs my lower back. So, tell me about Kentucky, he says, folding his hands together. I clear my throat. I've already been over all the numbers during the staff meeting, so I quickly try to recall the highlights. We secured several long-term repeat contracts for bridge inspection throughout the entire coal seam in Daniel Boone National Forest. I begin. But he holds up a hand. I know all that. I should have clarified my question. What was it like for you to be out in that role, discussing our work, closing deals? Oh, I say, feeling my eyebrows shoot up toward my hairline. Well, to be frank, it felt very natural. I don't need to explain to my uncle that I know our inspection program inside and out, and I know that we are flexible, fastidious, and efficient. Can't help but notice your notes here about the electrical transformer towers out there in the deep woods. Uncle Kellen moves his mouse and pulls up a document where I'd been typing random notes in the margins. I hadn't realized I'd emailed him a rough draft. I don't usually make mistakes like that. I'm sorry that I sent you that version of the report, I tell him, squirming. This is very unlike me. I had meant to poke around that line of thinking a bit more before I brought it to your attention. Uncle Kellen grins. Let's just say I did some poking myself, he tells me. It's no secret that our nation's power infrastructure is crumbling. I nod. Just glancing at some of the rail systems I visited, I could easily spot damage to towers, not to mention the wires. Takes some pretty sophisticated logistics just to get a crew into those remote spots to inspect the structures. Maybe even something like one of Ray's robot cameras. My uncle is nodding his head now. He clicks around on his computer and pulls up his contacts. You ever try to get a meeting with a public utility before? He squints at me, studying. I shake my head. Well, no. But I did just meet with the railroad, and like I said, I had been planning to do some preliminary research before I brought this to you and Dad. He waves his hand, dismissing my nerves about the doodles. Your brief note was all the spark we need, Liam. Now, tell me what you imagined. Just top of your head, big picture idea. I swallow. This had been all I could think about since I got back from Kentucky, apart from the Cal's filth interrupting my thought patterns. I propose we inspect the entire power grid for each utility company and make a plan for maintenance and repair, and then engineer those maintenance and repair solutions. I agree that Ray should be a huge part of the discussion, and that sensors installed throughout the grid would be instrumental. This could be national, I blurt. Then I look down at my hands. I think my uncle was implying that I should have been nervous to talk with the railway about what they need to do, about delivering bottom-line, come-to-Jesus conversations about structures that have the capacity to facilitate industry, or destroy the supply chain if they fail. I wasn't nervous, though. I was delivering facts. Numbers don't lie. There's nothing subjective about the maximum load capacity of a bridge when compared with the heavier-than-average diesel engines the companies are wanting to use to haul coal faster. Chaos comes from ignoring these structures, but keeping everything in order keeps everything smooth and productive. I was hoping you'd say that, my uncle says. He points to a bookshelf where he's got navy binders lined up neatly. You know what that is? Your life's work? I'm only partially joking. I'm pretty sure he started keeping his records on the computer in the 90s. Uncle Kellen was an early adopter to digital record keeping, so I imagine those binders go back pretty far if they've got Beltane projects in them. He stands up and walks over to the shelf, pulling out one of the binders. This is an inspection program I wrote for the steel industry, he says. He hands me the binder, and I take a look at the step-by-step instructions for analyzing the safety, integrity, and function of massive industrial facilities. We started out writing these protocols for just one client, and this grew to become our proprietary inspection program. He taps the binder. Anyone in the nation who wants to keep their slag heap up to code is purchasing our intellectual property to do it. I sort of knew all of this. I know our work constitutes a vital piece of industry. Hell, the entire economy depends on these industries. When the streets of Pittsburgh crack open with sinkholes and city buses fall in, there are massive ripples of impact on everything from the city's water system to the service workers who can't keep the restaurants open downtown because their buses are detoured. I thumb through my uncle's old Xeroxed dot matrix notes, the blue ink fading with age. I love the fastidious, thorough orderliness of it all. 2 pages discussing the acceptable depth of rust on a load-bearing beam. 2 more pages about the proper cleaning of dust from an air vent. Here's what we're going to do, Liam, my uncle says, leaning back against his desk. We're going to let your dad do what he does best and start up the conversation with these folks and get them to admit that they've got a problem. Meanwhile, you and I are going to do the work developing the solution they were worried was too difficult to imagine. I like the sound of that, I tell him. Where should we start? He holds up a finger. We're going to start with that corporate history I mentioned. Certain I misheard him, I tug on my earlobe. I'm sorry, what? He grins. Your brother found us a writer for the corporate history. She's great for this project. Much more your father's brand of energy than you or me or Zach. I'd like to have her begin with a specific slice of our company history. I feel my face curling awkwardly in confusion, something I've been working very hard on not doing in client meetings. Orla tells me it makes me seem disapproving. I'm sorry, but how does that advance the utilities inspection project? Kellen grins. A few decades ago, your father had to go to traffic court over a road rage incident. I know this story. It comes up at holidays. Dad was late getting home, likely because he was gabbing endlessly with someone in the lobby at work, and tried to drive around a busy intersection. He actually drove up on the sidewalk to get around a car that was taking too long, for his liking, to accelerate. In the waiting area for his case, your father got to chatting with someone else who was there for an unpaid ticket. I nod. This is typical for my father. Let me guess, I interject. They became best friends after bonding over the injustice of their citations, and it happened to be a state senator. Close, Kellen says, nodding. It was the CEO of Allegheny Power.
Chapter 5. Maddie. Excited for your first day? Nicole and I are combing our hair in her bathroom like it's college again, and we're in the dorms. I sort of love it, even if I did have to crank my headphones last night to avoid listening to her and Zach. Excited feels like the wrong word, I tell her. Zach randomly called the other day as we were moving my stuff into Nicole's house to say that his company is looking for a writer for a corporate history. I've never done a corporate history before, but I figure writing is writing. I jumped at the chance. Nicole told me to double whatever I was planning on quoting them for the project, and I just about flew out of my chair when they didn't balk at the number I threw out. I'm brimming with questions, that's for sure, I say, tying my hair back into a sleek ponytail and smoothing my usual black dress over my leggings and tank. Nicole winces when I hook on the fanny pack of the day. "What?" I shrug. "You know I need a bag with me." "Yes, but surely you can choose a nice, elegant crossbody satchel? Something that doesn't fasten with a plastic buckle?" "I'll wear the black one," I tell her, swapping out my emergency medication and my snack baggies. "Nobody will notice." Nicole laughs. "They're engineers, Mad. They notice everything." I shake my head at her. Not true. I bet you $45 they never notice a woman's clothing or accessories. We walk back to her bedroom to examine ourselves in her full-length mirror. 45 is an awfully strange number. Nicole slides her feet into an impossible pair of spike heels as Zach bursts into the room, damp from the shower, dressed for work. He pecks her on the cheek and makes to dash out of the house. "Wait!" I shout at him. He freezes. "Aren't we going to ride in together?" He furrows his brow, clearly considering this for the first time. "I suppose that would make sense." He stands in the hall considering. "I'm in a bit of a hurry." Nicole rolls her eyes. "Nobody cares if you're only 8 minutes early today instead of 15. Maddie, why the $45? I slide on my perfectly reasonable, adorably cute black flats and grin at Nicole. That's what I've got in my bank account after stocking up on my medical supplies and paying my first month of insurance. Nicole looks like she's going to cry and starts shaking her head. "Do you have money for lunch?" "Babe, please buy her lunch today." Zach taps his chin. "I think we're having stuff brought in today anyway," he says. "Noon meeting and all that." Nicole nods. "Good." I like the sound of this noon meeting complete with food. I make a note to adjust my snack schedule and estimate I'll be eating by 12:15 so I can monitor my blood sugars. I climb into Zach's truck and zip my pack shut with a flourish. "Don't you need, I don't know, stuff?" Zach looks at me like I'm missing a limb. "Nicole always has bags and things when we leave the house." I pat my lap. "That's the beauty of this right here. I'm telling you, it's the perfect bag. I never have to think about it. Got my snacks, got my phone. Fanny packs are where it's at." Zach chuckles. We make the short drive to his office, and he pulls into a spot in the side lot. "You guys have your own parking lot?" I gape at the prime real estate near the hockey arena. "Your business must be pulling in bank. I can't believe I didn't quote you a higher number." He laughs at that and swipes his ID to get us in the lobby. Then he looks at me like he's not sure what to do next. The receptionist isn't in yet, and I rock back onto my heels. "Well," he says, "I guess I'll take you for some coffee? And to find my uncle?" "Kellen did say I'd be meeting with him first," I offer. We start climbing the stairs to the company kitchen. It smells like shitty coffee and powdered donuts. I see a box of the latter on the counter with only one missing. "My uncle must have brought these," Zach says, popping one into his mouth in 2 bites. I make myself busy pouring the coffee and that awful shelf-stable creamer when I hear voices from the doorway. "You're such a pecking mother hen, and I'm sick of your grouchy attitude." I think this is the middle Brady brother, Cal, but I'm still not sure who is who in Zach's family. "It is not grouchy to insist that you stop leaving food to rot in the sink," the stern-looking one says. His mouth pulls down in a severe line, and I can see a vein pulsing in his neck. "I found mold growing in your cereal bowl, Cal. Actual mold." Noticing me for the first time, the stern one goes wide-eyed and stares. Ah, that must be Liam. Hi," I say, giving a small wave over my coffee cup. I decide to poke around looking for ice for my coffee while the brothers hash it out about their dish duty. "You definitely are new here," Cal says, leaning against the counter as I stretch to get ice from the bin in the freezer. "Oh, I'm the writer," I say, plunking the cubes in slowly and hoping the coffee doesn't splash out. This is another reason I always wear black. I cannot be trusted not to spill food, and this keeps me from major embarrassment if I have a research interview. Cal looks at his brothers, confused. Liam is still staring, and Zach is too busy wiping donut powder from his shirt to notice. I offer up, "I'm Maddie? Friends with Nicole? Your uncle hired me to write a—" "Oh!" Cal snaps his fingers. "Yes, right. We've met before, right?" I nod. Nicole and I were out for drinks once, and her boo and his brothers stopped by. I remember how they all gave each other shit, and I thought it was cute. Well, I guess only the friendly one gives out shit. The grumpy, hairy one mostly scowls. Like now. God, I love a hairy man. He even has hairy hands, and I can see the shadow of a dark beard wanting to sprout from his face. Looking at his neatly pressed suit, I suspect he hates the unruliness of all that hair. It's not orderly at all. Zach clears his throat while Liam continues staring. I sip my coffee and stare right back, but then I look down at my dress, worried I spilled something oily. Oily stains show up no matter what you're wearing. Finding nothing, I can only assume he's still angry about Cal's dish mold. "Maddie, you ready?" Zach starts walking down the hall. I trot along after him, not sure what to expect next.
Chapter 6. Liam. Cal swats me in the chest so hard I double over, coughing. "What the hell are you staring at?" He stands with his hands on his hips, chewing an entire donut in one bite. I have no idea what the hell just happened here, but I'm shaken. "Who is that girl?" I ask, staring down the hall toward the direction my brother just disappeared. Cal blinks at me a few times. "Maddie, she just said, right? Nicole's friend? Writer, apparently?" When I still don't say anything, he slides me a donut and shrugs. "We've met her before." I shake my head. "She didn't look like that before," I tell him. "Look like what?" he asks, cramming another donut in his mouth. "Like something inexplicable," I think. "Like a perplexing blend of amazing and sunshine?" "I don't know," I say, hesitantly. "Like that." Cal rolls his eyes and wipes his mouth with a napkin. "Well, I've got real work to do. See you at lunch." He saunters off down the hall, tossing his napkin toward the trash. He doesn't stoop to pick it up when he misses, and I remember that I'm fed up with him and his habits. How is it that we grew up in the same houses, with the same cast of adults, and I wound up anxious and he manages not to care about anything? The second I sit down at my desk to open my email, a new one pings open on the screen, high priority, from my Uncle Kellen. "Remember the project we discussed? Please come to my office to meet our new writer." Shit, I mutter. I'd forgotten. And now I realize that Maddie is that writer, and I'm going to have to figure out how to think coherent thoughts with her around. I take the stairs up to my uncle's office and pass Zach on his way back down. He's on a call and offers me a quick salute as I round the corner for the final flight of stairs. I try to remember the particulars my uncle laid out. We're starting with his connection from the utility company as our first interview for the corporate history. Kellen is going to prep the writer, Maddie, on the background she needs for that personal history, and I'm supposed to go with her for the interview, purportedly for background character information about my father. The idea of holding my shit together while I figure out why my body is responding to her like I'm having a seizure? This is a mess, I mutter, rapping on my uncle's door frame and sliding into the room. Maddie looks up at me and grins. She appears to be offering my uncle some of those fish-shaped crackers that children eat. I frown as he accepts, and they both sit there, munching, staring at me. "Hi," I mutter, eventually. "I'm Liam. Brady's my last name." God damn it, I'm an idiot. She laughs, and I'm struck by the sound of it. A loud explosion of sound that I can tell was uncontrolled, unforced, genuine. She's laughing at me, but she doesn't seem cruel. I have no idea what's going on. Her brown eyes radiate delight. "Madison," she says. "Parker. Parker's my last name." She laughs again. This time I laugh too. Just call me Maddie, though. Uncle Kellen finishes chewing his cracker and wipes some crumbs from his tie as Maddie shoves the baggie back into a pouch she wears around her hips. So strange, I think, staring at her lap as I sink into the chair next to her. A woman who walks around with a pouch full of snacks. I hear my uncle outlining the plan to her, and she pulls a small notebook and pen from the pouch, nodding along. I stare, realizing her pouch is a bit like Uncle Kellen's office. Everything has a place. Everything chosen with intention. But what kind of adult woman chooses fish crackers as a snack? Remind me whether Beltane can lend me a laptop for this project? She looks up at my uncle, biting the top of her pen. I had to leave mine at the post and haven't gotten a new one quite yet. Uncle Kellen waves a hand. We can get you a loaner. Liam will get you one. She sighs. Oh, good. I really do my best work if I can get typing up the transcription as soon as I finish an interview. Helps me to organize my thoughts. So, tell me the pinch points about this first interview. What shouldn't I ask about, and what should I definitely ask him? It's fascinating for me to see the process of her preparation to talk with someone. I hear her mention the audience and purpose, explaining how the purpose of the piece of writing is the most important part. I had no idea writing was such a methodical process. I sit staring at her as she talks, trying to decide what she smells like. Lavender, I decide eventually. Is it true that we've met? How could I have sat across from her in a bar and not noticed her? What's different about today? When I think back to the times I've gone out with my brothers in the evenings, I feel like they were all nights I returned from a business trip or a stressful client meeting. Does my work stress cloud my awareness so heavily? I look at Maddie again. She's not Supermodel magazine cover beautiful. She's a very different type of beautiful. She's intriguing and real. She radiates honesty and truth. She's certainly memorable. I'm stunned that I didn't notice her before. Everything from her no-makeup face to her black outfit-covered body is real and arousing. I'm aroused. I look down at my crotch to confirm I'm sporting a semi at work. Huh, I say. And when Maddie and Kellen look at me, I have to pretend I was listening. I'm just really impressed with your strategy, I say, trying to cover for the fact that I haven't been listening to a thing. Maddie smiles. Kellen looks at his watch, which prompts me to look at my watch. Oh, I say. Well, we'd better head over there. Our appointment is in a half hour. Kellen says with a slight frown. Better take Boulevard of the Allies rather than risk gridlock on Liberty Ave. I was thinking that, I tell him, gesturing for Maddie to walk ahead of me. I'll call you as soon as we're through. With a nod, I follow my new sidekick to the parking lot, where she looks around awkwardly until I remember that she doesn't know which car is mine. I thought we'd take a Beltane car, I tell her, pointing to one of the black Saabs my dad bought for important client meetings, not to be confused with the black pickups he bought for field work. I unlock and start to get in, and then I wonder if I should have held her door open. This isn't a date. I'm not supposed to be attracted to my colleague or to my brother's girlfriend's friend. This is a damn disaster in the making is what it is. Maddie clicks her seatbelt in place and looks up at me expectantly. I drape my arm around the back of her chair so I can look behind me to back out of the spot. And immediately I wonder if I should have done that. But I'm not sure I can drive in reverse without my arm there, so I just hit the brake and sit, staring, not knowing what to do next. Everything okay? Something in her bag beeps, and she unzips it and begins to fuss around, popping more crackers in her mouth. You probably shouldn't eat in the company car, I say, pulling my arm back into my own space and gritting my teeth until I get the car headed in the right direction. I'm sweating. I can feel it. Sorry, she says, zipping the bag shut again. And then she starts rehashing the plan about Clayton Monroe. My portion of the song and dance is really only important at the beginning and the end, where we need to get him to ask after my father. I see Maddie changing her energy as we get closer to the Allegheny Power Office. I can feel her getting ready for the interview, deciding on her approach. I like it. I hang back silently while the receptionist greets us and takes us up to the top floor of the massive building. Mr. Monroe will be in soon, the receptionist says, gesturing toward comfortable leather seats in the conference room. Please make yourselves at home. Maddie starts arranging her notepad on the table alongside a small digital recorder, all of which she pulls from that pouch around her waist. I stare at it again, conceding that it's an extremely useful pouch for someone in her role, but it's certainly unusual. I can't think of a professional environment where I've seen someone wear a fanny pack. But then I start considering the tool belts I wear for field work, and I consider that Maddie may have invented a reporter's tool belt. I like how it nips in at her waist, giving me a sense of the swell of her hips beneath it. And there's my semi again, at a meeting. I'm still staring at Maddie when Clayton walks in, all bluster and loud small talk. "Liam Brady," he says, pounding me on the back as I rise to shake his hand. "You are the spitting image of your old man. Hope you don't have his lead foot." He laughs, so I laugh, but it feels forced. Maddie does not laugh, and I decide I like that about her. She smiles, but only laughs when she's actually amused.
Chapter 7. Maddie. "Tell me about yourself, young lady," Mr. Monroe says, settling into a seat at the head of the conference table. "Well, first of all, I'm not that young," I tell him with a wink. He chuckles and points at me. "Guess I gotta watch out for you." "Guess you'd better," I say, and I hear a beep. It's not my beep, though. When it happens again, Mr. Monroe clears his throat. "Maddie," Liam says through gritted teeth. "I think your phone is beeping. Mr. Monroe's time is very limited." I shake my head. Not mine. My ringtone is the theme song from Survivor. Liam stares at my fanny pack like he's not convinced, but eventually I say, "You know, Liam, I think it might be your phone." His cheeks flush as he pats his pocket, where his phone is indeed buzzing like mad. "I'm terribly sorry," he sputters. "This is my father. Mr. Monroe, I'm going to step in the hall and take this." Liam rushes out of the room, hissing hello to his father. Mr. Monroe laughs. "Nervous fella, isn't he? Not like his old man after all, I guess." I shrug. I don't really know him that well. Monroe folds his hands on the table. "Well, what do you know? Maddie from Beltane Engineering?" "Oh, I'm not really from Beltane," I start to explain. I'm flustered by the unexpected departure of Liam, unsure if I should tee up the plan or stall with small talk. Small talk is dangerous for me. I'm a blurter. My friend Nicole is living with one of the Brady boys, romantically, I mean. Isaac is her boyfriend. I feel myself rambling, but am also unable to stop. I was really doing great taking control of the interview until Liam accused me of having my phone go off. So anyway, I've known Nicole since college, because her roommate Emma was my friend. We met in line for disability resources. Monroe looks at me wide-eyed. "I'm diabetic," I blurt. "Type 1. His face transforms. "Is that right?" He holds out a hand, the fingertips leathery and calloused from decades of jabbing. "Me too." "Really? That's amazing. I don't know too many people in my weird boat." He chuckles and opens his suit jacket, patting the pocket. He says, "I carry these injections with me everywhere. Got extras in my desk, in my car. You know how it goes." I shake my head. "No way, dude. I use a pump." "Do you really not use a pump?" Within minutes, I'm showing him my continuous glucose monitor, and I'm a heartbeat away from lifting my dress to show him my pump set on my stomach. When I remember that I'm here in a professional capacity, I drop my hem in a hurry, but he's still staring at the monitor on my arm. It's the size of a pack of gum, and it constantly sends readings to my phone, letting me know if I should gobble some carbs or bump up my insulin levels. "That seems like witchcraft," Monroe says, eyes still wide. "Feels like it sometimes," I agree. "You really don't have a pump? What are you, injecting 5 times a day?" He nods. "Alternating legs." "You really should consider an upgrade," I tell him. Although, to be fair, I've never had to deal with your way before. I got my pump almost right away when I was diagnosed. "I don't think any of that was invented when I was young, my dear," he says, staring at my arm and my monitor again. I'm too old to change my ways. Oh, come on, young man, I say with another wink, throwing his words back at him. Look, I'll show you how it works. I pull out my phone and show him the app. I'm perfectly balanced right now, I tell him. What about you? Need some gummy bears? He laughs long and hard, but nods. We have our heads bent over the screen, munching the candy, when Liam slinks back into the room, frowning, staring. Maddie, he says, his eyebrows shoot up as if he's trying to say, on with it. Right. The interview. I slip the phone back in my pack. So, Mr. Monroe, Clayton, please, he says, patting my hand with his rhino hide fingers. Clayton, I say, nodding. I'm going to record, if that's okay. I don't want to miss any of your charming details about your impression of the infamous Mick Brady. I lean into the convo then, to Liam's horror, getting Clayton to rehash his meeting with Mick at traffic court and their subsequent friendship at the naughty driver classes they both had to take to remove points from their license. Can you imagine, he says, sitting there with all walks of life, all of us in trouble for speeding or driving on the curb or what have you? We all used to go for pizza after. Mick bought most of the time. For everyone. That's just the type of guy he is. Clayton smiles, like he's remembering his younger days with fondness. He tells me some more tidbits about golf outings, but really I think I've captured the personality nuggets about Mick that I need. I glance at Liam to see if he has what he came for. Kellen hinted that the main secret point of this meeting was to prompt Monroe to call up Mick Brady, who is going to pivot the convo into a business proposition. Liam is like a brick wall, a frowny brick wall. I set my pencil down on the table. Thank you so much, Clayton. This was fantastic. Who's the best person for me to contact if I have follow-up questions as I'm drafting the material? He beams and slides me his card. You call me any time, Madison. I mean that. He pats my hand again. I smile and stand, shaking his hand while Liam looks perplexed. You ready to head out? I ask, forgetting that I'm supposed to wait for Liam to tee up the ask about calling Mick to catch up. Liam rises and leans toward Clayton for a handshake, but Clayton turns toward me, tapping his nose with his index finger. You know, Maddie, would it be okay if I called you this week? I'd like to talk with my wife about that upgrade you mentioned. He snaps his eyes quickly to Liam, and I can tell he doesn't want me to mention anything about our personal connection. Of course, I tell him. I'll be working at Beltane for the next few months, so you can always find me there. I keep thinking I've set up the perfect opening for Liam to jump in and say he will have his dad call or something, but he just stands there, staring at me. We all finally shake hands, and Clayton walks us to the elevators personally. When the doors slide shut, Liam runs both hands through his hair. Jesus Christ, what a mess. He growls. What the hell were you doing in there? Me? Yes, you, with the candy, playing around on your phone. You were hired for a very specific job here, Maddie. I feel my chest swell up and absorb the rest of the air in the elevator. Excuse me, but you're the one with your phone going off, bursting in and out of the room and then staring like a silent clown when I was teeing you up to get Monroe to call your dad? He works his mouth open like he's about to spit a retort at me. "Huh-uh," I say, shaking my head. You're not going to imply that I did anything less than my job here. I got fantastic audio for the corporate history and established rapport with Clayton Monroe where you clearly could not. I absolutely hate being told what to do. I spent most of my life being told what I can and cannot do by doctors, and I'm over it in my personal life. Plus, I know I'm right, and I also hate when people don't listen to me. He sinks against the wall. You're right, he says. What was he talking about at the end, anyway? What kind of upgrade is he looking for? It's not really my place to tell you, I say. When the doors slide open, I stalk across the lobby and out into the sunshine. You know what? He frowns at me. It's a nice day. I think I'll walk back to Beltane. Before he can object, I stomp off down the street, cramming crackers in my mouth as I walk.
Chapter 8. Liam. Tell me again what happened, and no, I don't care that she was getting cracker crumbs in the company car. My uncle frowns at me disapprovingly as I try for the third time to make sense of what went down with Clayton and Monroe this morning. I feel like I'm on hour 36 of an all-nighter. My head feels inflated and my heart beats erratically. Can this all be related to the mold growing in my kitchen sink? I start to wonder if Cal is actually killing me with his hog habits. I take a deep breath and go through the main points again. Dad calling during the meeting, me returning to Maddie and Clayton poring over a cell phone. He made reference of an upgrade to her, Kellen. Does she know about the plan? He shakes his head. I haven't even mentioned it to your father yet, he tells me. I really don't think that's what he could have been talking about. We could solve this by asking her. No! I cut him off abruptly, and then blush. I need to pull myself together before I approach her again. My uncle raises an eyebrow at me. I'm sorry, I tell him, and let out a long breath. What's going on with me? Uncle Kellen laughs, which surprises me, because I was sure he'd be pissed that I didn't tee up a phone call between Dad and Monroe. Phase 1 of our plan to inspect and re-engineer the power grid depends on us getting an in with the utilities. How could I be so stupid? Want to know what I think? Kellen is smiling now, which flusters me even further. How can anyone smile when so much is on the line? I shrug anyway, and he says, I think maybe you have the hots for Miss Parker. What? No! I lie. How can he tell? It doesn't even make sense that I'm attracted to her. But it doesn't matter, because she's several degrees of off-limits anyway. No? Kellen raises an eyebrow at me skeptically. Liam, son, I hope this doesn't come out wrong, but you're generally wound tighter than a cable-stayed bridge. I snort. Like those cables, I need all the pieces in my life to help support the load and let me function at my best. Kellen laughs. Well, from what I saw this morning, Madison Parker put a kink in your design. She's like a gust of wind coming in from the bay. Am I right? Before I can think, I mutter, she certainly causes vibrations. When Kellen barks out a laugh, I realize I've said that out loud, and I grit my teeth. I won't let it become an issue. I was taken aback this morning. Kellen leans forward and squeezes my shoulder. I know you won't let it be a problem, Liam. But I also know we need to set Clayton Monroe up with your dad for a call. Let me call Maddie at her desk and get her in here to collaborate on this. He reaches for his phone. There's something else I didn't tell you. I fidget in my seat. I may have yelled at her after the interview and she refused to ride back with me. Said she'd rather walk. I flush. I'm a professional in my 30s. I aced my professional engineering examinations. I've negotiated with railroads. Yet today I fell to pieces because an intriguing woman pulled crackers from her fanny pack and smelled like flowers. My uncle's eyes look like they're going to bulge out of his head. Well, where the hell is she now? I shrug. For heaven's sake, Liam. Kellen stands and grabs his keys, punching numbers into his cell. I assume he's trying to call her and drive to fetch her, although it has been long enough that she's likely close by now. It's a nice day, I sputter. Just then, Maddie rounds the corner, her cheeks flushed from the walk in the sun. She's smiling, although she frowns when she sees me. Hi, Kellen, she says, ignoring me. I was hoping we could debrief before I get to transcribing the interview. My uncle dismisses me with a wave, and I sulk back to my office to formulate a plan to get my shit back together. Along the way, I run into my brother Cal, eating pizza in the hall with a plop of red sauce dripped on the web between his thumb and forefinger. Callum, you are such a fucking slob. I growl at him and shove him against the wall. What gives, Liam? You're missing pizza, by the way. He gestures toward the conference room with his thumb. You don't get it, do you? That I'm not joking around when I say I can't live like this anymore. We're not in a frat, Cal. Cal squints at me. I'm going to assume you're hangry right now. We can regroup back at home later. He hustles off toward his own office and closes the door with finality. I pinch the bridge of my nose and breathe deeply. He's probably right. I need some food, and then I need to apologize to Maddie. Then I need to tell Callum we can't live together anymore. Settling on a plan of action, I make my way to the conference room. I nod at Orla and Zach, leaning against the counter in the back, laughing. They see me, and Zach asks where Maddie is. I shrug again. She's with Uncle Kellen, I say, debriefing. Zach looks concerned and glances at his watch. I promised Nicole I'd get her fed on time today. He pulls out his phone and starts tapping out a text message. I reach for a slice of pizza on the table. I'm sure she filled up on fish crackers and candy, I mutter, but Zach swats at my arm. Don't be like that. I remind myself that apologizing to her is phase 2 in my plan to get back on track. I grab a second plate. I'll bring her a slice. How's that? Zach smiles and nods. Orla chimes in, saying, Much better, Lee. My cousin and my brothers have been trying to get nicknames for us Brady kids to stick for years. Zach is short for Isaac, Cal for Callum. Sometimes Cal calls her Lala. They're all trying to get me to agree to Lee, but I'm not interested. Liam means protector, unwavering. I like that my name already fits into my history. My parents divorced when Cal was a baby, and Dad got Zach's mom pregnant with him. My entire childhood was marked by upheaval and chaos. Cal and I spent every other week in a different house. I was his constant through all that, and Zach's comfort on the days before we'd take off and leave him behind. Then, when Kellen's wife died and he and Orla moved into our house, I was again the keeper of the peace. Kellen was comatose with grief. Dad had always been flighty. There were 4 kids who needed to be fed regularly and kept semi-clean. Uncle Kellen is right that I'm high-strung, but someone at the Brady house needed to be. It's the only way the 6 of us made it through. I roll my eyes at Orla and head back upstairs with the pizza, only to catch sight of Maddie in the hall on her way toward her temporary cubicle. Maddie? I say, walking toward her with the pizza. She sighs. Hello, Liam. Something about the sight of her with her hands on her hips, her brown eyes shooting sparks at me, has my heart racing. I close my eyes and inhale deeply until I feel capable of being professional again. I come bearing a peace offering. I hold out the pizza toward her. She arches a brow and squints. And an apology, I add. She still doesn't move, and when I gesture again with the plate, she says, Well, I'm waiting for the apology part. Fuck me. I'm eviscerated. Done. Ruined for all other women. I want her so badly in this moment, and she hates me, and I can't have her anyway, and I need to go sit in my office and figure out a new plan. I nod. Yes, I'm sorry, Maddie. I behaved terribly and spoke from a place of heightened temper and panic, and it won't happen again. She smiles. Forgiven. She snatches the pizza and begins eating, hungrily. Is there more of this? I'm not really a one-slice kind of girl. Her mood is instantly transformed, like she just needed the gesture of apology, just needed to know I'd humble myself that way. I swallow thickly. In the conference room. I can walk you. Thank you. I'm still not sure where anything is. I lead the way down the hall, and as we enter the room, our admin M comes bustling over. Oh, Liam, Maddie, good. I was looking for you. Maddie, I have Clayton Monroe on line 2 for you. He says you're expecting his call. She ushers Maddie toward her cubicle, and I stare, slack-jawed. I toss my plate in the trash and follow them to Maddie's cubicle.
Chapter 9. Maddie. I decide not to wait for Zach in the afternoon and take a ride share back to Nicole's place by way of the grocery store. I've felt a lot, like a mooch since I've been staying here, even though Nicole basically forced me to move in, so I decide to get dinner started for them. I'm sliding a lasagna into the oven when Nicole bursts through the front door, all loud energy and fabulous honesty. It smells fucking amazing in here, Madison, she yells. kicking off her heels and setting her bag in one of the cubbies she and Zach installed in the entryway as a weekend project to celebrate moving in together. Everything about her house oozes class and sophistication, and she created every last inch of it herself. I really admire the way she just takes charge of long-term projects like that and makes them shine. I pour her a glass of wine as she walks into the kitchen, and her face lights up. "Can I keep you forever? Such service." We clink glasses, and I sit next to her at the counter. "Tell me about your first day," she says, reaching for the dish of crackers I set out with the olives. I tell her about Clayton Monroe. I figure Nicole doesn't work with him, and she's been around my diabetes drama for a decade now, so she's a safe haven when it comes to that stuff. He called later in the afternoon to ask me more about getting started with a pump and a glucose meter. I tell her. Then I slam my glass down on the counter harder than I intended. Oh, and it was the weirdest thing. Liam followed me from the conference room when I took the call and hid in a cubicle trying to spy on me. Nicole frowns and sips her wine. That's very weird and, frankly, very unlike Liam. Was he, crouched on the ground? Maybe he was tying his shoe? I shrug. You'd think. But of course he had loafers on today with his neatly pressed trousers. Nicole laughs and chokes on her wine a little. Neatly pressed, eh? So you were checking out his trousers? She makes air quotes with her hands and sloshes a little wine on the counter. I reach for a napkin and try to deflect. I don't want Nicole or Zach to know that I was, indeed, checking out Liam's trousers. And his arms, especially when he looped one over my seat to back out of the parking spot. Or the sexy little vein in his neck that pulses when he yells at me. Not that it's okay for him to yell at me. "Well, what else did the Bradys do all day?" she prods. "I've never seen them in action. Well, that's not true. I saw Mick try to run a meeting in Paraguay last year. God, do they all sit around and drink weird tea from gourds like Mick? It just seemed like regular shitty office coffee." I toss the wine-soaked napkin at the trash and pump my fist when I land the shot. Kellen is very organized. He's a bit of a silver fox, not gonna lie. Nicole nods. "Yeah, he smells like Old Spice," she says. He totally smells like Old Spice. Anyway, he asked Liam to go with me on the first interview. It seems like Liam is going to run point on the project from the Beltane side of things. The front door opens, and I hear Zach setting down his tools and stuff in a cubby. "What is that smell?" He comes into the kitchen. "God, why don't we cook here more?" he asks Nicole, who slides down from the stool to kiss him. I flush and look away, sort of uncomfortable around their intimacy. They just fit together. I've never really had that with anyone. I've dated a bunch, but anytime someone starts to get to know me, they either think my diabetes is too much or else my persistent questions and short temper are too much. I'm too much. "Your brother was spying on Maddie," Nicole says, tossing an olive to Zach, who doesn't open his mouth in time but catches it with his hand. "Which brother? Cal?" He chews the olive and, finding the pit inside, looks around like he can't figure out what to do with it. Nicole rolls her eyes and hands him a napkin. "Liam," she says. "He was crouched in a cubicle listening to Maddie's phone call." He frowns. "That's really odd," he says. "I wonder if I should call him later." There was also something weird at the office earlier where Kellen said Liam yelled at Maddie, and she refused to get back in the company car. He cocks a brow at me, and I spring up to check the lasagna. "Madison, is this true? Tell me Liam Brady didn't yell at you on your first day at work, or I'll be at his house in the morning to bleach his ball hair." Nicole stands behind me and taps her foot. "Oh, that lasagna looks amazing," she says. I sigh and pull my head out of the oven. It needs a few more minutes, and yes, he yelled, but then he apologized and brought me pizza. I just realized I'm eating pizza and lasagna on the same day, and that's probably not great for my innards. "Why?" Zach asks, spitting another olive pit into his napkin. "Your blood sugar?" "No." I say, laughing. Because of all the cheese. I probably won't poop for a week. Nicole shoves me and starts washing her hands. Maddie, now Zach knows that women poop. He turns bright red, but before he can say anything, Nicole says, okay, no more work talk, no more Liam talk. We're going to eat this lasagna, and then, Isaac Brady, you may call one family member on the phone for an interrogation. She holds up her index finger. One relative. Not four, not even two. I don't want to be up until all hours waiting for you to stop pacing and come to bed. Got it, he says. We sit down to eat at Nicole's table. I realize, after listening to her scold Zach, that I haven't even talked to my family about all this. It's not that I don't have a good relationship with my parents. It's just that, well, they'd expect me to find solutions. If I called them at the problem stage of my problems, they'd want to know what I was going to do to fix them. After we clean up and Zach calls up his brother to yell at him for being weird, I slide into the sunroom to call home. Maddie? My mom answers like she wasn't expecting to ever hear from me again, and I called during something important. Yeah, Mom. It's me, I tell her. What are you and Dad up to? I can hear a rustling in the background. Well, you know, we finally joined a bowling league. Really? That's so great. In Lawrenceville? She scoffs. Well, there aren't any other bowling alleys in the city anymore, you'll recall. I roll my eyes. I know, I just meant... Well, I'm living nearby the bowling alley now. I hear a thud and hope she didn't drop a bowling ball on her foot or anything. You moved out of your apartment? Yeah. I start to chew on my nails, but then I worry that she can see me and will scold me for it, so I put my hand in my lap. I got laid off last week. Silence. From the paper. I always hated that rag, she scoffs. They print a lot of nonsense in there. It's still a good paper, Mom. They're just not doing well financially. I hear the sound of pins falling in the background, and what I assume is my dad whooping for joy. Well, my mother starts to say, what are you gonna do now? I don't want you to worry, I say quickly. I got 3 months severance and can keep up my health insurance that long. Nicole actually got me a temporary job already. I'm staying with her and working with her boyfriend. Nicole has a boyfriend. I feel myself rambling again and pull the phone away from my ear to check my sugar. I'm never sure if I ramble because I spent my whole childhood being grilled by doctors, or because my blood sugar is low and it makes me loopy. It is, in fact, a little low. Not sure how that can be after I just ate all that damn cheese, but I reach into my fanny pack and pull out some fruit snacks. I'm not entirely sure what to make of what you're saying, Madison, Mom says. I don't blame her for getting confused. You keeping track of your sugars? Cleaning your pump and all that? Yep, I say, mouthful of candy. I was panicked there when it first happened, but I've got a plan and a budget thanks to Nicole. I'm writing a corporate history for an engineering firm. I hear my dad urging my mom to come take her turn at bowling. Just a minute, she whispers off to the side. What's a corporate history? It's a book, Mom. I'm writing a book about this company and they're paying me good money. I should be able to find something permanent by the time I'm done with the project. A whole book, huh? She sounds proud, and that makes me feel good. Just a minute, I said, she hisses. Well, listen, Madison, I gotta go take my turn. I'm real proud of you, honey. I'm glad I waited to call until I had a plan. I hang up with my mother and toss my phone down on the arm of the chair. I step out back and walk over toward Nicole's tank pool. Zach built her one of those trendy animal trough pools and even rigged it up so it can be a hot tub in the winter. I climb inside. The water's only 2 feet deep, and I can stand in there in my shorts, staring at the sun setting over the river. I'm grateful Nicole and Emma helped me make a plan and put it in action. Where would I be without them? Alone and broke in a diabetic coma, I think. I pop another fruit snack in my mouth and head inside. Chapter 10. Maddie. For the rest of the week, Kellen Brady asks me to visit former clients or acquaintances of his brother, Mick. Kellen seems to really credit his brother with building the company into what it is today, even though it's clear from talking to him that Kellen is an engineering genius. His mind is so calm, so methodical. He can recall specific details from decades prior without having to check, but then he always checks anyway. And he's always right about whatever dollar amount was spent. However many gallons of sludge were rerouted through a pipe. You name it, he can recall the numerical facts about it. I still haven't even met his brother, Liam's dad. Supposedly they're saving my meeting with him for last, so that I don't go into these interviews with preconceived notions. I don't know how to explain to them that between my conversations with Zach and the interviews I've done so far, I already have impressions that Mick Brady is a gregarious observer with a kind heart and, probably, real bad ADHD. I can always tell if an interview is particularly important to Kellen's vision for the book if he sends Liam with me to supervise. I'm sure he's not actually supervising me because Kellen has seemed really pleased with the outlines and notes I've sent him to check over. He seems to have an ulterior motive for all the contacts he includes Liam on. I wish he'd just tell me what that motive is, so I didn't have to spend my days wrestling between my annoyance at Liam's grouchiness and my growing attraction to, well, his grouchiness. Today, Liam asked me to come ready to go into the field, whatever that means. Like, is it an actual field? A flower field? I have so many questions. That's what makes me good at my job. I take off on a hunch until I get to the hidden meat of an issue. I feel okay saying I'm good at what I do. It's been 10 years, after all. I opt for jeans and sneakers today, figuring I can clip my pump on the waistband without being too obvious. Zach lends me a Beltane polo shirt, but it's huge, so I knot it at the side and cover the pump. Liam is waiting for me in the parking lot when I arrive, and I have to take a minute inside my car and just drink him in. Gone is the suit and tie, replaced by worn jeans, work boots, and a short-sleeved button-down shirt. Holy God, he's probably going to wear a tool belt. I swallow, seeing the smallest bit of chest hair poking out around his collar in the front. I climb out and walk over to him. This okay for our outing? I spin around on my heel and he nods. I've got a hard hat for you and ear protection, though I don't think it'll be too loud. I slide into the passenger seat of the pickup truck and startle when my fingers brush against his as I buckle the seatbelt. He's arranging safety equipment between us on the bench seat. And there's the tool belt, the stuff of fantasies. Not knowing what else to do with my hands, I reach into my pack and pull out a lollipop, the kind with gum in the center. Liam stares at me for a beat, and then explains that today's interview is with a guy named Dave. He's the harness guy, Liam says. This is purely for the book, not a side mission to land future business, or anything like that. Is that what we were doing before? I ask him, pulling the lollipop out of my mouth. Is he staring at my mouth? I grin at him and he returns the expression. No comment, he tells me. We pull off the road by a fence with access to the underside of a massive overpass. Wow, I say, looking up. I can see the scaffolding underneath. I've always known it was there and that workers used the access ladders. I've just never been up close to anything like this before. Listen, Liam says, his demeanor stiff. It's imperative that you follow safety instructions while we are out here. Imperative, eh? Are we climbing up there? No, he shouts, then takes a breath. Please do not climb the structures. Please also follow instructions. This asset has not yet been fully inspected. So, I like the seriousness with which he approaches his work, like he really cares very deeply about the rules. Is a bolt going to fall down and hit me in the head? Liam shrugs. I'll radio for Dave to climb down and talk to us. It's then that I notice there is a man in a yellow safety vest and bright hard hat moving along the underside of the overpass. Holy shit! I can't help but curse as I see the man spring toward the ladder down to the earth. Liam scowls at me, but when the man reaches the ground, he marches straight over and pulls Liam into an embrace. "How are you, kid? Good to see you." He turns to look at me and smiles. He reminds me of my dad. I hold my hand out and he shakes it warmly. "I'm the harness guy. Guess they told you that, huh?" We walk over to Dave's gear, where he swigs from a water bottle and asks me if I'd like to sit in his office. I do, gladly, and frown at Liam, who stands stiffly, like he doesn't want to lean on anything. Dave tells me he's worked with the company from its beginnings and hopes to retire here. "I'm not much for those computer systems and office work," he tells me. "I like being out in a harness, climbing around like a spider." He gestures around him. "This is my view every morning, except different each day, and not when it rains, of course." He looks at Liam cautiously. "Of course," I echo. "Do you mind if I record while we talk? I don't want to miss anything." Dave laughs. "I'll just tell you again if you do." He tells me about a project where Beltane was repairing a cellular tower once. "We had to climb to the top and measure everything, draw it, reverse engineer it to see if they could put microdiscs on it." He beams. "We'd start with one type of job, and soon we were experts on the whole damn structure." I smile. "Sounds like you're curious, like a reporter." Dave nods. "I guess you could say that." He tells me that he's had the pleasure of helping Mick and Kellen save a client millions of dollars by finding ways to repair a wind-damaged ore trestle rather than replace it. "Should I know what an ore trestle is?" I ask him, breaking out my bag of fish crackers and offering him some. He smiles. "My grandkids love these things," he says. "Takes me back to when my boys were little. You got kids?" I shake my head. "Anyway, that's how Beltane can compete against people who are so-called experts in that kind of thing." Dave talks and talks, a natural storyteller. I can tell he's going to feature heavily in the story of this company's reputation as a risk-taking innovator. I glance at my notepad. "I'm supposed to ask you about the fire," I tell him. Dave takes off his hard hat and wipes his brow. Liam frowns at the safety violation. "Don't mind him," I say, patting Dave's hand. "We get calls sometimes," he says. "We try not to be on the news, but sometimes." He tells me about a crane explosion, how he helped the team assess what went wrong afterward. He closes his eyes and describes how he could smell the burnt body still in the cab of the crane. I squeeze his hand while he talks and catch Liam staring at me, a strange look on his face. "They didn't want to hear me when I said what went wrong. They were being investigated by OSHA," he says. "The whole end of the building blew out, and I knew it could have been prevented." Dave swallows. He shares a story of an accident in the same facility from years before, an acid leak. He knew about the leak because Beltane had been on the site to assess something else. "I knew the history of that place," he says. "I knew the crane stopped working because there was a dip in the runway, because the foundation was damaged from the acid years before." Dave looks me in the eye. "Back when that happened, I mentioned it to the client. He chose not to listen. Said that was outside my scope of work. I've seen things, you know?" I nod. "I know. And you're right. History is so important. I think that's why Mick and Kellen wanted me to talk with you, to really demonstrate how Beltane does its homework, looks closer, and remembers." Dave takes a deep breath. "I don't do site visits anymore," he tells me. "Just bridges now. Just the bird's eye view for me." I smile warmly and assure him I feel safer driving over a bridge he's given his special attention. Liam shakes hands with Dave. "We've kept you from your work long enough," he says, his voice strange. Dave waves him off. "Happy to climb down and gab for a while," he says. I get his contact information so I can email him if I have follow-up questions and have to run to catch up to Liam, who has already climbed into the truck. I take off my hard hat and shake out my hair, noticing that Liam is staring at me intently. What? A beat passes. Then two. How did you get him to do that? What? To... Liam seems at a loss for words. To talk to you like that. Tell you those things. I shrug. I've known Dave my entire life. I've never heard him say anything beyond small talk unless he was reviewing numbers for a report. I shrug again. I don't know, I tell him. It's just what I do. I talk to people until they talk back. He starts the car and heads toward the office. He makes a grunting sound and I stare at his hands on the wheel, the thick veins showing through the dark hair I long to touch. I find myself wondering if it's soft or coarse. He mutters something I don't quite catch. Pardon? His dark eyes flick to mine for a brief instant, liquid and intense. I said you're really good at what you do. I'm not prepared for him to speak this frankly, to offer a compliment. I flush. Thank you, I whisper. Liam Brady is unexpected. I'm not sure what to make of him, but I stare at him, driving, deciding I want to figure it out.
Chapter 11. Liam. Secret trail today? Orla's suggestion is a welcome one for our after-work family run. We love the tight switchbacks and gentle inclines on the little-used mountain bike trail in Highland Park in Pittsburgh's East End. The trail winds its way through so many areas of the park that people never see. My family, of course, appreciates the engineering of the trail and the way urban infrastructure like wiring and piping wind their way through the park tucked out of view to all but the most adventurous runners. I send a few thumbs-up emojis, hoping to convey my enthusiasm for Orla's idea. And then I remember I'm on a site visit with Maddie. If I take her to the office afterward, I'll miss the group outing. I mutter a few curses, trying to figure out how we can cut out early. I look over at her, squatting on the ground with our drone pilot. I force myself not to notice that Lind handed Maddie the controls, praying silently that she's just looking and not actually driving the device. Beltane started using drones to photograph hard-to-access assets for clients, right as that technology was becoming popular. At the time, drone operators needed to go to flight school. Beltane paid for Linda to obtain her commercial pilot's license, just so she could operate the flying cameras. The choice has paid off. Linda is able to physically deliver my dad or my uncle to remote locations, then fly the drone for image analysis. I hear Maddie's voice as she hands the device back to Linda. So the real talent is in how you analyze the footage, I imagine, she asks. Linda beams and explains how she's partnering with our newest hire, Ray, who developed machine learning technology to analyze the video. Ray's robots can study hours and hours of recordings, find abnormalities, and write up a report for me overnight, Linda says. Today we're just checking this dam for cracks, though. Maddie watches as Linda brings the drone back down. I realize there's no real way for us to leave the site early, since Maddie is engrossed in the work, and it wouldn't be fair to her or Linda if we left now. Maddie's eyes are wide as she observes. This is going to be great when I talk about Beltane as the sun rising over the future of engineering. Like, you guys were the early light before dawn with your adoption of this technology. Linda grins. You're like a poet, almost. Maddie shakes her head. Nah, but it's a nice image, right? What with your logo being the sun and all? Once we're back in the truck, Maddie fans herself and reaches for her bottle of water in the console. I stare at a bead of sweat making its way down her chest and disappearing beneath the neckline of her flowy top. She always wears black, unless I tell her she needs field clothes. I didn't today, since this isn't a heavy-duty dirt work visit. She catches me staring and scowls. Why do you look like someone stole your homework? What? She rolls her eyes. You're making a face like someone violated a rule and the injustice of it has you clenching your butthole. My jaw drops at her candor, and she looks a bit sheepish. Sorry, she says. You just look upset. Care to tell me what's wrong? I shake my head. It's nothing. I'm just supposed to go running with my family this afternoon, but I forgot you and I have to... Oh! She exclaims. Is Nicole going? She can bring me sneakers. I can come, right? Nicole's been dying to bring me so I can be slow with her while you all sprint on ahead. I say. But Maddie has her phone out and taps quickly on the screen. Awesome, she says. Where are we running? Nothing too hilly, I hope? I drive to the back of the zoo parking lot, heading in as all the minivans and station wagons full of families head out for the close of day. We park in the overflow parking lot where the zoo butts up against the park. There's a trailhead back there, running parallel to the Allegheny River for a while before we turn up into the park behind the public pool. I always have my workout stuff with me in the truck, in case I need to run off some steam or think about a problem, or meet my family to goof off. What I don't do typically is change in front of a woman who intrigues me. I feel my jeans tighten at the thought of Maddie being present while I slip into my shorts and t-shirt. I stutter. Are you going to change into something? I turn to face her when I park. She unbuckles. Nope, she says. And to my horror, she pulls off her tunic top. But she's got a whole other outfit on underneath it. I can run in this, she says, gesturing at her tank top and leggings. She snaps the fanny pack back in place. Guess you have to change, don't you? I nod, stiffly, and she climbed out of the truck. I'll close my eyes, I promise. I can stand out here and warn you if any of these kids' moms are heading your way looking for an eyeful. I glance around her, checking to see if there are women on the loose, chasing their children, and Maddie laughs. God, you're really easy to ruffle, Liam Brady. I stare at her and reach for my duffel bag. It's okay, she says. Then she turns around, leaning her back against the door of the truck. You're all clear, sir. Feel free to get naked. I tear off my pants, changing into my shorts faster than I've ever done in my life. I carefully remove my button-down and decide my undershirt will do for today's run. By the time Zach and Nicole pull up, I'm carefully folding my work things and sliding them back into my bag, reaching into the side zipper pockets for my sneakers and running socks. Maddie greets Nicole with a hug, and I watch as she swaps out sandals for sneakers. Everyone takes off running into the woods, and I fall back, listening as Maddie and Nicole admire the trail. I don't know why, but it's important to me that Maddie appreciate this space. And I feel a surge of relief and longing when she points out the way the light trickles through the leaves and notices how the vines of honeysuckle threaten to overtake the concrete stairs. It's so interesting that the more natural rocky steps are clear and the ones people put here are getting taken back over by nature. Cal catches me staring as Nicole nods along. I jerk my eyes away and sprint on ahead.
Chapter 12. Maddie. On Wednesday, I roll into a parking spot in the company lot just as Liam's arriving. We're meant to visit with some sort of oil tycoon today. Not really, but some guy who is high up at a gas company. Beltane engineered plans for them for a refinery like 30 years ago, and I guess the original structures are still in place, which I gather is unusual for that type of equipment. As I climb out of my car, I see Liam squinting at me, looking me up and down. I glance down at my outfit. Standard fare, black cropped leggings and compression tank under a black dress, black ballet flats, bright red velvet fanny pack today to go with my red earrings. I even wore lipstick. Well, okay, it's not lipstick. It's a tinted chapstick, but it is almost lipstick. What? I ask, eventually, worried I'll turn to stone under his gaze, trying not to remember the feel of his skin from the other day, how it felt like touching a live wire when I brushed against his arm. I stare right on back at him, in his perfectly pressed suit and polished shoes. My glucose monitor beeps, and I unzip my pack, opting for salted cashews this time. Liam actually growls. What? I say it again and try not to shove him. He shakes his head and strides toward the door to the office. I don't have a Beltane ID, so I always have to either sneak in the door after someone or else wait to buzz reception. Liam almost closes the door on me and then looks alarmed when I shove my hand in the crack at the last minute. Don't mind if I join you, I say. He pauses in the lobby, closes his eyes, and pinches the bridge of his nose with his slender fingers. I owe you an apology again, he says. It's just that... Never mind. He starts to walk toward the stairs, and clinging to this opening, I follow him. Just what? He doesn't turn. Liam, look at me. He stops on the stairs and turns toward me, fiddling with his tie. You perplex me, he says. What the hell does that mean? He squints again. It means I find you perplexing. I tap my foot. I guess I prefer when you phrase your observation as something you are doing, finding me perplexing. But what's so weird about me? He shakes his head. Not weird, he says. Perplexing. I don't know what to expect from you. I feel a tingling sensation move through my body at this. Well, it's just me, I tell him. You can expect just me. He nods. I know, and most people aren't like that. Most people have a layer or a crust or something. So I'm not crusty and that makes you frown and growl? Yes. He turns to continue up the stairs as if that's the end. I shout after him. Well, growling is considered rude, Liam. Maybe you could not growl today while we're with the oil guy? His name is Clifford, Liam says over his shoulder, and I will do my best not to growl. True to his word, he does not growl once on the way to the oil company, although several of his grunts come damn close. He perplexes me, too. I'm usually pretty easygoing. Why do I find myself snarling at him so often, bristling when he makes observations? We settle into the table in the conference room, as has become my new routine. I spread out my supplies. A rich dude comes in and shakes hands with Liam. I explain my take on Beltane as a nimble little company with their finger on the pulse of the next big engineering thing that will help their clients. Clifford nods along at that. It was clear to me immediately that Mick Brady had no idea what the hell he was talking about when it came to engineering, Clifford says. No offense to your old man there, son. Liam raises a hand. None taken. Dad has a sociology degree, after all. Yeah, your uncle, though. Clifford's eyes focus beyond my shoulder as he thinks back to their first meeting. Kellen Brady knew what we needed before he set foot on our site. Hell, I didn't even know what we needed. You gotta understand, 30 years ago, people weren't thinking about what we needed to do to make sure an underground storage tank was still intact 30 years down the line. Clifford talks about Kellen and Mick convincing him to use thicker concrete than required, about testing new plastics for liners. Kellen convinced Clifford to plan for regulations that didn't exist yet, and as a result, their company could flourish when others around them were shut down for environmental violations. Beltane gave us our reputation as a safe company, Clifford says. Not sure Mick knew that, but here we are. I smile warmly and glance over at Liam, who leans forward. You know, he says, you should give my dad a call sometime. He mentioned you guys hadn't played golf in a while. I get so excited for Liam nailing his portion of the mission that I forget myself and flash him a double thumbs up. Clifford laughs, and I blush. You like the idea of me calling up Mick? I have to think fast and remember not to ramble. I like the idea of coming along when you two go golfing, I say. My cheeks flush because this is way outside the plan, and I'm worried Liam is going to have a stroke. I try to cover. Just think of the fodder I'd pick up for the book. Clifford slaps the table. Yeah, but half of it would be off the record. He winks. I clear my throat and glance down my notebook. Well, I think we hit all my questions, I say, chewing the tip of my pen. I can email you with follow-up questions. That is, if we're not hitting the links together. Who'd be our fourth if we get out there on the green? Ms. Parker? Clifford pulls a pair of reading glasses from his pocket along with his date book. I love the sort of older gentleman who still carries around a paper date book. Liam, of course, I blurt without looking over at him. I don't need to. I know he's going to break his promise and growl the entire way back to Beltane.
Chapter 13. Liam. I've never found myself so flabbergasted by someone before. As we walk to the parking lot, I try to think if I've ever been around anyone like Maddie Parker in my life. My brother Cal is flaky, and people consider him fun. He's not perplexing like Maddie. He doesn't ask probing questions, shirk protocol, or eat crackers in cars. Perhaps it's unfair to say she shirked protocol. My uncle never specifically said she wasn't supposed to insert herself when he revealed that I was supposed to be the one to suggest Clifford and Clayton and all the other tycoons ring up my dad for a chat. That was unbelievably irresponsible, I say, pulling onto the highway from the ramp near the parking lot. What was? Inviting myself golfing? Yes! I merge into the center lane and head north toward my mother's house. It's Wednesday, and Cal and I always meet her for dinner on Wednesdays. I'm glad our meeting with Clifford was the last one of the day because I don't think I could go back to the office after that. Why? Maddie looks at me as she nibbles the end of a piece of licorice, and I have to snap my eyes back on the road to avoid staring at her perfectly aligned teeth as they sink into the candy. Since when is candy so erotic? Jesus, what's come over me? Do you even golf? Of course not, she says, like this is inconsequential. It's not about golfing anyway, right? It's about your dad dropping hints about your big secret project, whatever it is. Yes, but you still have to carry out the game. The golf it's a scaffold for the conversation. She arches a brow at me, and I keep glancing at her, even though I need to watch the road. A scaffold? You don't spend much time away from engineers, do you, Yum? She called me Yum. I feel simultaneously irritated because it's stupid, and amazed because that's not a nickname my cousin has ever come up with before, and she's tried for a long time. Yum? I ask with a swallow. Yeah, she says, biting off another piece of licorice. Lee Yum. Yum. Yummy. Yummalicious. She laughs. The sound is so contagious that I laugh too. You're right, I tell her. I do not, in fact, spend much time with people who are not engineers. Are you saying that non-engineers are all like you? Another laugh. The car feels full of her laughter, like I can almost see it holding up the roof of the car. It somehow makes the world feel more spacious. No, I'm perplexing, remember? I can't tell if she's trying to restart a fight or give me shit about what I said the other day. Hey, Yum, where are we headed anyway? Isn't our office back downtown? As we pass the sign for Cranberry, I realize that I have once again let my overwhelm at Maddie distract me. Shit, I say. I have dinner with my mother tonight. And were you going to invite me formally, or is this how engineers handle such things? She gestures at me with the bag of licorice, and I take a piece, even though I don't normally eat candy. I'm surprised by the strawberry flavor as it bursts in my mouth. This is really good, I tell her, and she nods. I got distracted after our meeting with Clifford, and I sort of went into autopilot, driving toward my mom's, and if I take you back now, I'll be late, and I'm not sure what to do, if I'm being honest. You could try inviting me to dinner, and then maybe calling your mom to see if it's okay for you to bring a +1. It all just makes so much sense the way you say it. I spot our exit ahead and signal to change lanes. Maddie, would you like to have dinner with me and Cal and our mother tonight? She frowns. Won't Zach and Nicole be there? I guess I was assuming I'd ride home with them. Now it's my turn to frown. Zach has a different mother. My father... I drift off, wondering how to explain all of that. But she cuts me off. Say no more, sir. I will not bring up his name, except I'll probably blurt that I'm friends with Nicole, and I live with her and Zach. Does your mom know all that? What's her name? The idea of my mother not knowing what's going on with any of the Bradys is laughable. She knows all of it, I say, and her name is Sheila. Sheila, Maddie says, like she's practicing. Sheila. Want me to text her from your phone so you don't murder us with distracted driving? Before I can answer, she pulls my phone from the console and angles it toward my face. I'm stunned to see she has finagled the face recognition to unlock it that way. You have your mom listed as Sheila Brady, not Mom? She never took her name back? Do I call her Mrs. Brady? You should call her Sheila, and everyone is in my phone organized by their actual name. Isn't that how everyone does it? When Maddie chuckles and shakes her head, I can tell she's laughing at me and not with me. But she soon holds up my phone, reading. Okay, I typed, Hey, Mom, it's me, Yummy. Okay if I bring a friend from work to dinner? You did not type the part about Yummy. I quickly pull to the shoulder and yank the phone from her. She, of course, did not type that and laughs as I frantically scroll around the messages to make sure. The phone buzzes in my hand with my mother's response. Of course it's okay. Does this friend have any food restrictions? Are you allergic to anything? My mom wants to know. Maddie shakes her head, biting her bottom lip as I respond. I try not to think about how I'd like to bite her lip, and what it means about me that I suddenly want to bite a woman when I've never once considered that before. Hope you didn't spoil your appetite on snack food, I tell her, tossing the phone back in the console and pulling back onto the road. Mom always cooks enough for an entire flock. Flock, eh? Is she a shepherd, Liam? Like Little Bo Peep? Little Sheila Peep? I can't help but snicker at that image, and by the time I pull into Mom's driveway, I am laughing. Are we flirting together? Is that how this works? I stopped caring that Maddie invited herself on a networking golf outing, stopped caring about how loud she types on her keyboard when she's transcribing notes in her cubicle. Without thinking, I hop around the car and open her door for her as she looks at me strangely and my mother bursts through her screen door yelling, "Come give your mother a kiss!"
Chapter 14. Maddie. And just who is this? Sheila says, releasing Liam from her embrace and clutching at her chest like my presence is giving her heart palpitations. I know I'm a whole lot, but I suspect her flutters are more due to Liam's typical rigidity than my bright red fanny pack. I stick out a hand and say, I'm Maddie Parker. I'm doing some consulting work with Beltane. Sheila squints for a minute before returning my shake. You don't seem like an engineer, she says. I smile at her. I'm a writer. They've got me crafting a corporate history for their upcoming anniversary. Sheila starts walking toward the house, gesturing for us to follow. That idea reeks of Kellen Brady, she says. I can see him now, outlining exactly how many inches tall he built a tower in 1980. Well, that's where I come in, I tell her. I edit out all the numerical references and spice up the discussion of how innovative an idea it was to build the tower in that specific location. Oh, I like you, Sheila says. I tow off my shoes in the bin inside the front door, seeing the collection of shoes there. Liam stares at my toenails as he sits on the step to take off his fancy shoes. Do you consult full-time then, Maddie? We're always looking for good people. Liam's eyes flash toward his mother. You cannot hire Maddie, Mom. Why not? Sheila and I both say at once, and then share a laugh. My contract with Beltane is temporary, I tell her. In truth, I was downsized from the Pittsburgh Post, where I'd been a reporter since college. I'm working on this project while I find my next permanent position. Goodness, with a background in journalism and corporate communications, you'd be an excellent fit for us. Liam, you're just going to need to get over whatever it is that's bothering you, because I'm going to recruit this woman. Liam looks a little like he swallowed a bug, and I do something I'm not entirely proud of. I stick my tongue out at him. It's sort of worth it to watch his eyes widen in shock, but the whole thing becomes moot when Cal plows through the front door. Hello, baby, Sheila says. Did you know your colleague Maddie was joining us? Cal grins and shakes his head. No, that's cool, Mom. Did you know she's living with Zach now? Sheila hands Liam a bottle of wine to open. Isn't Zach living with his girlfriend, Nicole? Liam starts pouring glasses for his mother and brother. Nicole and I are friends, I say, reaching into my bag to check my numbers before saying yes to the wine. I give myself a little insulin bump and accept the glass Sheila holds out. When I got laid off, she helped me make a plan to get back on track, which included moving into her guest room temporarily. Zach hooked me up with the Beltane gig. I watch as Liam pours my wine. That's good, Yum. Cal and Sheila stare at me, hearing the nickname slip out of my lips. I hadn't intended to call him that in front of other people, but the damage is done now. I bring my glass to my lips to hide my flush as Cal pokes his brother in the chest. Yum? Fucking yum? I can't believe we never thought of that one. Yum. Right, Maddie? High five. We slap palms while Liam starts to protest that Yum is not a nickname for an adult professional. All right, boys. Set the table. Sheila scolds. Maddie, you don't have any food restrictions, do you? I know Liam said no, but I wanted to double check. That's so sweet, Sheila. Thank you. I eat all the things. Cal loads his forearm with a stack of silverware and china plates. But you have to check it all, right? You said you have to check the sugar? Nodding as I sip my wine, I explain. Yes, I'm diabetic, so I do monitor things. Liam freezes in place with the salad bowl, and Cal crashes into his back, holding the dressing and a peppermill. Liam frowns. You're diabetic? Cal pokes him with the pepper. Yeah, dude. She was talking about it the other day. You were there when she explained about the snacks in her pouch. Liam starts shaking his head vehemently, and Cal nudges around him to the table so he can go back for another armload of food. I most certainly do not recall this conversation, Liam says. It's all right, dear. Sheila pats his arm. I know you only really pay attention when there are bridges. Liam sets the salad bowl on the table hard, and then steadies it when it seems likely to topple. I pay attention, he insists. I pay attention to Maddie. My cheeks flush at the implication as Cal chuckles. I bet you do, bro. What's that supposed to mean? He snaps at his brother. I don't like how quickly Liam turned defensive at the suggestion that he pays attention to me because I'm special to him. Before I can think about it too deeply, Sheila puts an arm around each of her sons. Enough, she says, guiding them to the table. Maddie, we're having salmon and there's walnuts in the salad, and I'm so glad neither of those things will send you into anaphylactic shock. We tuck into the delicious food, and I listen while Sheila grills the brothers about their week. To hear Cal talk, it's been all family runs and engine grease, while Liam paints a picture of tension at home and mounting stress at work as he aims to land some long-term new project. You two certainly have different worldviews, I point out, and Sheila nods. She gestures at Cal with her wine glass. You know, son, it might be time for you to move out of Liam's space if you're still leaving your underpants on the floor like that. And the sneakers in the doorway, Liam barks out. They smell like a sewer. Eventually, Sheila sends her sons to take the trash and recycling to the curb and beckons for me to join her on the back deck. I'll clean up later, she says. Oh, let me help, I start to say, heading toward the sink with my plate, but she takes my arm. Please come and sit with me, she asks. I don't know if any of my sons will bring a woman home again for years. Oh, it's not like he brought me home. Not in that way. I drift off. Did he bring me home in that way? He said he got in autopilot and just started driving here from the client meeting. But based on what everyone is saying, Liam doesn't do such things. His behavior with me paints a different picture. He apparently didn't notice me talking about diabetes, and we've had at least 2 fights where we've yelled at each other. I'd love to know more about why my son looks at you like a deer caught in the headlights, Sheila says, refilling her wine glass and gesturing to see if I'd like more. No, thank you, I say, checking my numbers. I'm in the sweet spot right now. Is that some sort of monitor? She asks, looking at my screen. I show her the readings on my app and shrug out of my cardigan, showing her the glucose monitor on my arm. So this guy studies my blood every 5 minutes and tells my phone what he sees. She smiles. I look over my shoulder and don't see the guys coming back yet, so I hitch up my dress and tank top to show her my stomach. This is my external pancreas. You're a witty woman, Maddie Parker, Sheila says. I can see why he likes you. Does he like me? I couldn't tell between the frowns and the grunts. I immediately look down as I readjust my outfit, knowing it was a mistake to blurt like that to Liam's mother of all people. Take it from his mother, she says. He's frowning because he can't figure out what to do about his feelings right now. Before I can expand upon that idea, the guys pour onto the back deck. Cal sits on his mother's lap, making her squeal. "You're much too big to do that anymore," she shouts, swatting at his back. "You said I'll always be your baby," he jokes, laughing. He plants a kiss on her cheek. "Need anything else from us? I have to head back into the city. Busy day tomorrow and all that." "I don't need a thing, sweetheart," she says. "Oh, I guess you and Liam didn't ride together, did you?" Cal shakes his head. "But maybe Maddie should drive the company car home. Liam and I do live in the same place after all." I try to mask the disappointment I feel at the thought of driving back alone. I realize I've been saving up little jabs to see if I can fluster Liam. And as I watch him nod and eventually agree with Cal, I remember that it's best if I rein in the flirting. Even if nobody else can recognize my odd behavior as flirting, it's not a good idea to let my thoughts go there. Not with someone from work. Not with my friend's boyfriend's brother. Too messy. "Maddie, take my card," Sheila says, rooting around on the counter as she walks us out. She hands me a crisp blue and white oval that reads, "Classic design for all your corporate needs." "You're a graphic designer?" She nods. "Yes, and I'm sick to death of subcontracting when my clients need writing and design. I want to poach you from Kellen and bring you in full time," she says with a grin. I don't know what to say, I whisper, staring down at the opportunity. "I can probably help you with some copy for that slogan, though." And then I wince. Way to flub a potential job opportunity. But Sheila beams. "Email me tomorrow? Please." Yep, I need to knock off the flirting with Liam Brady.
Chapter 15. Liam. "We need to chat, bro," Cal says as we drive home. I stare out the window, trying to figure out what's happening in my head. It feels strange to be leaving without Maddie, even though I never intended to bring her along to my family dinner in the first place. "Liam? Yum?" I realize I've been ignoring Cal. "What should we talk about?" He rolls his eyes. "I can think of 2 main topics, but let's get the easy one out of the way." He turns off the stereo. "We need to stop living together." "Yes?" I answer rapidly. "I think that's clear, yes." "Gee, brother, try not to miss me too much." He deadpans. "I'll worry you slip into a depression. We're adults, Cal, and we have different habits." I guess that's a nice way of putting it. Anyway, I saw someone was looking for a housemaid in one of those cool condos in East Liberty, right by that barber shop where they serve beer. I consider that Cal must have started looking into this around the same time I began ragging on him for leaving his mess everywhere. "You don't want to live alone? You can probably afford it." He shrugs. "I like people. Aren't those condos right on top of each other? You could live alone there, and it would still be like a college dorm experience." Cal exits the highway toward our loft. I enjoy living in a remodeled industrial loft. The original ductwork is still visible in some of the units, and I love the I-beams and rivets everywhere as memorials to the type of structures that made this city what it is today. "I hear you saying that you want to live alone, Yum. I'm calling you that forever, by the way. Maddie is amazing." I feel my stomach tighten at the thought of Cal noticing Maddie and taking a liking to her. That's unusual, too. I generally don't look twice at the women Cal goes after. Why does he have to start liking the one who currently has me out of sorts? "You're right," I concede. "I do want to live alone. Thank you for letting me stay in the loft." "You gonna roller skate around in there with all that extra room once I move out?" He starts laughing, and I'm glad he understands that that's ridiculous. For one thing, the wheels would damage the finish on the polished concrete floors. He pulls into the below-ground parking garage at our building. "My new digs will have parking with better air circulation," he says, reminding me that I need to manually lock the door on his ancient SUV. He still has crank-down windows on this thing, and I'm not even sure why he bothers to lock it. "Did you say there was a second thing you wanted to discuss?" I raise a brow at him as we both instinctively head for the stairs. Our father has always had far too much energy to be confined to an office job, and taking the stairs as often as possible was our normal. The 3 of us brothers maintain the habit. Cal leaps up the stairs 2 at a time, barely looking over his shoulder as he says, "Yeah, we need to talk about how you want to get in Maddie's pants." "Hey!" I scold. putting a hand on his shoulder. "Don't talk about her that way." He laughs. "So it is like that, is it? Like what? Like you shouldn't be so crass about someone we work with? About a woman who is friends with your brother's girlfriend? Relax, Yum. I was just seeing if I was right. I would never diss Maddie. She's cool as shit." He grabs the carabiner from his belt loop and fishes for the key to our apartment. "I like her for you." I slide off my shoes and place them neatly on the tray inside the door, and stare at Cal as he kicks off his shoes right in the doorway. "Can you not be like that?" "Like what? Like a person who sees that you're so intoxicated by her that you can't even think straight?" I was not aware other people could see the turmoil impacting my life since she swished into Beltane. Correction, Maddie doesn't swish. She cantilevers. Yes, I think. She is like a cantilever, jutting out free form over empty space, solid, barely held in place. "See?" Cal continues. "You can't even think of a comeback or a good lie to tell me to shut up." I wave a hand at him. "It's moot anyway." "And why is that?" "She's going to work for Mom, and she's friends with Nicole." I don't mention that she yells at me for growling and thinks I'm a stick in the mud, because I yell at her for getting crumbs in the car, and I shush her if she's singing in elevators when we visit interview subjects for the book, because I call her irresponsible. "She likes you too," Cal says, placing a hand on my shoulder. "For some reason I can't understand." He slaps my back and opens the fridge, drinking orange juice from the carton as he walks with it down the hall toward his room. "I'm going to meet with the condo people after work tomorrow," he says, and then he closes his bedroom door. I sink into the couch to take stock of my situation. I am distracted at work. I'm making errors both tactical and logistical. This is not acceptable for an engineer. I need to either get myself under control or take a leave of absence. Imagine if I made an error in calculations working on a bridge project for the new rail clients. I remind myself that my junior teammates are doing the actual calculating these days. Like my Uncle Kellen, I'm in more of a check-their-work position as I help steer the company toward new business strategies. Whenever I'm working on a new project, I start with research. Tonight, I learned that Maddie is diabetic. Perhaps this situation with Maddie can be approached like my work. I walk down the hall and pull my laptop from my desk and begin reading journal articles about type 1 diabetes. Lying on my bed, I start reading about glucose levels and insulin pumps. I read about clinical trials and soon feel like I could at least hold up my end of a dinner conversation about diabetes. This is the part where usually solutions start coming to me. If this was a work problem, I'd have ideas about how to proceed. Rusted beams? I check out new materials or coatings. Shifted foundation beneath a building? I call up my brother, the geotechnical engineer. Vexing a woman I can't stop thinking about? I think back to our ride to my mother's house, how Maddie's lip looked, pulling the red candy into her mouth. My traitorous mind immediately jumps to wondering how those lips would feel on my skin, whether she would taste like strawberries. I close my eyes and I can smell the faint hint of lavender that hovers around her, mixed with the salty scent of her ever-present snacks. There's no getting around it. I want her. I no sooner think the thought than I feel my body respond. My blood pounds, as if my heart is beating out, yes, now, yes, now. The thrumming energy settles in my crotch, where I stare in wonder at an erection that threatens to burst the seams of my very favorite trousers. I swallow and rise to lock my bedroom door, removing the pants and draping them neatly over the back of my desk chair. I slide my laptop into my desk drawer and lie back on my bed, thinking about how it would feel to run my fingers through Maddie's brown hair, to tug on her ponytail. I wrap my fist around my throbbing dick and close my eyes, flicking my wrist as I imagine ripping off Maddie's ever-present fanny pack, shoving her against a wall, and spearing her beneath those black dresses she wears every single day. In my fantasy, she bites my neck and then whispers against my lips, that strawberry-stained mouth begging me to make her come. I groan and almost don't make it in time to grab a tissue from my nightstand as I blast off into my fist. After, I drift off to sleep and dream of her teasing me, calling me Yum.
Chapter 16. Maddie. You sure you got everything? I joke. Zach's truck bed is piled high with bags as he and Nicole prepare to leave for an overnight trip. They're going to the Stagg family getaway along with our friend Emma, her husband, his brothers, their wives, and all their babies. Nicole always goes to Stagg family dinners and such. I've been a few times since I moved in with Nicole, and they all assure me there's space in the giant cabin they all rented, but I've got a very important golf game to attend this weekend. Zach claps me on the shoulder. Sure you wouldn't rather come play Sushi Go with Tim Stagg than play golf with my dad? Well, I haven't met your dad yet, so I feel like I don't have enough data to answer that question, Mr. Brady. I laugh as he rolls his eyes at Nicole wanting to bring all her fancy bedding along to the cabin. Go, I tell them. Have a great time. I promise not to throw a rave. Nicole clasps my hands, biting her lip. You know I don't really do the wilderness. She pouts. Maybe I can go golfing and take really good notes, and you can go be witty and drink beer and use bug spray? I do love beer, I tell Nicole. She knows she can't take good enough notes to help me with my creative process. I have to see the men interact, follow up on my hunches. If I'm going to write this book about Mick Brady, I have to see him in his element, see him interacting in a way that's not rehearsed. I wave as they drive away and head inside to finish getting ready. Liam has texted me at least 15 times to make sure I have a Beltane polo shirt. I do. And golf spikes. I do not. I have golfed maybe once or twice before in my life, and am 100% certain that aspect of the outing will be a disaster. I wouldn't mind if Liam got up behind me to help with my form, though. But I can't linger on that fantasy. Gotta check my trusty fanny pack for the usual snacks, note-taking supplies, and some added sunscreen since we'll be out in the heat for a few hours. Liam is supposed to pick me up in a few minutes. I crawl into Nicole's closet to see if she has golf spikes, and when I don't find any, decide I'll have to confess my lack of equipment to Liam. Hopefully I can rent the shoes when I rent the clubs. Wait, you don't even have clubs? Liam seems incredulous. He keeps adjusting his collar and smoothing his hands down his cargo shorts. I can't help but stare at his hairy calves. There's just something about really hairy legs and chest that does tingly things to my insides. It was hard not to ogle him when we went running the other day. I had to focus really hard on my surroundings, so I wouldn't stare at him. You didn't ask if I had clubs, I tell him. You asked if I had shoes. And when you didn't answer, I assumed you had them. Liam is breathing fast and hard. He keeps checking his fancy watch. I see him exhale long and slow. Okay. If we hurry, we can get you to the rental shop and still be on time. He drives erratically to a golf club north of the city. He tosses his keys to the valet when we arrive and quickly rushes around, grabbing me by the hand and tugging me into the lobby of a fancy country club building. My colleague needs to borrow some gear, he says to a young kid in the doorway. People start bending over backwards to help me until they realize I'm not a member. She's a guest, Liam sputters, waving his hands around. He seems off-kilter, probably because he's not in charge of today. I observe that Liam doesn't do well when he's not in control of his situation. She's Mick Brady's guest. Are you Mick Brady? It occurs to the staff that Liam is not a member of the club either, and he rakes his fingers through his hair. What seems to be the trouble, son? A tall man with graying hair and Liam's face saunters into the rental office. I could hear you hollering from the valet stand. He notices me and breaks into a grin. You must be the writer, he says, bringing my hand up to his lips to kiss my knuckles. I pull it back before he makes contact with my hand, and his eyes widen. Liam, standing behind his father, looks like he's going to faint. Maddie Parker, I say, tilting my head. Pleased to meet you finally, and I'm so sorry that we didn't set this up sooner, but I need to borrow some gear today for our golf round. Is that so? Mick breaks into a grin. I like this one, Liam. She's tough. He looks over at the guy who was waiting on us earlier. Get the lady what she needs and please escort her outside. We're meeting our fourth in... He looks at his watch, which triggers Liam to look at his watch again. Whoa! Right now, kiddo. Mick claps his son on the back. Stay with the lady and I'll meet you outside with Cliffy. By the time I figure out how to roll the bag of golf clubs and waddle around in my spikes, Mick and Clifford are loading up a pair of golf carts and laughing loudly. Maddie, Cliff yells, seeing me approach with Liam. Great to see you again. And you, I smile, pumping his hand while Liam tosses our stuff into a golf cart. Are we riding together? I sure hope so, he says, and I swear I hear Liam growl until his father shouts, No way, Cliffy. We need to catch up. Mick beckons Clifford into his golf cart, and Liam puts his hands in his short pockets and shrugs. You can drive first, I tell him, but know that I am absolutely taking a turn driving the cart. 4 holes in, and I haven't lost a ball yet, even though Liam holds his breath each time I swing a club. Mick and Clifford spend 3 holes talking about old times, and I can see that they both respect each other very much. In between their barbs about each other's gray hair, I can see a warm history that goes beyond just business. Mick knows the names of all Clifford's relatives and pets. The man is a hopeless womanizer and is in constant motion, but doesn't miss a single detail. He squints at Clifford limping a bit and asks after an old knee surgery. Liam perks up when Mick asks Clifford about the future of the company. You thinking of becoming a snowbird? Mick jokes, nudging his old friend with his shoulder. They both seem about the same age, mid-50s, I'd guess, but Mick is trim and fit, obviously athletic. Clifford seems built more like my dad, thick around the middle, like maybe he spent more time worrying about the board of directors than his cholesterol. I'll be ready to slow down whenever you are, Clifford jokes, but Mick shakes his head. I've been grooming my boys to take over, Mick says. Ask Liam here. Kellen and I are too old for those middle-of-the-night calls when a dam collapses or a gas well catches fire. Clifford sighs. That fire was a bad night, he says. I mentally comb through my research and recall that Clifford's company had a catastrophic fire about 25 years ago. A few men died, and others were very badly burned. This wasn't even the same fire that Dave was telling me about, and the weight of Dave's observations about the importance of their work settles heavily in my bones. Liam and Kellen had told me, sadly, that a proper inspection regimen could have caught the faulty parts on the well. Beltane and Cliff's company have been working together ever since to prevent that sort of disaster. I'm surprised by how much I'm enjoying this project. There's so much I can't include, with it being a marketing project, but I'd love to be working on a journalistic history. A wave of sadness at the loss of my job crashes over me. I tune out the men talking about rivets and support beams. I squint off toward the flag at the hole and adjust my stance, getting ready to take my shot. When I look up, I see Liam staring at me, not just gazing at me curiously while his father talks to a friend, but staring intently. I look down at myself, Beltane polo, Nicole's white tennis skirt, cute Argyle socks. I swallow as I realize Liam's gaze is definitely what I think it is. Desire. Just then, it starts pouring, and I hear a rumble of thunder. I brush my wet hair back from my eyes and look up in time to see a bolt of lightning sizzle through the sky.
Chapter 17. Liam. I should care that our golf game ended so abruptly. I should have stuck around to network with my father and Clifford in the club after we fled the thunderstorm on the 4th hole. I should have done a lot of things, but instead I stared at Maddie Parker in her soaking, wet white skirt and thought about her ass. She stood under the awning of the club porch after we sped back, shaking out her shirt, giving me a delicious glimpse of the creamy skin of her stomach as she did so. She ran her hands through her sopping wet hair, and I just stood, staring, as her nipples formed stiff peaks that poked through the wet polo. I think I should take Maddie home, I say to my father, abruptly turning before he can respond. So nice to see you again, Maddie yells as I rush toward the valet and tip him $50 to hurry. Take care, dear, Dad shouts after us, signaling for a gin and tonic. She starts shivering as soon as the AC starts blasting in my car. We can open the windows instead, I stutter. If you're cold. She shakes her head. It's too humid. I'll be okay. But you're shivering, I say, adjusting the dials so the air conditioner is still on, but at a warmer temperature with no blowing. Is that better? I look over and study her arms as the goosebumps recede. Wow, she says, looking impressed. It is better, and it's still not so humid. She digs in her bag for the licorice. Never in my life have I seen anything as erotic as Madison Parker chewing on that goddamned licorice. I try to keep my eyes on the road and not on her hard nipples in the wet shirt, paired with the strawberry candy staining her lips red as she talks. I sort of just have two settings for the AC in my car, on and off, blasting and, well, off. I'd be happy to walk you through the wonders of variant fan settings, I tell her, and then snap my mouth shut, because what the hell am I doing talking about variant fan settings? I watch as she unbuckles the pouch from around her hips and sighs, setting it in the console, where it drips on my interior. She really got drenched in the rain. I wish I had towels in the car or had thought to grab some for her from the club before we rushed out of there. So, she says after she finishes the licorice, I think I got some really good stuff about your dad for the book. It was good that I was there today. Really? We were only there a little while and you didn't ask him any questions. She laughs. The questions are never how I find anything out, she says. The real meat comes from just watching and listening to people in their element. I turn to look at her, confused. What will you write about my dad that you saw from a few holes of golf? She starts listing all these characteristics about my father. That he's a flirt, has a deep repository for information about the people in his life, is in excellent shape. I don't understand things that aren't quantitative, I tell her. I just don't see how you gleaned all that from watching him golf. He barely golfed. She laughs again, and I feel the force of it moving the blood cells through my veins. Well, why don't we have you stick to the bridges and towers, and I'll stick to the adjectives and participles. I park in front of Nicole's house and shut off the engine. I'm sure I used to know what a participle is, but I have no idea. She pats my hand, and I feel the warmth of her skin. So hot I worry it will sear the flesh from my bones. I look down, sure I'll see a burn, but it's just my own hand there, emptier now that she pulled hers back from it. Well, thanks for the ride, Yum, she says, grinning at me. I'm probably going to hunker down and start writing this weekend. There is no way my lust for her is not visible by this point. Surely she can see it, hovering around like a cloud. She pops out of the car and walks quickly toward the house. The sidewalk is steaming in the heat now that the rain has stopped and the sun has resumed shining. Maddie makes her way through the shimmering ripples and punches in the entry code, disappearing into Nicole's place. I grip the steering wheel tightly, staring after her, wondering if it's possible for me to be any harder than I am right now. I hear something beep, and looking down, I notice she has forgotten her pouch here in my car. I remember that she said she keeps her diabetes supplies in there, and I tell myself this is an emergency. I have to chase her into the house to give it back to her, to keep her safe. So I grab it and jump out, trying to remember the code Zach told me to get into his new house. Of course, I don't think to knock like a normal person. I tell myself she could be in some sort of diabetic coma on the floor somewhere, and I barge in, yelling her name. You forgot your pouch! I shout. Maddie, your pouch! I drift off when she comes around the corner from the laundry room, eyes wide. Liam? She clutches a towel over her chest, and I see that she's stripped out of her wet shirt and skirt. Christ, Maddie, I groan, unable to stand with her in front of me wearing just her bra and panties. And those are probably damp from the rain, too. This woman, this infatuating, gorgeous woman, is wet and nearly naked, and I have no restraint left. I'm a writhing ball of need, a wild-eyed madman fueled by lust as I pounce on her. I back her up against the wall, caging her in with my arms, the pouch dangling from one fist. "Maddie," I rasp out. She looks up at me, her brown eyes dancing back and forth as she tries to make sense of what I'm doing. I feel her breathing against my chest, and I rock my hips against her, my dick so hard I'm sure she's going to wince from the pressure. "Liam," she breathes. "You're so wild." I shake my head, standing there, pressed against her. "I can't get you out of my head," I say. "Maddie, I crave you." She smiles at that, and with that small bit of encouragement, I duck my head. I crash my mouth against hers, not thinking, consumed by the urge to taste her. "Fuck," I groan against her lips. She tastes just as I imagined, like strawberry candy and heat. I swipe my tongue along her lips again and again. Our teeth bump together, and she laughs against my mouth. "I'll show you wild," I growl, sinking to my knees and tearing the towel away from her, biting along her chest until... What is all this? Kneeling on the ground in front of her, I trace my fingers around two white discs attached to her belly, and a length of tubing that leads to... something. "That's my pancreas," she breathes, eyes shut and head back against the wall as I keep stroking her skin. "That feels so good," she says. "What's it really?" I ask, dotting kisses above and around each of the circles, careful to avoid the tube in case I hurt her. "Don't you dare stop touching me," she yells, thrusting her hips forward. I greet her movement with an open-mouthed kiss at the top of her waistband. "The circle by your left hand is my insulin pump." She groans as I grip her hips and let my thumbs caress her panties. "And the other?" I don't look away from her beautiful face, reveling in the look of pleasure she is taking from my touch. She exhales slowly, moaning as I slide just the tips of my fingers inside the waistband of her underwear. "It basically helps hold the pump and tubing place," she grunts. "Tell me what I need to know," I ask, kissing her stomach again, "to make it good for you." She doesn't answer, has a wrist against her forehead as she pants while leaning against the wall. "I mean, if you want to, you need to not be gentle." She thrusts against my hand. "You need to know you're not going to break me." I nod, hearing that.
That makes sense. There goes that. My glucose meter keeps beeping until I reach around for the snacks I can't seem to find. My fingers shake as I locate the fanny pack and try to get my backup candy. I yelp when Liam scoops me out of the water. Both of us are dripping as he sets me on the couch in the sunroom and runs back outside for my pack and my pump. "Tell me what to do," he says. "How can I help?" "I need apple juice," I say. "Friginator. Shit." Liam jogs into the kitchen and I hear the fridge open. When he comes back, he's got packets of snacks from the pantry, including the fish crackers I love, and he hates. I watch as he fiddles with the plastic wrapper on the straw and punches it through the foil disc at the top of the juice box. He meets my eye as he slides the straw between my lips. I drink for a while and then swallow, closing my eyes before looking up at him. I feel better already. Did I fuck up our fuck? His eyes go wide. "What? No way. I mean, if you're still up for it." Liam frowns and stares at me as I sip the juice. I drop one hand to his chest, and he watches as I run my fingers through his curly dark hairs. He swallows. "I always want to do that with you, Maddie. Fuck you, I mean." I sip more of the juice, and his gaze softens. "Always, Maddie."
Chapter 19. Liam. She just scared the life out of me, and yet I'm somehow still horny and wild for her. I have no idea what the best next move is, though, but I suspect I should go find us some towels. I hand her the baggie of fish crackers and kiss her knuckles. She smiles. "I'm going to grab us something to dry off a bit," I tell her. "Don't move." She laughs. Yeah, not likely. I take off at a fast walk toward the laundry room, worried that I'll slip and fall if I run. She yells after me, "Please don't put clothes on, Yum." There's a load of clean towels in a basket on the counter, and I grab the whole thing. I notice the condom, feeling sticky and weird, so I pull that off and toss it in the trash before hurrying back to the couch. "You like the look of all this fur?" I joke, rubbing her dry and trying to lift her a bit to absorb some of the water we got on the couch. She moans, tracing a hand down my chest as she sips from the damn juice box. "I love it. I never want to shave a single hair from my face ever again, if it means she will make that sound when she sees it." I settle next to her on the couch, loving how her skin feels against mine, and I try to feed her the fish while she looks at me like I've lost my mind. "You hate it when I eat these," she says, one brow arched while she chews. I shake my head. "I hate that I don't know what to do about how much I love that you eat these." I correct her. I'm about to tell her she fascinates me, when I remember how she preferred when I switched those observations so they're about my thoughts and my actions. "I am overwhelmed by you, in a good way," I add quickly, though I'm not entirely sure good is the right word. I've been totally off kilter since the second I saw her in the kitchen at work, and I suspect that this is the only way to get myself back on track, to give in to my desire for her. "I usually feel better in about 15 minutes when this happens," she says. "I'm sorry if the beep hurt your ears." "I barely noticed." I lie, wondering if I'll ever forget how frightened I felt when the thing on her arm started blaring out warning sounds. My dick is deflated for now, despite her hands on my chest. I lie back so Maddie will keep touching me. I make a mental note to grab the other packet from my wallet before we resume activities later, and try to breathe through my eager anticipation for her to feel better enough to keep going. Maddie offers me a cracker, and I open my mouth, capturing her finger when she feeds it to me, wanting to signal to her that I'm very much still here for this if it's safe. Her pupils dilate and her breathing picks up, so I'm feeling pretty confident she's still into it. "Can we just talk for a little until I'm ready?" "Of course," I say, tracing my hand along her arm. "I can tell you all about structures and towers and math." She laughs and asks me about my favorite engineering projects. I roll onto my back to think about it. "Not my favorite that I did," I say, "but I love the Howe Truss Bridge along the creek in McConnell's Mill State Park." "The bridge there is named Howard?" I shake my head. Howe Truss. It's not the name of the bridge, but the type of bridge design. "Do you really want to know this?" I look at her, munching crackers and sipping juice, eyes bright and focused on me in the sunlight pouring into the room. She nods. "William Howe was the first to blend iron and wood in his bridge design," I tell her. I trace a finger down her hip. "It's a beautiful, load-bearing system, not unlike the bones and tendons of your feet." I rub my hand down her smooth calf, along her ankle, and the arch of her foot. There are vertical and diagonal supports, using tension and compression to hold up the bridge. She sighs as I stroke her instep. "Will you show me the bridge?" "Hell yes," I say. "Are you kidding? A hike and a lecture about suspension mechanics? Dream date." Maddie squints at me and squeezes the juice box, tossing the empty baggie and drink carton on the table before climbing on top of my lap. "I thought this was your dream date." Chapter 20. Liam. I hear someone rustling around the room as I crack my eyes open in the morning. I inhale and remember where I am, in Maddie's bed, naked. I smile and just sink into her pillows that smell like her hair. Except she's really rustling around, so I sit up to see what's going on. I zero in on the mess in the room. She has clothes everywhere, piled on the floor and the dresser. I know she's just staying here temporarily, but it looks like her closet ejected its contents. My own clothes are on the floor downstairs, too, so I try to slow my anxiety about the mess. Maybe she was having trouble figuring out what to wear yesterday and was short on time. And then I interrupted her in the evening. My dick twitches against my leg, remembering last night. I'm not usually as adventurous. I always make sure my partner has a good time, but I'm not typically pinning arms above heads and biting. I don't know what came over me, but I liked it. It seemed like Maddie did too. "Hey," I mutter, seeing her head pop up from where she's crouched on the floor by a pile of medical stuff. "What are you doing?" "Oh, hey, she says around a package that she holds in her teeth. "I have to change my set." I frown. "Is this because of the beeping last night? Are you okay?" Shaking her head, she says, "I'm totally fine. Today's just my day to change my stuff." She pulls the monitor from the back of her arm in a brisk motion. It seems like it should sting, but she barely reacts. And I'm hit with the scent of an alcohol pad as she cleans the area. "How often do you have to do all that?" I climb down from the bed and sit beside her on the rug. Both of us are naked, and I kind of love that. Just sitting with her this way. I feel like a hairy beast compared to the white expanse of her smooth skin. I let my hand drop to her leg while she sets up what looks like a stapler and, holy shit! My jaw drops when I realize that she just inserted a needle into the skin on her side, like it was nothing. She looks over at me while she inserts an electronic device into the plastic pouch she just stuck into her body. "Doesn't that hurt?" She looks at me like I'm the one who's nuts. "I guess, but I have to do it. This is life with the beatus, Yum." I'm a little taken aback by the reality of what she does to keep herself healthy. No wonder she's able to observe people and parse out the most important bits of information. She spends her entire life observing her body's signals, figuring out what matters. I feel a little sick to my stomach when she pulls a needle thing out of her stomach, the place I had caressed last night. She cleans residue from the area where the circles were, and then lays out a syringe and an array of supplies. "This is so much," I say softly. She shrugs again. "If you're not ready for my prickly parts, you don't get to put your prick in my parts." She laughs. I bite my lower lip. "I'm ready," I say. But maybe it's not true. This whole process feels intense and unfamiliar. I don't do well with change. I just never saw anything like this before. She tells me she's filling her insulin cartridge, and I watch as she draws liquid from a tiny glass vial. It occurs to me that she's got thousands of dollars of equipment spread out on the floor around her. I watch the news. I know people sometimes fly to other countries to stock up on insulin because it's so expensive here. How are you buying all that if you lost your job? She sighs and lowers her arms. "That's the kicker, isn't it? Nicole helped me map it all out. I was able to get Cobra insurance, but you can imagine I'm pretty eager to hear back from your mom about a full-time job." Flashing me a grin, she picks up her supplies again. "Sheila seems pretty great, and I looked up her company. She does interesting work. If she has good insurance, I'll be pretty happy there." I forgot that Maddie was trying to continue working with my family. This whole situation is messy. The room is messy. I'm sticky and messy from sex. She's dropping plastic wrappers on the floor as she works, and I'm sure she's going to clean it all up when she's done, but thinking about it all at once with the reminder that she depends on a job to buy the supplies that keep her alive, I'm starting to feel a bit panicky. Maddie lines her stapler thing up on her thigh and tells me she's about to inject her set into her leg. I hear a click sound, and as I lean in to look, blood spatters my face and chest. "Oh, hell, I got a capillary," she says, mopping at her skin and carrying on as if she didn't just spray me and the room with human blood. "Are you a freak?" The words just fall from my mouth before I can think, as I try to wipe the blood from my skin. I stiffen, realizing what I said, and when I look at her, Maddie's face is crumpled in hurt. "I'd like you to leave," she says, fiddling with the tubing until her equipment is in place, and then gathering up the mess. I don't move. She drops an armful into the small trash can and ties the bag shut, then pulls out a red sharps container for the needle I hadn't realized she pulled out of her leg. "I said get out," she says, standing with her hands on her hips, still nude, still beautiful, but hurt. "Maddie, I'm sorry," I say, reaching for her hands. "I'm so sorry. You surprised me, and I wasn't thinking, and I apologize." She shakes her head. Out, she says, pointing at the door. She looks like she's about to cry, and it's my fault. I feel like the biggest asshole to ever roam the earth. I hurry down the stairs and see we have trashed Nicole's first floor. I stoop to gather my things, hopping into my damp boxers and cargo shorts. I don't even pause to make sure I got it all. I can call Zach later to round up the rest. I head out the front door and, seated in my car, I punch the steering column in frustration, knowing I fucked up. I have no clue how to fix this, or even if I can.
Chapter 21. Maddie. I want to stab Liam Brady in his rude kidneys, I say, cramming my laundry into Nicole's washer. She and Zach came back from their glamping adventure to find me stomping through the house, snorting and cleaning. You're going to have to tell me the whole story so I can decide if I should talk you down or sharpen the knife for you. Nicole hands me the detergent, and I slam the door shut. He doesn't deserve a sharp knife, a dull butter knife, right to the spleen. I grab a broom and take off down the hall, sweeping her pristine floors, trying to forget how Liam and I messed them up the other day. I thought we were slicing open his kidneys. Nicole grabs the broom from me and takes me by the hand to her sunroom, where she hands me a bag of cheesy popcorn and pushes me down into one of the cushy chairs. I scrubbed the cushions from the couch earlier, but am thankful she doesn't sit there. She grabs her own bag of popcorn, crosses her legs, and shoos Zach away when he walks into the room and tries to sit next to her. Go unpack, she tells him. We're talking about your shitty brother. Should I call him? Zach leans against the doorframe looking concerned. No! Nicole and I both shout at once. I glare at her. You don't need to get involved. When he raises his brows and walks away, Nicole gestures for me to spill, so I tell her. We banged. Ha! Okay, was it inflexible missionary pistoning with no big finish? She taps her fingers on the arm of her chair while I shake my head. No, the sex was amazing. He's surprising? Like all straight edges and sharp corners in real life and growling and biting in bed. I bring my hand to my shoulder where the skin still smarts from his teeth when he was hammering into me last night. I liked that part. Also, I had a low during, and he was great about it. A low? Like when you beep and forget words? Nicole and Emma have sat on the floor with me a lot over the years, shoving bread into my mouth and distracting me until I leveled out. Yes, with the beeps, but he fed me apple juice and stuff. He fed me candy in bed. I don't mention that by bed I mean her pool. I tossed in the chlorine float this morning. No need to tell her everything. Why are we stabbing him again? Nicole is sitting forward now on the edge of her seat at the mention of candy. Because this morning, he called me a freak. Even saying it out loud hurts all over again. The word I hate the most. The very thing I've feared will always keep me from a loving relationship. Freak. I tell Nicole how I was changing my set, and he sat next to me seemingly interested. But not like in a stare at a car crash way, like he really cared about what I was doing. She nods. So he was sort of sweet in a weird Liam way, and then... He called you names? I sigh. Well, I spattered him with some blood, I tell her, staring into my lap. You know how sometimes I snag a capillary. Oh, honey, she says, and climbs into the chair with me, pulling me into her arms. And he spazzed because gross and also mess, and then used your trigger word. I nod against her shoulder. You're not a freak, she soothes. You know that. You're a steadfast, observant, kind person who always puts the right information together. And I'm totally reliant on technology to be alive, and I have freak wires and tubes, and I spurt blood on people like a freak. I mean, a geek, maybe, she says. I look at her blankly. You know those circus people who bite heads off chickens? Never mind. He shouldn't call you that, no matter what. I sit with her a while longer and tell her I need to go for a hike to clear my head. There's no way I can work on my draft this weekend, and maybe not even tomorrow. I can't write objectively when I'm stuck on what happened with Liam. I walk through the neighborhood, reliving all the hospital stays from elementary school and subsequent tutors to catch up on schoolwork. I always felt very much like a freak having to pass on birthday party cupcakes and punch. My parents used to send sugar-free candy to keep in my desk, as if that would help me feel less different somehow. I've always been a freak. I just thought Liam realized that and wanted me anyway. Later in the afternoon, I email Sheila the writing samples she asked for and avert my eyes as I wander over to the fridge. Nicole and Zach are cuddled on the couch, talking. I see him looking angry, and I see someone has piled up the rest of Liam's clothes on the hall table, so beeline for my room in case Liam comes over to pick them up. I don't want to see him. I should have shooed him away when he burst into the house with my fanny pack. I knew it was a bad idea to give in to my attraction to him, but he was so sexy, standing there with my gear, staring at me like I was beautiful. Well, I mutter, I got my rocks off. Time to move on. By morning, my anger has faded to a dull ache. I message Kellen that I prefer to write from home so I can really stretch my creative muscles to get him the first 2 chapters I promised. I set to work crafting a story about an innovative pair of brothers, ahead of their time, whose greatest gift was their ability to partner with the right people for the right job. Together, Mick and Kellen are an unbeatable force, ingenuity, and a remarkable gift for understanding future trends, paired with an innate understanding of engineering principles. They chose a sunburst for their business crest, I write, not only because the symbol is the Brady coat of arms, but because Beltane is a Celtic festival that celebrates a turning point. It represents a blurring of the lines between the human and supernatural world, much like the Brady brothers' gift for understanding what their clients will need in the future. By midweek, I'm deep in the writing vortex and have totally suppressed my anger at Liam. I drive into Beltane to meet with Kellen and go over what I've written so far. Still, I'm shaken to see Liam seated in Kellen's office when I walk in for my appointment. I frown. I didn't realize you'd be here, I say. Kellen tilts his head, considering. Is there an issue? Liam has been consulting for the entire project so far. I shake my head and inhale. Nope, just surprised is all. Let's get started. I don't look at Liam, except to glare at him once, daring him to offer negative feedback on the writing. He stutters. This is really beyond what I had imagined. Truly. I frown, but Kellen nods enthusiastically. Yes, Ms. Parker. This is stunning work. My only note is to adjust the date here on page 4. I feel a strange mix of emotions as I sit through the most enthusiastic review of my writing career. My editor from the Post was never what you'd call appreciative. It was a good day if he didn't use profanity in his assessment. Remembering that just makes me sad about losing my job all over again. What I wouldn't give to have Phil yelling at me right now, instead of Liam Brady awkwardly telling me my work is fantastic. Fantastic for a freak, I think. At the end of the Kellen/Liam love fest, I nod and back out of the room, heading straight for the parking lot without looking back.
Chapter 22. Liam. It's been a week since I said the worst thing in the world, and my life is falling apart. My brother has moved out, and the apartment is spotless. Dad hung out with Clayton and teed him up excitedly for a meeting about an inspection program for the company electric towers. You'd think this would all signal an improvement, that I'd in fact say I'm at the top of my game. But I'm not sleeping. I stopped shaving. I know I need to apologize to Maddie for what I said, but every time I come near her, she puts up angry walls so thick I can practically see them. The longer I don't apologize properly, the worse things become when I see her at work. I haven't even been running with my brothers, and I begged off dinner with my mother this week, setting off a string of daily phone calls about my well-being. I just don't know how I got here. First, so infatuated with a woman that it impacted my ability to concentrate, and then so rude to her that I made her cry. I lie on the floor in the living room in the space where the couch once was, the giant overstuffed piece of furniture, the first thing my brother hauled out of here when he moved to the trendy condo. I'm lying there still when both brothers and Orla break into the apartment and stand above me glowering. She nudges me with her toe. "Dad says you're acting weird," Orla says. "Come running with us." I look at my watch. It's nearly noon. "Don't you all usually go at 8 on a Sunday?" "We were helping Cal build his new bed," Zach says, crouching behind me and lifting me under the shoulders. "Orla, get his feet." Before I can protest properly, they carry me into my bedroom and are halfway through undressing me while Orla grabs my running stuff from my top drawer. "Okay, knock it off," I say, squirming away and turning my back while I toss on my mesh shorts. It's plenty hot today, so I opt for no shirt, and Orla rolls her eyes. "What? People are going to think they're seeing Sasquatch," she says. I spray on some sunblock, smearing it around. "I've literally never heard that joke before, Orla, thanks." We walk outside and cross Smallman Street over to the river path. "Let's head east," Zach says, and takes off. We all catch up to his pace and run in silence for a few blocks. Eventually, Zach says, "Based on what Nicole says, you slept with Maddie and then said something super rude and haven't spoken to her since." "Dude, I knew you were into her," Cal says, shoving my shoulder and causing me to stumble a bit. "Did you hear the part where he was rude?" Orla's ponytail swishes judgmentally as she keeps pace with us. Orla is about 6 inches shorter than us, so her stride is much shorter. Yet she is never even out of breath when we're running a string of 8-minute miles. "Not just typical rigid grouch stuff either," Zach says. "He called her a freak." Cal stops in his tracks and we all halt on the path. "You said the word freak? To a woman you just been inside?" The waves of shame wash over me again, and I don't bother to explain to them that she had just splattered me with blood, because that's not the point. "Yes, okay, it was terrible, and I need help to fix it." "You need a gesture," Orla says, and she looks both ways and then darts up the access trail that leads from the street to the path. We all follow, confused, as she makes her way up to the strip of shops along Penn Avenue. She pauses at a red light and turns to face me. "What's she into?" I shrug as Cal says, "Snacks." Zach nods. "She always has snacks, for her blood pressure." "It's her blood sugar, Zach," I interject. And then I sigh. "Snacks," Orla says, tapping her chin. She veers toward the fancy candy shop and we follow. Outside, I remember that I'm not wearing a shirt and I frown at my shoes. Cal rolls his eyes and peels his shirt off, handing me the sweaty thing. "You should go. You have to at least pick out your own apology gesture," he says. "Since when do you know about apologies?" He shrugs and shakes the shirt at me. I put it on while he leans against the wall outside. Orla and Zach head for a display of dark chocolate, talking about how women statistically prefer this sort of treat. But I'm struck by a display of different French candies. I pick up a jar of old-fashioned lavender candy from some village whose name I can't pronounce. The shopkeeper approaches me with a smile and asks, "Are you buying for someone in particular?" I clear my throat. "Yes, and she's mad at me." My brother and cousin turn over to look and crowd around us as the shopkeeper explains that these leaf-shaped hard candies are very special. "They're made an old-fashioned way," she says. "Nothing artificial. Does she have a sweet tooth?" "Yes," I say immediately, as everyone else nods. "And she loves lavender." Zach tilts his head. "She does? How do you know?" Orla smacks him. "Because he's into her, you dip. Liam, you should get these. The jar is pretty." I fish my wallet out from my shorts pocket and apologize for the credit card being sweaty. "Should I give them to her at work?" I ask Orla, as we start running back toward my place. She shakes her head. "No," she says. "She doesn't want to think about upsetting personal things at work. She wants to write, and she needs to concentrate." That's a good point. I hate writing reports. It takes me ages to write an email to someone. I can write up the inspection easily. That's just objective, factual. Is the structure sound? If not, why? It's all the rest of it I struggle with. "I think Zach should deliver the candy with a note that says you'll call her later," Orla says. "That way she'll have time to emotionally prepare and decide if she wants to take your call." What if she doesn't want to? I worry this is all becoming more complicated than I previously thought. Orla shrugs. One step at a time. What are you going to write on the note? We take the stairs back up to my apartment, and Orla rummages around the junk drawer until she finds a nice piece of plain cardstock. These made me think of you, I write. They're unique and... How do I say delicate without saying something is fragile? She doesn't want to be perceived as fragile. Orla nods. I get that. She probably deals with a lot of assumptions from her diabetes. Oh yeah, she's always talking about that, Zach says. People are always worried she's going to faint. I frown at the cards some more. They're unique and spectacular. I owe you an apology. I hope you'll accept a call from me later. Liam. I consider writing Yum, but I feel like I probably haven't earned that pet name back from her yet. I slide the package to Zach, already wondering how long I need to wait before I should call her.
Chapter 23. Maddie. I decide I'm not ready to hear from Liam yet. I do text him to thank him for the candy, though, but I don't eat it. I stare at it next to my bed for a few days instead. Lavender candy. It looks amazing. I'm surprised he could tell that I love lavender. I mean, I use that scent in my shampoo and deodorant, but I don't really use cosmetics or wear perfume. He must have really been leaning in to notice my smell. I think back to my banter with Nicole about how engineers don't notice things about women, and I grin. When I do eventually taste the candy, I almost cry. It tastes so good. I let a piece melt on my tongue while I write the 3rd chapter in the corporate history. I'm over halfway done with the book. Kellen had asked for 5 chapters to cover each of the major phases of the company's development. I've been deep in the vortex, as Emma and I call it when we're writing and not communicating with the outside world. After a few meetings with Kellen, I retreated to my writing cave and I barely leave my room, listening to my taped interviews again and again, making sure I have every detail, every sensory observation in place to really make the story sing. It's been 2 weeks since I slept with Liam. 2 weeks since he called me the name that represents my greatest fear in life. I think I needed to get these chapters down on paper to remind myself that I'm an important member of society. I have a skill, and I'm needed by this company, regardless of whether all my organs work properly. I give the chapters a final read and decide they're all ready to show the client, aka Liam and his uncle. Unfortunately, I have to do a field interview with Liam to write the final chapter of the book. Kellen says Liam's going to be taking over his role in the business, going to oversee the engineering projects that will carry Beltane forward for the next few decades. I've been stalling on the conclusion to the book, choosing instead to sit down with Zach and Ray to hear about how they're bringing machine learning and artificial intelligence into their engineering designs and inspection services. I've been trying to come up with a way I can casually write Liam out of his own family business story, and I realize it's time to face the music. I email M, the Beltane admin, to get on Liam's calendar for the next day, and I feel a bit like a coward for not at least emailing him directly. I'm sure he feels truly sorry for what he said, but that doesn't mean I don't feel a hurricane of shame and sadness around what happened. I was totally vulnerable with him, and he fed me juice and candy when my body crapped out during sex. But a little blood in the eye was a deal breaker for him? In the morning, I wake up so nervous, I throw up my breakfast. Throwing up is not great for a diabetic. It really messes with my insulin and the timing of my eating. So by the time Nicole finds me pacing the kitchen floor, pumping my arms and trying to kickstart my metabolism, I'm sort of a mess. Girl, what is wrong? Nicole makes a circle with her index finger, indicating that my entire person is just as much a wreck as I suspected. When she pulls me in for a hug, I wince. My body feels really sensitive to the touch, and I worry I'm going to yak again. Everything tingles. I can feel each hair in my scalp. I reach into my fanny pack for one of the Liam candies, since it's the only thing that sounds appealing to me. Did you just wince when I hugged you? Nicole stands with her hands on her hips, frowning. I nod and shrug. I moan as I eat the candy. God, this tastes so good. I can smell them so strongly. I lean against the sink, just sucking on one, moaning. Nicole stares, and I see her tapping her fingers, counting something. Did you get your period this week? We're usually synced up. It's period week. I stare at her. I did not get my period. I've been in the writing cave, I say. She frowns. I'm calling Emma, she says. You're acting like she did when she was pregnant with Wesley. At the word pregnant, I freeze. I don't recall Emma barfing or having sensitive skin when she was pregnant. I remember her passing the hell out and having a seizure, wrestling with the decision of whether to move forward with a high-risk pregnancy as a person with epilepsy. I stand there, a statue, while Nicole pulls Emma up on video chat, like Emma's going to be able to somehow tell anything by looking at me. How is your sense of smell? She asks, squinting. I shrug. Do your nipples feel like there's razor blades in your shirt? Fuck, I say, realizing this description perfectly mirrors my experience. Stay here, Nicole says, handing me the phone with Emma's tiny face on the screen. I'm going to run to the drugstore and get a test. I hope you're literally going to run, Emma says. She looks to me. Listen, if you are preggo, I'm going to give you the name of my MFM doc. That's maternal fetal medicine. They're the people who see the high-risk jobs like us. I just stare at her. I try to remember the sequence of events from the night with Liam a few weeks ago. There was definitely a condom. I remember how he stroked himself before putting it on, how hot that was. But then there was the low episode and the water and the dripping in the house. He must have taken it off, I mumble, and Emma stops talking. What was that, sweetie? I shake my head. Nothing. What were you saying? What do I do? Should I call my endo? Emma and her neurologist are on a first-name basis. They send each other holiday cards. I'm the same way with my endocrinologist. She invited me to her daughter's graduation party a few months ago. I got her to get me special permission to pick up my insulin supplies in bulk before I switched to the Cobra insurance, so I could stock up on everything while I still had coverage. Nicole bursts back through the front door, holding a pregnancy test box like a damn Olympic torch. Did you seriously run down Butler Street waving that around? She shrugs. Worst case, the neighbors think it's for me and Zach, right? She looks down at the phone, where Emma is still staring at us while bouncing a child on her hip. Hey, Ems, you coming in the bathroom with us? Obviously, she says. Nicole marches me into the powder room, which isn't really meant for more than one human to fit comfortably, but I make do, sucking on another lavender candy as I line up the stick Nicole hands over. Most people don't eat in the bathroom, Emma says. Nicole nods while I pee. We'll forgive you this time, sweetie. In a haze, I put the plastic cap back on the stick. It's probably too early to tell, I say, swallowing a lump in my throat. It's almost 9. Nicole says, exasperated. I think she means too early in her cycle, Emma says. We have her propped up on the edge of the sink so we can all stare at the test together. I think I see something, she says, squinting. I can't look, I say, burying my face in my hands. Oh, Emma and Nicole both say as I feel my stomach churn. I open my eyes and look at the crisp plus sign. We're going to have a pep talk, Emma shouts. If I can grow babies with my glitchy brain, you can do it with your jacked up pancreas. A baby. I stay seated on the toilet, holding the test until the smell of the bathroom makes me sick again. Nicole hangs up with Emma and backs out of the room, letting me barf in peace. When I stumble out of the tiny room, she hugs me, but not too hard because it still hurts my nips. She offers to sit with me, go with me to a doctor, do whatever I need. But I shoo her off. Go to work, I tell her. I need to have a conversation with Liam. Nicole drops a kiss on my forehead and takes off. Zach is long gone, driving out to a job site early this morning. I don't even take a minute to freak out, because I know once I start panicking, I'll be stuck that way for a while. And I don't have enough goldfish crackers for that. I get dressed and drive into Beltane, marching right past my cubicle and into Liam's office, where he sits behind his tidy desk with its tidy stack of papers and well-organized bins of tools. Everything in his life is neat and orderly, except for his body hair. And me, the freak who distracts him. "Hey," I say when he looks up. "Maddie, I'm so glad you're here. I hold up a hand and cut him off. "I'm pregnant," I say, cutting right to the chase. No reason to prolong this. I sink into the chair and pop another lavender candy in my mouth, noticing him notice and watching his face shuffle through a range of emotions. "You can't be pregnant," he says. "You're mad at me."
Chapter 24. Liam. I'm fairly certain I'm having a heart attack. Maddie just said she's pregnant. I want to say, "Are you sure?" But of course she's sure. She wouldn't be here with that expression on her face if she only suspected. Our night together flashes before me. How I took off the condom and intended to get another one, but then I lost my powers of concentration when Maddie straddled me. Not that it's her fault. We were both sober, consenting adults. "You can't be pregnant," I say again. I rake my fingers through my hair. "So," she says, gripping the edge of my desk, "you're suggesting that because I am angry with you, my body would reject your baby batter? That my womb would only open for the sperm of a man with whom my eggs find favor? No! God, I'm such an idiot. I haven't even gotten to apologize properly yet. This is a bit of a surprise, Maddie." "No shit," she says, and crosses her arms over her chest. She sits, staring at me. I stare back. Everything I want to say feels wrong, I tell her, and she arches an eyebrow at me. I blow out a breath. "Well, you hate me anyway, I guess." She rolls her eyes. "Are we going to make this about you right now, Liam? Because I'm the one with a human being leeching off my endocrine system as it grows a spinal cord." I gape at her. "Shit, Maddie, your diabetes, are you okay? Is the baby okay? What do we do?" She seems to soften at this change in direction. "I honestly don't know," she says. "Emma is sending me information about her maternal fetal medicine doctor, and I don't know what that means yet, but if Emma had to have one for her epilepsy, I'm sure I need one for my diabetes. Is that someone we call right now? What happens next?" Maddie shrugs. "I didn't get past telling you when I was making my agenda for this." I frown, staring at her. Pregnant. I want to ask 10,000 questions. 1,000 scenarios race through my mind at once, and I want to make them all orderly and efficient. This feels like chaos, and my heart is hammering in my chest. I want to hear her promise she's managing her own symptoms, and then assure me she will keep our baby safe. Our baby. I'm already thinking of the baby as ours. "I'd like to be with you for appointments," I say quietly. I want to grab her fanny pack and pull up her calendar in her phone and pre-schedule appointments for the next 9 months. I want to start Googling vaccine schedules and whether diabetes is genetic. I want to organize folders and notebooks and line them all up like I used to do with my brother's backpacks. I was usually the only one who kept track of permission slips and whose sneakers had holes. When we were with Dad, he didn't know how to check that stuff. When we were with Mom, I think she just sort of let me handle it. I feel myself switching into hyper-caretaker mode with Maddie, and I don't like it. An hour ago, all I wanted to do was to get her to forgive me and, yes, encourage her to sleep with me again, because that shit was amazing. An hour ago, it felt good when she helped me loosen up. Now I just feel like I'm being punished for letting my guard down. My mouth feels dry. "Can I bring you a drink from the kitchen?" I stand up and smooth down my tie, reflexively. She shakes her head. "I keep puking everything up except these candies you gave me." She pulls one out from her fanny pack. "Thank you," she whispers, "for these." I nod and hurriedly grab a glass of water, realizing that I forgot to make sure she'd wait for me. I almost melt with relief when I see her still sitting in my office once I return with the water. She's on her phone, flipping a card over in her fingers while she talks. She beckons me into the room, and I hear her say, "I just took the test today, but like I said, I'm a type 1 diabetic." I can't hear the other end of the conversation, just a lot of from Maddie. Finally, she gets out a pen and writes down an appointment time. I snap a picture of the card with my phone so that I can make sure to clear out my schedule and be there with her. I'm not even sure what type of appointment this is, but if it's about the baby, I'm going to attend, and I'm going to come with questions. My heart is splitting in slivers here, holding a war between my desire for her as a romantic partner and this new life I need to keep safe. I don't pretend I can do both things. If I unleash my full powers of organization on her, she's not going to want me back. Unless I figure out something different. This is going to be the ultimate engineering project, I feel myself think. No, not an engineering project. A kid. I have no idea how to take care of a kid. I sit on the edge of my desk, waiting for her to finish the call. I want to touch her. I need to touch her. But I've lost that right. And I can tell by her body language that I'm not getting it back anytime soon. Normally, baby docs don't see people until they're 12 weeks pregnant, but because I'm such a freak, I need to get checked out sooner. Yeah, she's still hurt by what I said. Maddie, I start to apologize, but she holds up a hand. I just mean that I'm an unusual case. I'm supposed to call my endocrinologist about this and make plans to adjust my insulin. I'm trying to decide if I want you to come to that appointment. If it's about the baby, I want to be there. I don't know the first thing about what to do once this conversation is over, but I know I want to be present for every single thing related to this human being that shares my DNA. She squints at me and eats another of the lavender candies. I feel hopeful that they've won prime place in her fanny pack, and that they're the one thing seemingly keeping her from vomiting up all her calories. I vow to order her a case of them as soon as possible. I'll text you when I know the appointment time with Dr. Cranner. I nod. That's my endo, she says. I nod again. Of course. Wait, which doctor were you just on the phone with? The fancy baby doctor? I nod. Several doctors. This is fine. It's going to be fine. We can color code the entries on my calendar app, and I can share the calendar with her if she doesn't have that set up already. She sighs. Okay. Well, I need you to shift gears now and talk to me about work stuff. I have to finish this book so I can stop working here. I sink back into my chair. There's no way I'm going to be able to string together coherent thoughts about my ideas for the future of this company. Not even my notes will save me. Come on, Brady, she says. I know you have shit prepared for our conversation. Pull up your outline. I blush and tilt my monitor so she can see the bullet points I put together in advance. My uncle thought I was too young to start meeting with clients. I tell her. My father had to convince him to give me a chance to go out into the field. And what happened? You dazzled the clients with your fun-loving personality? She starts to record and taps on her notebook with the end of her pen. I shake my head. I started talking to coal companies about the structural integrity of their equipment. I tell her. I'd go out to those sites, and it was like I could just see what needed to be done. I run a hand along my jaw. That first trip out, I landed us $1 billion in contracted work to inspect and repair crumbling coal processing gear throughout Appalachia. That was just a few years ago, and I tell Maddie how it was like a ripple effect. The more I got out there, looking around these sites and talking to the people on the jobs, the more issues I saw that needed our attention. That's how I got started talking to the railroad industry. I landed those contracts right before we met. I smile at her. She squints at her notepad. My father has the ability to instill trust in our clients. I tell her. He's pretty remarkable that way. Some people think he's just sort of a buffoon, but he's always listening, always observing. Because of that, people are willing to take a risk with us. I mean, we're a small shop. These are big names. The railroad? Hell, Maddie, the railroad shouldn't have taken a meeting with me. She frowns again. I thought that one you did without your father. I smile and look down. It's true. I landed that project all on my own. I was able to do that because of the reputation we had with the partnering coal companies, which was because of my father. I explain. All this new stuff, with the machine learning and the computer science, when we go talk to new clients, we don't tell them we're the best. We ask them if they want to be partners with us to test something new. Dad is really good at framing things about the future and longevity. I'm really good at making sure everything is in order, that everything is safe. I emphasize the words order and safe, and she seems like she wants to say something, to draw some sort of metaphor to what's happening with the two of us. But she taps her pencil again and continues. Kellen says you have a vision for the future, with Clay and the power company. Clay? You guys are on a first-name basis like that? She rolls her eyes again. Look, he called me back about something personal that's totally unrelated to anything engineering. I promise, and you need to just let it go. I won't, but I nod. I don't want her sharing something personal with one of my dad's friends. It doesn't feel right, and I save that away to figure out later. Yes, well, I think I started telling you about the power lines? I tell her, quickly summarizing how I noticed the electrical towers when I was out walking the rail lines. It's all related. All these industries, they don't operate independently. That's something I tell these folks about their business. Some firms might focus solely on coal and be the best damn coal bin engineers out there. But Beltane sees how the coal bin fits into the rail industry and how that fits into the power industry. Our people are checking out inefficiencies at every step along the path. I rattle on for a bit more about our country's power grid and roaming blackouts. Each state is individually setting policies on whether these regulated utilities can spend money fixing their infrastructure. I tell her, and I see her eyes glazing over. You have a wide-angle lens about everything but people, don't you, Liam? I'm not sure what to say to her, so I just stare. Tell it to me again in a way that makes me care, she says. I mean, think of me as the audience for this book, a potential client. What should they know about what you're doing right now with the power people? I grip the arms of my chair. We're not just looking at work a month down the line here, Maddie. We invest in our people and our ideas, like hiring postdoctoral computer scientists. His drones can fly out there and find patterns in data we hadn't thought to look for, and each state we get on board can be a model for what's possible. I take a deep breath. I want our structures to still be standing when my kids go to college. It's a line I've said a few times in meetings, but as I stare at her, it carries more weight than ever before. My kids. It's no longer conceptual. I have an actual child who will go to college in 19 years. I swallow. Okay, she says, looking at me with an unreadable expression. I think that's enough for today.
Chapter 25. Maddie. Liam texts me twice an hour with questions. I can tell he is at home earning his internet MD, especially when his questions include phrases like nuchal cord. I'm going to block him. I swear it, I tell Nicole. She has, as per usual, offered to help me make a spreadsheet and get a picture of my options. It occurs to me that Liam would probably love to be making a pivot table for me right now, but I'm still mad at him, and it feels better when Nicole gives me her special brand of straight talk. Her spreadsheets feel like they give me a picture of my options, like a guidebook. His feel like to-do lists and boundaries. You can't block him, she says. He's the father of your child, and you're stuck with him for 18 years. I let my head sink to the counter at this, but I didn't call on Nicole for her syrupy optimism. Okay, let's keep going with the chart, I tell her. She takes a deep breath. Okay, well, obviously you need to nail this job offer from Sheila, because you're going to need so much stinking health insurance. So much. Sheila asked for my writing samples, and after I sent her my favorite articles, plus the first chapter of the Beltane book, she basically asked when I'd like to start. Nicole is coaching me to get her to commit to some numbers and specifics. Next, Nicole says, tapping the screen with her fingernail. Lodging. She sets her laptop down on the counter. Look, babe, I adore you. You can stay here exactly until the baby is born, but I'm sorry, I just cannot live with a baby. I nod. I know. I wouldn't impose that on you, and I really do know it. But suddenly the thought of being homeless and jobless with a newborn hits me really hard, and my eyes start crying without my permission. Madison Parker, do not feel like I'm kicking you out into the cold, she says, pulling me in for a hug and letting me snot on her shoulder. You're a goddess, and you're going to be fine. Hell, You probably can put all this Beltane money as a down payment to buy a place, she says. Really? I hadn't considered that. Nicole keeps not letting me pay her rent, so I've just been saving the Beltane money since everything else was budgeted out so carefully anyway. I mean, not in this neighborhood, but someplace maybe near Tim. Tim Stagg, Nicole's boss and brother to Emma's husband, lives in a family-friendly neighborhood in the east end of the city. I never even imagined myself owning a house. I grew up in apartments. Hell, my parents still rent. You think I can afford a house? Want me to make another spreadsheet? I shake my head, choosing to let that kernel of a dream sit for a while longer and focus on the immediate future. We talk about my car. Seems safe enough to put a baby seat into. Nicole has some sort of estimated list of expenses for a baby, and she types child support in bold red letters at the top of the spreadsheet. That part makes me sad. I always imagined I'd have a family someday. I just assumed it would be a 2-adult unit. 2 parents living together, like mine. We never had much, but my sister and I always knew we had security, stability, cooperation. Someone to take turns with when the kid is in and out of the hospital for years. And my parents obviously love each other. My mom has been sending me pictures from their bowling league, and my dad is grabbing her ass in half the shots. And here I am, knocked up the first time I sleep with a guy I probably like, making a spreadsheet about how much child support he should pay me. You want to avoid court, Nicole tells me. They just plug shit into a formula based on his income and yours. Do you know how much he makes? She chews on her fingernail. Do you want me to ask Zach? Nah, I say. I'm a big girl. I can have these kinds of talks with Liam. Saying it reminds me that I do need to talk to him before our appointment with Dr. Craner tomorrow. So I thank her for the work, organizing my life, and promise she can tell Zach my news after I see the MFM doctor and we find out things are okay. When Liam picks me up for our 8 a.m. appointment, he is just as I expected. Nervous, stiff, carrying a folder. I've been doing some research, he says, handing me another jar of the lavender candies, which I pop open greedily. Of course you have. I pour the candies into the baggie in my fanny pack, tucking the jar in the cup holder on my side. I hope I remember to take it later. Everything about these candies is beautiful, and that includes the packaging. Thank you for the candies, I tell him. The baby and I both love them. Some mornings when I'm puking endlessly, I stare at the pretty jar of candy in between rounds of barf. I think about how nice it would be to go to France and lie in a field of lavender with the sun shining on my face. Back in reality, Liam prattles on nervously about work and parks along Fifth Avenue rather than enter the garage. I get parking validation, I tell him, confused. He looks appalled. Have you been inside those garages? Have you seen the blueprints? Do you know how many catastrophic failures there are each year on parking garage ramps? No to all of those except the first. I walk over to the meter and he brushes me aside, entering his credit card. Is it really dangerous to park in a garage? Liam shrugs. Not safe enough for the woman carrying my child. Oh, Lord. Here we go. Liam, I'm not going to live in a bubble. I shove open the door to the medical building and stride toward the elevator. He rushes to keep up. Didn't say you should. I'd just prefer you not park in garages. Or use escalators, unless Cal was consulted on their construction. I trust him. He frowns and studies his reflection in the polished brass on the interior doors of the elevator. I think. Dr. Craner greets me with a hug in the waiting room. I'm her first patient of the day, and she waves the medical assistant away, saying she'll snag my vitals herself. She looks at Liam expectantly and blinks a few times until I sigh and say, "This is Liam Brady. He's the baby's father." He pumps Dr. Craner's hand and follows her down the hall toward her office. We generally meet in her office, fully clothed, sitting in chairs like humans. It's why I like her and why I'm nervous about starting to see a baby doctor who will want me in a paper gown and who will talk to my stomach like I'm an incubator and nothing more. I absolutely detest when doctors would speak about me to my mother in the third person. Madison has had low sugars this month, they used to tell her. Or, your daughter needs to learn to change her set on her own. It's one reason I switched to Dr. Craner. I always feel like she hears me. Liam seems unprepared for this low-key vibe, but spreads his folder on the desk. I did some research, he repeats. Dr. Craner meets my eye, and I nod. She folds her hands on the desk and encourages him to share his findings with the group. He points to a chart. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists recommends blood sugar readings of 95 milligrams per deciliter for diabetic pregnant women before meals, he says, and rattles off a few more strings of numbers before asking, how can we ensure Maddie remains in those recommended windows? Dr. Craner smiles and pats his hand. It sounds like you're very concerned about Madison, she says. And the baby, he interjects. Her diabetes impacts the baby. I don't love where this conversation is going, I say, flipping his folder closed. Dr. Craner puts one of her hands on each of ours. My philosophy in this practice is very patient-centered, she says, looking at Liam. I've been in consultation with Madison for many years now. How many has it been, Maddie? I shrug. At least 15. I migrated to her office as a teenager even though the Children's Hospital has adolescent endocrinologists. I met her when she was doing rounds for a study and liked her immediately because she addressed me instead of my mother. Shouldn't she have a chart? Liam asks, his knee thumping up and down like a piston, talking about me in the third person, like I hate. I open my mouth and Dr. Craner pats my hand. I assume you're aware of Maddie's glucose monitor? He nods. That is a chart, she explains. Maddie can examine trends in her sugars. She can provide granular detail in 5-minute increments. She looks over at me now. Today, I'm going to discuss a coordination of care model, where sometimes I walk down the hill to McGee Hospital and meet with the maternal fetal medicine team and you, all together. I love that idea, I blurt. You know how I feel about new doctors. She smiles. Just because we are adding more careful monitoring to our routine does not mean my bedside manner is going to change, she says. Diabetic women have babies every day, Madison. You're going to do just fine. We talk for a while about my insulin levels and ramping me up so I can stay in a safe range. Dr. Craner warns me that I might start to experience uncontrollable lows and talks about what to do in those cases. Liam takes notes furiously on his phone, his long fingers typing impossibly fast on his screen. This will all show up in my chart, right? I ask. In my after-visit notes? Dr. Craner nods and smiles, and she ushers us out, promising that her administrative assistant will call with a coordinated care appointment time. Do I have access to those notes? Liam flexes his fingers, clearly exhausted from note-taking. You definitely do not, I tell him. I'm not giving you access to my medical chart. How will I know what I'm supposed to know about the baby? He looks sort of desperate, as he's asking me to give him the ability to read all of my labs, read all my private notes with my doctor, access a lifetime of my most personal information. You can ask me, and I'll tell you what you need to know. I glare at him until Dr. Craner clears her throat and steers the conversation back to the appointments. To make the most of everyone's time, she wants me to have my lab work and an ultrasound done before the appointment, and she surprises me by writing a prescription for those things. I didn't know you could order me things just like a baby doctor, I say. Can you do my well-woman exams too? Nice try, Madison. I am signing the order for standard tests and imaging as a member of your prenatal care team. You still have to see someone else for your vulva needs.
Chapter 26. Liam. I expected to feel better after going over my research with Maddie's doctor, but I feel even more out of the loop than I did before we went in there. The doctor and Maddie have all this access to her readings, and neither of them seem interested in sharing it with me. I feel out of control and in the dark, wondering what's going on with the little grain of rice in her stomach. Yes, I looked that up too. Evidently, each week the baby progresses through a different food item. There are all sorts of apps that explain what organs are growing when. Are you going into Beltane today? I ask her, as we head back toward the car. She nods, and I'm about to reach to open her door for her when she spins and vomits on the curb. I freeze, utterly unprepared for something like this. I'm always getting surprised by body fluids with Maddie. It's the morning sickness, she says, rummaging in her pouch for a tissue. I'm determined to do better with this than I did with the blood, so I lean into the car and reach for my water bottle, offering it to her. She swishes some water around and spits. Thanks. She climbs into my car as if nothing has happened, and I remain frozen in place. Do we need to go back upstairs to Dr. Cranner? Maddie's eyes widen. For puke? No. Liam, get in the car. She starts eating crackers, slowly, for a change. I watch as she fiddles with her pump. Are you monitoring your numbers? Can I see? She shakes her head. No, Liam, you cannot have access to my freaky charts. It's none of your business. I swallow the lump in my throat. Maddie, I'd do anything to take back what I said that morning. You're not a freak. You're fascinating. She whips her head toward me. Like a circus act? No! I shake my head. No, like intriguing. Like nothing I've ever seen before. Still hearing novelty act, Liam. I'm not your medical porn source. This is all coming out so wrong. I blow out a long breath. Look, I start. You move through the world with this amazing confidence and apparent ease, even though you have all this stuff going on beneath your fanny pack. I mean, you jab yourself with needles like it's no big deal and puke on the curb and just carry on with your day. That's amazing to me. And your mind works in all these really interesting ways, and you smell like lavender. And I never liked it when someone ate strawberry licorice before, but I can't stop thinking about you doing it. When I meet her eye, she's holding a piece of the red candy, and I grin. I'm so sorry, Maddie. I'm an uptight engineer, and I have no experience talking to real people, and I want to try with you. Because I'm carrying your baby and you need something else to fret over? No! I shout. And then I catch myself and adjust my tie. No, I say more calmly. Because I like you. She still seems uncertain, but she sits back against her seat and her body seems to relax a little. She reaches for my water bottle and takes another swig, swallowing this time. I'm glad I didn't share my findings that pregnant women need to drink more water. I joke. Seems like you're all set with that one. We seem to have reached a truce, and after a few weeks of silence, I'll take friendly quiet. It's a start. I navigate through the rush hour traffic on our way to the office. We ride in silence through a few lights before she asks, Do you know when you're going to tell your family? I've been trying to put that off, along with exploring my emotions about the whole thing. Do you? She shrugs. Emmett and Nicole know. With my parents, it's better if I go to them after we have more of a plan. I really can't handle it if my mom nags me. She chews on her fingernail. I need to figure out where I'm going to live before I tell them. Through all the fretting I've done about this, it had not occurred to me that Maddie was still crashing with my brother and Nicole. Hell, I'm not even sure whether she got that job with my mother. I don't know how to ask her without making her angry again. You could move in with me, I say quietly. You and the baby, until you get settled. I expect her to snap at me and yell about what a terrible idea that is because she hates me. But she's quiet again. I don't want to do something else temporary, she says eventually. From what I hear, it's an all-hands-on-deck situation when a baby is really young, I tell her. We could help each other. With the baby, I mean. The offer stands. She nods, still quiet. As I pull into my parking space at work, she finally says, I'll think about it, Liam. We head our separate ways once inside, and I'm surprised to find my father pacing in front of my office door. Awfully late to be getting to work, isn't it, son? He taps at his watch. My father can't stand tardiness. Our business day technically begins at 8:30, and in his mind, showing up past 8:15 is inexcusably late. I was with Maddie in the field, I say vaguely, which is mostly true, especially considering I gave her my assessment of the structural integrity of parking garages. I unlock my office and set my things on my chair. What's going on, Dad? He beckons down the hall. Come on, he says. We're meeting with Clayton Monroe. My eyes shoot open. You're bringing me at this phase? This wasn't something we planned for. It's not on our company agenda. I would have prepared and read reports if I'd been aware. Surely I didn't miss something like this on my schedule. He called last night to talk about the book. That Parker gal called him for a fact check. He got to thinking about me. I let him know we were sniffing around some new waters. Come on, he says. We're meeting the board. I'm not sure I can handle another curveball this week, Dad, I tell him, loosening my tie. This isn't a curveball, son. This is business. Adapt or we get outbid. You know that. He frowns at me and tightens my tie again. He studies my shoes and, finding them appropriately shiny, beckons for me to follow him. Dad arranged a car service to take us, and before I can inhale, we are seated in the back seat, crawling back across town. I have nothing with me, not even a pen to take notes. Not that my dad has any of that stuff, but most people know by now that he, first of all, never forgets anything, and second, relies on other people to take all his notes for him. Clayton greets my father warmly when we enter, and Dad drapes an arm around my shoulders. Clay, you remember my oldest boy? Liam, good to see you again. He peers behind me down the hall, looking for something. Thought you might have brought Maddie with you again. He seems disappointed. I'm not sure how to respond to that. Dad's face brightens. That writer? You want her here, Clay? I'll send for her. Have her here in a half hour. I open my mouth to assert that Maddie isn't at our beck and call in that way, but Dad winks at me and Clayton shakes his head. Wanted to give her an update on something, is all. Clayton sinks into his seat at the head of the table and motions for my father to sit. The problem with my father is that he can't sit still, and generally arrives at meetings early enough to grab a chair by the door. Anyone watching and paying attention would notice that he gets up to use the restroom or get a drink every 27 minutes. Dad eyes up the seat to Clayton's left, on the wall opposite the door, and fusses with his tie. Adapt or we get outbid, I think at him, wondering if he can hear my thoughts because his eyes snap to mine. I'm happy to run down the hall and have your secretary deliver a message to Miss Parker for you, Clay, he says. Clayton waves a hand. Nah. He folds open a black portfolio. I'll just call her later. I stare at his hands as they hover over a sheet of numbers. I don't want him calling Maddie. I don't know what it's about, but I don't like it. He's old enough to be her father. He's mentioned being happily married. That aside, her being pregnant with my child gives me a reasonable argument toward feeling protective of her. The sounds in the room drift out as I stare and worry and wonder if the woman carrying my child will ever smile at me again.
Chapter 27. Maddie. I stand in the entrance to the store, staring. The merchandise is sharply divided down the center, half pink and half blue. It's also vibrantly opposite. I didn't intend to come in here, not really. I wanted to just check out some prices on things so I could really look at the budget Nicole put together for me. But here in the baby store, faced with the reality of everything, I feel like I'm going to pass out. Maybe it's my blood sugar. I pull out my phone and check, but that all looks fine. Just in case, I reach into my fanny pack for a Liam candy. That's what I've taken to calling them, especially since he had a case of them sent to Nicole's house. Thinking of you, around the clock, he wrote on the note. I don't know what to make of his note, or of him, so I decided to go look at baby stuff. I should have looked this stuff up online, but I wanted to be here in person, I think, to touch it all and just see. I wish I'd brought Emma. I pull myself together and head for the socks. I can write down some costs for one body part at a time, I figure. Except there are garments here that I cannot for the life of me figure out what they do. I hold up a bag with armholes, staring, until the clerk walks up. Those sleep sacks are a real hot seller, she says with a smile. All the moms rave about them, except for the ones who prefer the swaddles. Have you seen these with the Velcro? I shake my head at her, feeling my muscles stiffen. It was a mistake to come in here alone. Liam would have made a chart, or a list with check boxes. He would have probably collaborated with Nicole to arrange the chart strategically by area of the store, sorted by body part. Do you know what you're having? I realize the clerk is still talking to me as she hands me a stack of bibs. I think they're bibs. A baby? It feels like a quiz, and based on her facial expression, I got the answer wrong. She gestures all around the store. We don't have a ton of gender-neutral things except in the newborn area, she says. That's where we've got our creams and greens. Come on. Her voice is perky, and she stares at my stomach, which is still flat, but hidden behind my fanny pack anyway. You know, I actually am feeling a little overwhelmed, I tell her. I hand her back the bibs. Do you need to sit down? She points toward the back wall. We have a selection of glider rockers and nursing stools. I back out of the store onto the sidewalk outside and make a beeline for a bench. I feel bile rise in my throat and unsure what to do. I reach for another candy. This just hasn't been my summer. Lost job, lost apartment, gave in to my lust for geeky guy at my side hustle, only to have him call me a freak and get me pregnant. The conception sex was really good, though. I tried to decide if it was worth all the puking. I remember the look in his eyes as he knelt in front of me, savoring me, worshipping me. I've never had anything like that before. Now it seems like I'll never have that again. I slump back against the bench and call my sister. When we were kids, she was the one who noticed a pattern of something off about my health and convinced Mom to call a doctor. She's told me that my experience inspired her to become a nurse. As the phone rings, it occurs to me that maybe that's just a more loving way of her telling me I'm such a freak, I rerouted her entire life. I move to hang up, but Melissa is already shouting into the phone, "Oh my gosh, Maddie, I'm such an asshole. I haven't called." "Oh," I tell her, caught off guard. "It's okay. We've both had a lot going on." Melissa is blunt, like Nicole. I love that about both of them. My sister tells me about the new hospital, the temporary apartment where she and Steph are hanging out on their first travel nursing stint. "We're doing med-surg this time," she says. "Lots of dock workers with compound bone fractures and amputated arms and burns." That sounds pretty interesting, actually, I tell her, thinking of the news articles I'd love to write about trends like that in the workforce. "Did Mom tell you about my job?" Melissa clucks her tongue. "Yeah." "I'm really sorry, sis. You land on your feet, though?" I nod, even though she can't see me, and tell her I've got a contract gig, and am pretty sure I'll get an offer on a full-time position. "There's something else, though," I start. "And if I tell you, you have to swear you won't tell Mom and Dad yet." "Huh-uh," she says. I can practically feel her shaking her head from here. "Don't put me in that position. I'm going to tell them, I need to figure a few things out first." "Well, what could be so bad that you don't want them to know? You already lost your job and moved in with Nicole. It's not like you're pregnant from a bar hookup." I groan. I don't say anything else, and I can hear Melissa breathing. "Maddie? Are you pregnant from a fucking bar hookup? Man, you straights and your poor decisions." It wasn't a bar hookup. I hear myself pulling out the small silver lining in my situation, and I realize how it sounds. I know the guy, I just don't like him very much right now. She snorts. "I guess not. Does Dr. Craner know? Are you physically okay? Glucose-wise and such?" I tell her it's been okay, except on days when I puke more than twice. "I'm only like 5 weeks. I have an ultrasound next week. I think it's next week. I'm so stressed I can't keep my days straight." "Is this guy going to contribute financially? I don't want to kick you while you're down, but not having the ink dry on this new permanent job is worrisome." I walk Melissa through what I know, that Liam has said I can move in, that I'm not really sure if I want to, but recognize that it will be easier to have 2 adults around when the baby arrives. He says I can stay in the second bedroom in his place, I tell her. I don't mention that I felt simultaneously relieved and insulted when he suggested that. What? I'm not good enough to be in his room? In his bed? It's ridiculous and unreasonable. I have to assume that these thought processes come along with being pregnant. "He's got charts," I tell Melissa, mentioning what a pain in the ass he was at the visit with Dr. Craner. I approve of that, she says. I hear a commotion in the background. I didn't realize she was taking the call from work. Listen, I have to go deal with a patient who's stuck on the shitter. I want details from your ultrasound, okay? Yeah, okay. I chew on the inside of my cheek. You're gonna get through this, Maddie, and it's gonna be great. Like college. Melissa gave me pep talks when I left home to go to college, and was really responsible for managing my diabetes on my own for the first time. Even then, she went to the same university in Pittsburgh and checked in on me frequently until she figured out Emma and I had each other's backs. Unlike Liam, my sister knew when to pull back from being my nurse to just being my sister. Thanks, Mel, I tell her. When we hang up, I still feel listless. I want to call Emma. Lie on her couch and have her remind me that people with health conditions get pregnant every day, and it's fine. I'm not going to run out of insulin before I get permanent insurance. I'm not going to give birth to a freak baby because diabetes isn't genetic when just one parent has it. At least I had the sense not to fuck a diabetic guy. I snort out a laugh and then my phone rings. Curious, I look to see it's Clayton Monroe. Huh. Hey, I say by way of greeting. I figure we're past the formality stage since he had me talk him through his first set change over the phone. How's it going, pump pal? Maddie, I've never been better, he tells me. Truly. Clayton proceeds to gush about how much easier each day has gotten for him without constant skin pricks and self-administered shots in the bathroom at work. I told you, dude. Robot pancreas is a game changer. We shoot the shit for a bit, joking about our tubing, and then he catches me off guard. My wife and I have something for you, he says. To thank you, Maddie. He sounds a little tearful. I don't need to tell you how hard things have been for her all these years. Aw, Clay, you don't have to do that. I start my reflexive refusal. As a reporter, I couldn't accept anything from people no matter what. I needed to maintain my objective ability to write something critical of them. I guess the same rules do not apply when I'm writing marketing copy for a corporation, but it's a hard habit to shake. Have to? Come on, he says. It's my absolute pleasure. Can you send me your address so I can get it to you? I sigh and drop my head back against the bench. What do I tell him? Do I have an address? Finally, I decide to tell him. I'm actually in the process of moving, Clay. Can you send it to me at Beltane, or I could come pick it up? He chuckles. You know I always love seeing you. We're in the middle of some intense changes at work right now. I wouldn't be able to give you my full attention. I'll have it sent to you at the office. I thank him again and hang up, heading home with more questions than when I left the house.
Chapter 28. Liam. Maddie is supposed to move in this weekend. She called to give me the date and time for her ultrasound and told me she'd thought about my offer and decided to accept. She was so businesslike on the phone, I had to check and make sure I wasn't talking to Nicole. I'm having a bed delivered for my room, she said. I wanted to insist she move into my room, in my bed, and save the second room for the baby, but I just agreed to her request. She also insists on bringing her beloved couch, which is fine because Cal took ours, and she asked for 2/3 of the pantry space so she had room for all the snacks she needs to be eating while she grows a human being. My child. How could I say no to a request from the woman gestating my child? As soon as we hang up, I drive to the warehouse store and stock up on her favorites. I have no idea if her tastes have shifted with the pregnancy, so I poke around and buy extras until my shelves are crammed with enough packaged snacks to stock a preschool. All day, when I'm supposed to be thinking about other things, I find myself wondering if the baby will have dark hair like me. I study my hands, my hairy knuckles, and think how much I hope the bean got Maddie's creamy, smooth skin when the genes were being divvied out in her belly. She's only got one more chapter to write for the Beltane book. Uncle Kellen has her hanging out with Dad later this week. I'm so curious how she will weave in a discussion of his oddities for a book we are supposed to use as a marketing tool for future big clients. Ray recently told me he wants to branch out and offer some engineering services to clients building space exploration equipment. How the hell are we supposed to get those folks to take us seriously if Maddie is writing about how my dad used to roller skate through the office to work out his nerves? I sigh and look at my watch. I need to leave to go run with my family, and then we're having dinner with Uncle Kellen. I haven't told any of them my news yet. As far as I know, Emma and Nicole are the only people who know about little baby Brady. I meet up with Cal and Orla and Zach at the trailhead, and freeze when I see Zach has brought Nicole along. She comes about half the time now and has really progressed a lot since they first met, and she didn't even know how to pace herself without passing out. She narrows her eyes at me, and I try to adjust my pace so I can get her alone on the run and learn what she's told Zach. Figure out how long I have until I have to tell my family that I knocked up the contractor, Zach's girlfriend's friend, a woman I shouldn't have gotten involved with. I start sweating, thinking about how things got turned upside down when I let my guard down, when I let myself indulge in my desire. "When are you spilling the beans?" Nicole hisses, pretending to stop and tie her shoe. I pull up beside her. "I thought I'd tell them one at a time," I say, watching to make sure everyone keeps running. Nicole shakes her head. "If you don't tell them all at once, they're all going to call each other, and it's going to become a thing," she says, circling her fingers for emphasis. She's right. She stands, and we keep running until I see my siblings and cousin pulled over up ahead, craning their necks to see where we went. "You get a Charlie horse?" Cal starts poking at my leg, rather than start running again. I shake my head. "Liam has something to tell you all," Nicole asserts and crosses her arms, staring at me, tapping her foot. "Oh, snap!" Cal starts jumping and clapping his hands. "Did the candy work? Are you and Maddie a thing again?" "What? No." I feel frantic, and I look back and forth between their confused faces. Nicole gestures for me to continue, and Zach frowns at her. "What have you been keeping from me?" He growls. She swats his arm. I take a deep breath. "Well, the thing is, Maddie is going to move into my place this weekend," I say, stalling. Once I tell them what happened, I can't take it back. I'm no longer the guy who had everything together, who organized all their medical appointments and made sure they showed up at the orthodontist each week. I'll just be the careless guy who forgot to put the condom back on and got a girl pregnant. A woman. A woman who isn't supposed to get pregnant unexpectedly because it can risk her health. Nicole rolls her eyes. "Oh, come on, Liam, you big coward." "What the hell is going on?" Orla walks toward me. "Come on, cuz, what did you do? Did you try to organize her financial statements?" I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Maddie is pregnant. When I don't hear anything, I crack my eyes open to make sure they didn't pass out. All three of my relatives just stand there, staring. "I got her pregnant," I say, exhaling. Eventually, Cal starts to laugh uncomfortably. "Ah," he says. "You got me. Liam knocked a girl up, not on purpose. Funny." As he fake laughs, everyone turns back toward me. "Oh my God," Orla says. "Is she okay?" I shrug. "I think so. We're going for some tests this week." At the mention of we, my family unleashes a torrent of questions, all speaking at the same time. Do we know the sex? When will the baby be born? Will the baby have diabetes? Does Dad know? It's that last one that really knocks me over. For years, I've been complaining about my father's irresponsible behavior to my Uncle Kellen. I've been incredulous that a man could succeed so well in business, yet frequently forget to pick his children up from cross-country practice. "I guess I'll tell him and Kellen tonight at dinner," I tell them. I look back and forth between their faces in the fading light. Orla pats me on the back, and we keep running. Instead of the usual constant stream of insults, my brothers offer only silence as we make our way along the trail. For the first time in my 3 decades of life, I have stunned them into silence. After our run, my siblings stare at me while Uncle Kellen fusses over us and we wait for my dad to arrive. Kellen furrows his brow, aware something is going on, but I can't bear the thought of having this conversation twice, so I try to stall everyone until Dad rolls in. Yum yum, you gotta tell him, Cal says, knocking back a shot of Kellen's everyday whiskey, as if he's the one going through a crisis. Kellen studies my face and slides me the bottle. Tell me what, kiddo? Orla and Zach slink out the patio door and pretend to stretch outside while Cal just leans against the fridge door until he bumps the water dispenser. Shit! He shouts, jumping away from the cold spill. I guess I'll go outside with those guys. I clear my throat as Cal slinks out and smacks Zach on the ass when he's bent for a hamstring stretch. I wish I could watch the three of them fool around. It feels like I'll never goof off ever again. Not that I ever did that more than a few times a year I could let myself relax enough to unwind at a campout. I swirl the whiskey in my glass and make eye contact with my uncle. Ordinarily, he doesn't approve of just knocking back the holy water of our home country. Whiskey, our Graham has taught us, is meant to be savored. Today, though, I close my eyes and dump the glass into my mouth, sighing as it stings the back of my throat. I got Maddie pregnant, I say, staring at my shoes. Kellen must drop the wooden spoon he was using to stir the pasta because I hear a clatter and a splash. I glance up to see him dancing back from the stove. Liam, he says, wiping his hands on his apron. I was not expecting you to say that. Kellen drags a hand through his beard and grabs for the whiskey bottle. He pours me another shot and then drinks one himself right from the bottle. Well, I have not been this caught off guard since your father told me he got Zach's mother pregnant. Of course, he was still married to Sheila at the time. He drifts off while I shift my weight. I don't need to hear that story again. I've spent my whole life pulling Cal away from those fights, urging him to play hide and seek with me or getting out the loud trucks that would drown out the noises of adults shouting. Right, I say. Well, it's a thing that happened, and also I was a jerk to her, so she hates me. But she's moving into my apartment just because neither of us knows how to take care of a baby alone. The front door springs open as that sentence falls out of my mouth, and my father walks in, clearly having heard pieces of what I said. Sounds like I need to get caught up, he says, gesturing for the bottle of whiskey. Kellen offers the recap. Dad looks like he's going to fall down, and then he surprises the hell out of me. He pulls me into a tight embrace, then holds me for a really long time. It's going to be okay, son, he says, still holding me. His hug is firm. He doesn't pat or shift, just holds me. It moves past uncomfortable, past awkward, right on into the surprising thing that I needed. I feel a ball of emotion rising in my chest, splintering out into fear and shame and disappointment in the way I have behaved and my inability to make things right with Maddie. Eventually, Dad lets go and stands back, keeping his hands on my shoulders and pressing his forehead against mine. I've been in your shoes, he says. You might never win back the girl, but you'll always be that baby's dad, and you've got a whole lot of Brady's here to help you with that. I choke back some more of the feelings that are creeping up closer to my teeth. I look between my father and my uncle, now both massaging my shoulders. They're like the original Bachelor squad, raising 4 kids together without women around. I'm not ready to give up hope on Maddie, but it sure does feel better to know that I've got them in my corner. Maybe the baby part doesn't have to be a chaotic disaster after all. You gonna name him Mick? Dad sticks his finger in the sauce on the stove as Kellen swats him out of the way. I shake my head as he slides open the patio door and starts hollering for everyone else to come inside and eat.
Chapter 29. Maddie. You can always come back, Nicole says, pulling another box away from me and loading it into Zach's truck. I know she sort of means it, but she really doesn't want me here once I have a crying sidekick to cramp her style. Zach kisses her on the cheek and slings another bag of my clothes into the truck. He stands staring at me, sort of awkwardly, and asks, "Can I feel your stomach?" "What? No." I shove him reflexively, and then remember he's asking because there's a human in there. Huh. Nicole rolls her eyes. "You can't feel it move yet, Isaac," she says. "Once she's completely round, That's when you can feel it. She looks at me and shrugs. That's what Emma always said. I survey our surroundings. We've emptied out the room where I've been crashing and unloaded my furniture from Thatcher and Emma's house. It all basically fits in a few truckloads. Zach and his siblings were very careful not to knock into the cases of glass parts and other things Thatcher had moved to the side to make room for my gear. I feel another swell of emotion, noting how many people I've inconvenienced by getting fired and pregnant all within the same season. I sigh. I guess it's good I'm moving in with Liam. At least all of this is half his fault. He texted me that he told his family at dinner the other night, and then clarified that he told his siblings and his dad and uncle, not Sheila. I have a meeting scheduled with her later this week to finalize things. Then, of course, Liam and I have the ultrasound tomorrow morning. Sometimes I hope that the ultrasound shows there's not actually a baby inside me. Maybe the test was wrong, and I'm just late because of stress or something. Then I puke on the sidewalk and smell someone's gum from 100 feet away and realize that it's actually true. There's really a baby growing inside Madison Parker. When we get to Liam's place, he's waiting outside for us, waving us into the parking garage. I can concede it's medium endearing that he is so excited, especially when he shows me that he's stocked up on snacks. I don't want baby Brady to get hungry, he says, offering me a container of fish crackers while Orla and the guys bring my stuff upstairs. You mean baby Parker? I snatch the crackers and eat a few, taking a moment to acknowledge that this was a pretty cute move. Then I'm nauseated again and dash down the hall to the fancy bathroom, barely making it to the toilet in time. When I turn around to wash out my mouth, I'm startled to see Liam standing in the doorway, his face white with concern. It's just morning sickness, I tell him, grabbing the towel from his hand and dabbing at my face. Maddie, it's like 3 p.m, he says, looking like he wants to reach for me, but hesitating and pulling back his arm. I close my eyes and breathe through my nose. I don't know why they call it morning sickness, I tell him. This child makes me puke around the clock, just constant puking. My monitor beeps to warn me of a low, which makes sense since I just puked up the meager food I'd managed to keep down today so far. Liam's eyes are horror-struck as he steps closer into my space. I fumble with the zipper on my pouch, and I realize he's right there, pulling out my pump and meeting my eye with a question. It says, "Enter food." He looks at the toilet and back at me. I burst out laughing. I can't help myself. Yes, Liam. Yes, it does, I say, sliding to the floor of his bathroom, still laughing. I just puked up my food. You know. He holds up a finger and jets down the hall. I hear Orla and Cal struggling with the couch in the doorway to the apartment, but Liam bolts past them and approaches me with a carton of juice and a handful of the lavender candies. You need 15 grams of glucose, right? He looks at me like he's taking a quiz and desperate to get the high score. I nod. Have you been reading? He seems pleased with himself. I downloaded the manual that comes with the type of pump you have, he says. I know Dr. Craner said we listen to you and how you are feeling, but I need at least a baseline of information about what's going on with the baby, or I'm going to lose my hair with worry. He rambles while I sip the juice and stare at him. I should feel annoyed, because I am certain his actions come equally from a place of concern and trying to control the variables, aka control me. By the time I get the juice down, my stomach is feeling better and Orla and the guys are peering into the bathroom, clearly wondering where I went. I wave up at them. Nothing to see here, I say. Just a pregnant lady puking up lunch. Orla wrinkles her nose. Zach doesn't seem convinced and looks to Liam for confirmation. Liam stands and says, Maddie vomited out all her calorie stores, so her blood glucose level and her insulin levels were way out of proportion. She needs regular glucose intake and, yeah, Liam, they get it. I'm a freak. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for helping to move my shit. I get myself to a standing position and glare at Liam. I'll just be in my room gestating if any of you'd like to make an algorithm for what I should eat and when. Things don't improve after Nicole and the Bradys leave. Liam asks me about my numbers every few seconds. To my credit, I do not harm him bodily, though if looks could kill, he'd definitely be dead. 2 things have saved him. He's this baby's father, and I need his help. And he's hot as fuck when he irons his pants pockets in the morning before work. It should not be attractive, the way he fusses over the purified water in the steam part of the iron, but it just is. I sit at the counter eating bowls of dry cereal, watching my hairy baby daddy concentrate on smart seams. His entire morning routine fascinates me and, again, should not turn me on, but does. He pours himself a bowl of flaky flax cereal, and then squats so his eyes are level with the bowl as he adds skim milk so slowly, stirring until each flake is coated, but not saturated. Then he stirs for ages before he sits down to eat it. Honestly, it helps me feel a little better about his obsession with my numbers, because it's very obvious that Liam is particular about absolutely everything. He doesn't just assume I can't control my endocrine system. He is like this about everything. I say, taking a bite of my hastily poured cereal. Maddie? Liam touches my hand, snapping me back to the present. He must have been talking to me as I watched him get ready, totally zoned out. You ready to go? For the ultrasound and blood work? Right. I hop up and toss my bowl in the sink, giving it a quick rinse and planning to head back down the hall to grab my bag. But I notice Liam staring at the sink. His lips are pursed, like he's trying to decide what to do about the bowl and spoon sitting in there. You need me to move that to the dishwasher immediately? Is that it? He sighs. Well, he starts. It does make things easier if we load the dishwasher as we go along, rather than let things pile up, but I see that you did rinse the bowl, and I'm observing that won't leave an odor or a crust on the dishes. Crust? Liam closes his eyes and shakes his head. It's fine. He claps his hands. Do you think we'll be able to see it? I read that we should expect a heartbeat at this point, but maybe nothing else on the monitor. I shrug. I haven't read too much about anything, and Liam keeps me updated each day, talking about what food item the baby is shaped like and what internal parts it's sprouted since the last time he asked how I was feeling.
Chapter 30. Liam. I can barely contain myself as we drive to the hospital and make our way to check in for Maddie's labs. Evidently, it's unusual for non-gestational parents to come along to the lab, because the phlebotomist looks at me very strangely the entire time I'm seated by Maddie. I can't help but ask him questions as he works, which leads Maddie to roll her eyes. "Don't mind him," she says. "He's always like this. Here." She rotates her arm slightly for him. "Use this vein. You'll get it on the first stick." He notes her condition from her chart, and they joke about pin cushions and good veins. "I'm a spurter," she says, making the phlebotomist laugh as he snaps the tourniquet around her arm and flicks her skin. "I'll try not to get a capillary," he says, inserting the needle. I feel regret wash over me, remembering how I'd responded in her room that night after we were together. The night we made you, I think, wishing I could reach out and touch her stomach, but knowing such a thing would be unwelcome. I've really come to think of the little bean not just as an idea, but as my kid, especially after talking with my dad and my uncle. I think of him as, well, a him. But when I close my eyes, I don't dream about raising him with my dad and my uncle to help. I see Maddie, her easy smile, taking delight in both of us. It's a nice dream, but it feels far off. I watch the lab staff prepare a handful of vials with labels, and they pull the band off Maddie's arm. Like before, a bit of blood squirts out, but the phlebotomist is quick with the gauze pad and catches it as they both laugh. Why couldn't I have reacted that way? I could be holding her hand right now, whispering to her how amazing she is instead of sitting stiffly in the chair beside her, mentally helping the staff count vials of blood to make sure they match the orders from Maddie's medical team. "You ready?" Now it's Maddie, standing with her hands on her hips, snapping me back to attention as she gestures down the hall toward the imaging department. "Yeah," I say, offering my hand to the lab tech. He raises a surprised eyebrow at me and pulls off his gloves before shaking my hand awkwardly. Thanks for taking care of Maddie, I say, avoiding her gaze as she seems to stare at me, considering something. We walk together toward the waiting room, and I'm pleasantly surprised when we get whisked back to the ultrasound room pretty quickly. I resist the urge to help Maddie up onto the bed and watch as she pulls up her shirt. The sonographer stares for a minute at Maddie's pump. I think we'll need you to take off your pants, hon. We might have to go low to get around your set there. Maddie nods and starts to wriggle out of her leggings, but then catches me looking and halts. Oh, I say, flushing. Should I leave? I want her to say no. I want to be here for this, and thankfully, Maddie shakes her head. No, it's okay. It's fine. The tech hands Maddie a sheet to put over her lap, and all of us relax when she's able to claim a bit more of her privacy. Okay, the tech says. We're going to pinpoint gestational age today, hopefully find a strong heartbeat, and take some pictures of the spinal column. To rule out neural tube defects? I add with a question to my voice, trying not to reveal how much I've obsessed over today's scans. The tech smiles and pats my hand. It'll be okay, Dad, she says. I want to tell her she shouldn't be saying that to patients before the scan, in case it's not okay, but I'm too overcome by being called Dad for the first time. I watch as she squirts some gel on Maddie's stomach and touches the ultrasound wand to her skin. Maddie snaps her hand out and squeezes mine without a word, and I rub my thumb along her knuckles for reassurance. We both hold our breath until we start to hear a swirling, thumping sound. Hey, baby, the tech says. Perfect heartbeat, guys. She moves the wand a bit more, and the sound stops. What happened? Maddie tries to sit up. Where did the heartbeat go? I squeeze her hand and reach to squeeze her shoulder, too. She just moved the wand, that's all, I say, making eyes with the tech, who nods. Here, we'll get it back for you, she says cheerfully. Maddie relaxes her body when we hear the sound again, and I notice how intently she stares at the screen, holding her breath. Can we get an audio recording of the heartbeat? I ask, risking running a hand through Maddie's hair to try to comfort her. Oh, sure, the tech says, and starts prattling on about technology these days. I give her my email address without taking my eyes off Maddie and the screen, where we can see the little jumping bean, our baby, moving around. Can you feel any of that? I whisper into her ear while I brush the hair back from her face. She shakes her head. The tech pipes in. She won't feel anything for another 10 weeks or so. They love moving around like that when there's enough space. A tear slips from the corner of Maddie's eye as she looks at the screen and she squeezes my hand tightly. I think the tech must bump her tubing because she winces. My instinct is to search around, fix what's bothering her, correct the problem. But I stay by her side and keep my hand on her forehead, comforting. After, when we're alone in the room, Maddie eases back into her clothing, adjusting the sheet for privacy. Is the file in your email? She asks, leaning over my shoulder to look as I pull out my phone. I nod and pull up the video. Once again, the room is filled with the soothing, swirling sounds of baby Brady's steadfast heartbeat. Forward it to me? There is so much vulnerability, so much hope, and so much hurt in her voice. I nod and immediately send her the email with the file attached. Hey, I say, braving a hand back on her knee now that the ultrasound is over. She stares down at my fingers. I felt it too. Relief, I tell her, my body sagging with the truth of that. I was relieved everything was okay. So quickly, I've shifted from fear and anxiety about this grave mistake I made to concern and deep caring for the health of this tiny person I helped create. Relief? Maddie stiffens and I draw back my hand. Why? Because you thought my fucked up body wasn't safe? Maddie, that's not what I said. Is she ever going to be able to forgive me for the word I uttered in my panicked, post-sex haze? She shakes her head violently. No, but you thought it. You think it every time you demand to know my numbers, every time you urge me to eat the healthier snack when I crave the goldfish. She jumps off the table and seems unsteady on her feet. I reach for her elbow, and she snaps back her arm. Even now, you think I'm so fragile, so incapable of caring for myself. Maybe it's you thinking those things, but I sure as hell don't. I snap at her. Why are you so convinced I think the worst of you? Did you ever stop to think it's my own fucked up inability to trust anyone that drives my constant worrying? I stomp toward the door and look back at her over my shoulder. Jesus, I do all that shit because it's the only way I know how to show you that I care. I want to stay and keep talking about this with her. I want to make her understand everything I'm feeling. But I don't. She isn't going to hear any of my words the way I intend them anyway. She glowers at me, and I march straight out of the hospital. She was already planning to head home on her own after our appointment, and I've got to go convince Clayton that he needs a multi-million-dollar new infrastructure investment.
Chapter 31. Maddie. I can't go home and write after all that. I'm too angry at Liam and too scared that he's right. Maybe it is me afraid that I'm rotten on the inside, too off balance to sustain a life in there. I feel certain I've gone hyper because I can feel the blood pounding in my head, but when I check my numbers, everything is normal. I lean against the wall of the hospital outside and immediately realize that doing that here will lead someone to assume I'm having an emergency. I spring back off the wall and, without thinking, I dial Emma. "Madison Parker, you are an ignorer," she shouts into the phone above the sounds of children crying. "Oh," I mumble. "It sounds like you can't talk. I'll let you go." "Hey!" she shouts. I'm not sure if it's at me or the kids. "Not you." Ricky was pulling the cat's tail. "Maddie, if I waited to talk on the phone until nobody was crying, I'd be waiting for your kid's graduation." I laugh at the mental image of me and a little kid in an oversized cap and gown. Where the hell did that vision come from? "I just had an ultrasound," I tell Emma. She squeals. "That's so exciting! Oh my gosh, I was so stinking nervous the first time." Emma starts to tell me how scared she was that having epilepsy would hurt the baby. The relief I felt when I finally heard that heartbeat? She drifts off for a minute, and I think of Liam's words, how I misconstrued them. Once I saw everything was okay in there, I really felt like maybe I could do this, even with my jacked up brain. At her admission, I just start sobbing. "Maddie? Honey, are you okay?" I try to snort out a response but can't suck in a breath. I'm just snotting and sobbing, sitting on a bench outside the hospital. "Okay, I'm going to send a rideshare to come grab you," she says. "Moan if you're at McGee Hospital." "Yes," I wail, and I hear Emma whispering something in the background. Soon, a very concerned-looking older man pulls up in a car, and I shuffle inside. I fret and cry the whole way to Emma's house, and she rushes outside to greet me. "Come on inside and tell me everything," she says. And I do. I tell her about Liam's charts and his comments. I tell her how he even got rid of the fucking coffee maker, acting like it was some noble gesture that he's going to give up caffeine along with me. Emma's kids pat my legs while I cry on the couch, and eventually, she says, "Here's what we're going to do." By lunchtime, Emma has assembled both her sisters-in-law at the house. Alice Stagg, a chef, comes carrying 1,000 packages of the most amazing-smelling food I've ever sniffed. Juniper Jones, who kept her name, rolls up in a power suit in a mustard-colored minivan. "Get in!" she shouts, climbing out to toss her kids' booster seats into the cargo hold of the van. Emma and Alice hop in, and Juniper flicks a button, opening the sliding door and offering me a sticky captain's chair. "I've got the van from Ty for a few hours," she says, referencing her husband, who shifted from pro hockey player to pro dad. Most days, Juniper explains, he has Emma's kids and theirs while Emma works on her book. The three of them talk over top of each other about their children, and it sounds sort of like they have all sons. Based on the interior of the minivan, it looks like all of them like to fling paint and spit out partially chewed fish crackers. I spy a snack cup full of my #1 cracker choice and help myself. "Where are we going?" I ask, wiping my face with the back of my hand. "Pedicures," Emma shouts. "I booked us the whole place." She explains how the salon owes Thatcher a few favors because he did some custom glasswork for their space in exchange for credits for his wife to get pampering services. I want to barf, that is so damn perfect, I say, continuing to crunch the crackers. Hey, how long am I going to feel like barfing around the clock? 3 months, Emma says, at the same time as Juniper growls, 8 months, and Alice shrugs, saying, I never got nauseated with my babies. Emma leans across the aisle of the minivan to pat my leg. Every body and every pregnancy is different. Alice shares a story about how she passed out cold when she was first pregnant with her oldest son, Petey. None of the women in the van had planned for their first kids, but all 3 of them are living a happily ever after dream life with the Stagg brothers. I snort. Well, I don't have a Stagg prince. I've got grumpy Grandpa Brady keeping spreadsheets. I'm surprised he hasn't started charting my poops. We all share a laugh at that, and Alice chimes in, Do you know, Tim and I had basically only gone on 1 date when we conceived Petey? I shake my head. That seems really unlike him from what I've seen. He's he's a lot like Liam. Rigid. Tim wanted me to see some high-risk obstetrician and basically tried to control every aspect of my life as soon as he found out I was pregnant. My eyes widen. And you stayed with him? Jesus, this is like a nightmare for me. Constant reminders of how my body is broken, how he doesn't trust me to grow his kid the right way. Emma shakes her head as we pull up to the nail place. I don't think that's the intent of how Liam is behaving, she says. I start to protest, and she holds up a hand. I didn't say that wasn't the impact of his actions, but I really think he's maybe acting a little like Tim. A little like Thatcher when they found out we were preggo. She gestures back and forth between Alice and her. We open the doors to the salon, and Emma is greeted with hugs and kisses from the owner. You all look ravishing, she says, gesturing around the beautiful lobby of the space. See how the light twinkles through this beautiful fixture? Thatcher has made a swirling, fiery nest of tubes, and soft lights sparkle from within, bathing the space in a soft, warm glow. It's very womb-like, Emma observes, and it strikes me that she's probably right about that. We walk through a curtain into a row of pedicure chairs. Comfy? Emma asks, as I ease my feet into the water. When I nod, she folds her arms across her chest. Good. Now, we're here to answer every single one of your pregnancy and mama questions. But first, you need to tell us what is going on with you and Liam. I shrug. I'm living with him because I'm homeless. I don't have a job. Unless his mother hires me, I'm basically pathetic and fully dependent on him. Juniper frowns. It does sound like he's very involved in your life. But are you really dependent on him in a bad way? How many other jobs did you apply for? I consider her question. It's true that I hadn't even sent out a resume. Nicole and Zach got me my temporary gig. Sheila aggressively recruited me for the copywriting job I haven't met with her about yet. I guess his mom didn't know we were sleeping together when she offered me the job. I concede. And didn't Nicole say you probably have enough money saved for a down payment on a house? Emma flips through a magazine and doesn't look at me as I frown. So you don't need to live with him. I roll my eyes. Okay, but if he's going to be involved in the baby's life, it makes sense that we live together, at least at first. And then I have to deal with him explaining which enzymes are in the new non-toxic cleaning products he bought to keep the baby safe. Alice mock clutches her chest and gasps. He did what? The Stagg women all laugh, and Alice leans forward, admiring her toes. Listen, I get it. You think it's sexy when he scrubs the shower tile with a toothbrush and... Oh my God, Tim does that? Juniper laughs. I can totally see Liam popping on a magnifying glass to make sure he gets each speck from the grout. Yes, Alice continues, but sometimes it crosses a line. There's caring, and then there's taking care of. And it's not sexy to be taken care of. You want a partner, not a parent. Yes! It's like Alice has framed out exactly what's been bothering me. I want him to iron the fuck out of his boxer shorts. But then with me, I want him to get them wrinkly. Juniper nods. I nod. We all sigh. Emma slips a bunch of cash to the nail techs for a tip, even though the services are paid for, and then pulls me in for a hug. You don't have to explain to me how it feels when everyone treats you like some delicate ornament. That's why we like each other, right? I nod. But it's also possible for a guy to admire you and take interest in your condition, not because he doesn't think you're taking care of yourself, but because he's so impressed with how well you are. I furrow my brow, considering that. Liam does seem to admire his uncle primarily because of the accuracy of his work, and when he brags about his brothers, it's generally about their math skills. Maybe graphs and glucose trends are Liam's love language, Alice suggests, like how Tim alphabetizes my spices for me. I think of his eager face as he asked Dr. Craner about baseline numbers, and how he checked into the safety of the parking garage before driving me in there. This is a chaotic situation, and I'm a mess. Emma and the Stags help me see that maybe Liam is a mess too. Only he's the type of guy who straightens his angles more fervently as things get messier. You guys are the best and the worst all at the same time, I tell them, feeling 1,000 pounds lighter now that I can at least verbalize what's been bothering me. But does knowing what's been bugging me about Liam really get me anywhere toward getting past my hurt feelings?
Chapter 32. Liam. Maddie isn't home when I get back from work, and she still isn't here when I'm ready for bed. I consider her last words to me, hearing them clatter around in my head. I don't know how to be the man she needs right now. She thinks my fussing means I don't trust her. How the hell do I explain to her that I have nothing else to offer beyond my organizational skills? Unable to sit still, I stand at the counter with my laptop, finishing up my proposal for Clayton Monroe and Allegheny Power. As I'm studying his latest email to me, I see a notification that he's online. It's very late. Well, for me it's late. I'm supposed to run with my brothers before work tomorrow, and then I have to drive to the suburbs for dinner with my mother. My phone rings. Clayton? Liam, good. Was worried the phone might wake your kids or something. I grunt. You got any kids yet, son? I'm not sure how to answer this question. I'm unprepared for how to talk about my personal life with a business associate. I've always deflected conversations about relationships and women, since I've never been involved with either of those. Not in any meaningful way. No, I start to say I don't have kids, but that's not true. My first is on the way. I correct. Really? Fantastic, that's so great. I recently got a new lease on life thanks to your friend, Miss Parker. He tells me. This is all very strange. Clayton sounds emotional. What does Maddie have to do with that? Listen, I want to tell you not to kill yourself on the details in the proposal, son. This is a good thing you brought to us. A good thing. We need to do it. And I've known your dad for a long time. Your family does good work. Wow. Clayton, I don't know what to say. Oh, come on, he says. Say thank you, and then tell me you'll personally get the work established with Allegheny Power before you try and expand to West Virginia companies. I laugh at his candor. I can see why he gets along so well with my dad. I will be personally overseeing the planning and logistics phase of our work with you, I assure him. Though we do plan to eventually trust my team with the work. I'm just jerking your chain, Brady. You guys hire great people at Beltane. I hear the door open and see Maddie slipping quietly inside, like she's trying not to wake me. Hey, Clay, I gotta run, I tell him. Little mama needs some ice cream? He chuckles. I remember those days. Something like that, I tell him, ending the call and closing my computer. I take a deep breath and close my eyes, praying my words don't set off an angry string of responses from Maddie. I was worried about you, I say. When I open my eyes, she's leaning against the counter opposite from me. I'm sorry I didn't call, she says. I know I'm typically home in the evenings as I've been finishing the project for your uncle. I nod. I can see how that was distressing for you. I'll text next time. Thank you, I whisper, not sure how to respond to Maddie agreeing with me that my anxiety was warranted. She bites her lip and fiddles with her fanny pack, then sits on the stool next to me at the counter. I think I should come with you to dinner tomorrow, to tell your mom our news. What? I wasn't going to. I wasn't going to what? I can't wait another week to tell her. She'd be really angry if my dad knew for so long before she did. Maddie is right that I should tell her. I want to make sure we deliver the right message to my mother, I finally say. Maddie has been very clear that her tolerance of my behaviors lately has been fully related to baby daddy responsibilities. Showing up together to talk to my mom feels like the wrong message. Maddie's eyes flare. I hadn't considered that, she says. I don't know yet what I think the message should be. About us. I start at this revelation. So, you're not 100% certain that romance is off the table? She spits out a laugh. I'd forgotten what her laugh sounds like, and I relax into it. Romance, she says in a quiet voice. Is that what this is? I did hand you a towel after you vomited last time. I tease, testing the unfamiliar waters of flirting. My hero, she jokes. She stares at me in silence for a bit, and I can feel my heart rate speed up. Can I take you on a date? I ask her, my voice wavering. I'd love to show you that bridge. I remember Clayton's question about the ice cream for a pregnant woman. There's a cute soft serve place nearby? An eternity passes before Maddie responds, asking, Is it the kind of place where I can get two flavors swirled together? I nod, fidgeting with the sides of my laptop so I don't reach out and try to touch her. All right, it's a date. I feel all my cells relaxing. I grin and rub a hand along the back of my neck, noting I need to visit the barber for a trim. How long has it been? The idea that I've forgotten part of my regular routine is alarming, until I remember that I was meant to go to the barber the day we met with Dr. Cranner. It feels okay that I prioritized that meeting above a bare neck. I'm going to accept your mother's job offer tomorrow, Maddie says, but I won't tell her about the baby. I nod. When can we go on our hike cream date? She doesn't laugh at my joke right away, and I worry it fell flat. But as she climbs down from the stool, she seems to realize that I was being funny. Liam Brady, did you just make a portmanteau? I am not familiar with that word, I tell her. She grins and points a finger at me. When you combine two words together like that, hike plus ice cream. I had no idea it was an official thing, I tell her, fascinated. Do you know everything about language?
Chapter 33. Maddie. I feel like a cheater. I called Sheila to accept her job offer, didn't mention that I'd need time off in a few months, and didn't tell her I was carrying her son's baby. Nicole tells me that legally, I don't need to disclose my pregnancy at this point, but it still feels sneaky. Sheila wanted to know when I could start, and I asked for another week to finish the Beltane book. She told me to go ahead and take 2 weeks, joking that I'd need a week to unwind after spending that long with her ex-husband. I don't tell her that Kellen is the bigger pain in the ass right now. Every time I come into the office, he is a worried mother hen, pulling out chairs for me, handing me water. I feel like asking him to get me a fresh sprig of mint for the water just to see if he will. My hormones are all over the place, but at least I seem to have stopped puking. Liam and I have reached a truce. I bought a coffee maker and he didn't comment on it. He hung my fanny packs in rainbow color order on pegs in the entryway, and I didn't comment on that. It's just a time of purgatory. All of us waiting to see what will happen, trying to make sense of the things we've said, the things we've left unsaid. Coordinated care meeting today, Liam shouts down the hall, sounding excited where I'm feeling not quite dread, but almost. I hear him setting up the ironing board in the living room and wondering again why he doesn't do that in his bedroom. Didn't it bother you to be out here doing this when you lived with your brother? I ask, sneaking behind him to get my cereal, admiring the muscles in his back where his thin undershirt hugs his shoulders. I let my gaze fall to his crisp boxers, wondering if he ironed those a few minutes ago or does them all at once when he does laundry. Would they be warm from the iron if I touched them? Holy shit, I realize. I have a lady boner for Liam right now. I like to preserve my bedroom for sleeping, he says, concentrating on the insides of his pockets before shaking his pants right side out. That's not entirely accurate, is it? I have no idea. I ask him around a mouthful of colored fruit rings. That's why I asked about it. I have a desk in there and I sometimes do work in there. He pauses to look at me. I have no logical explanation for why I do my ironing in the living room, Maddie. You can change your ways at any time, I tell him, patting his hand. It's never too late. He shakes his head. You don't understand. I have a logical reason for everything. It's all that... He stills, looking alarmed. He swallows. Logic and order help keep me calm. I nod. He steps closer to me, his pants still hanging open, waiting for him to tuck in the work shirt he hasn't ironed yet. My attraction to you is not orderly, he says, reminding me of the night we shared, how his eyes looked wild, how his scruff brushed against my thighs as he knelt at my feet. Now it's my turn to swallow. Seems like you were living on the edge before you even met me, I tell him, gesturing to the ironing board. Sleeping with me was just step 2 on the road to chaos. I think I need a little chaos, he says in a quiet voice, and then I hear a timer sounding in the background. That's my shoe alarm. He sighs and starts to move the iron along his shirt rapidly. Liam sets alarms for when he needs to start putting on his shoes and grab his bag to leave for work. Only today, we're stopping at McGee Women's Hospital before I go with him for the final production meeting about the Beltane book. I toss on a fanny pack from the selection near the door and head to the kitchen to make sure it's stocked with proper snacks. Liam drives to the hospital, circling the parking garage until he finds a space on the roof, which is his compromise, since there's not really any street parking near the city's main labor and delivery hospital. I smile at Dr. Craner inside and tentatively shake hands with the fancy OB that Emma recommended. Elizabeth Hudson, she says, pumping Liam's hand after mine. Thrilled to meet a friend of Emma Stagg's. We all sit around a round table in a conference room with a huge monitor on the wall. Dr. Hudson brings up the video from the ultrasound, which makes my heart swell. Liam reaches for my hand, and I squeeze it, loving the sound of the baby's heartbeat. I was so excited with your blood work and with the ultrasound, she says. We're going to want you to alternate seeing Dr. Craner and myself every 2 weeks. I nod. That doesn't seem too horrible. I consider asking if it's normal that I have the hots for my hairy housemate, but then I decide I'm probably mistaking joy at not puking for sexual desire. Dr. Hudson pulls out some pamphlets, which Liam scoops up eagerly, causing her to raise a brow. I'm sure those were for me. Babies born to diabetic mothers can sometimes have heart trouble, she explains. Liam's entire body stiffens, and I squeeze his hand harder. We have excellent technology to monitor these things prenatally. She reaches across the table and pats both of our hands. This heart rate from this first ultrasound is very encouraging. I just want you to be aware of the realities of the next few months. She goes on to explain something about an umbilical cord, and I can feel Liam taking mental notes for later. Dr. Craner leans in to ask him, Would you like us to explain more about that, Liam? You seem concerned. He nods, and I listen as Dr. Hudson explains how babies need 3 lines in their umbilical cord, and sometimes babies in a diabetic womb only develop 2. I feel increasingly shitty and panicked, and I reach for my fanny pack, popping a lavender candy in my mouth. I look over and see Liam holding his hand out, gesturing for a candy, and I meet his eye as I hand him one. I assumed this meeting would send him into a tailspin, that he would yell at me for creating an inhospitable space for his kid. Instead, he winks at me, and I notice that he's got a few days' growth of beard. Even though I'm sitting at a meeting with two important, hard-to-see doctors and should be paying attention, I blurt out, "You look really nice with a beard." "Thank you," he says, giving my hand a squeeze. He turns back toward Dr. Hudson and winks at her, and I swear I must be having a low, because I feel faint.
Chapter 34. Liam. My entire body is screaming in fear after that meeting with Maddie's doctors. Normally, I would respond to something like this by making statistical models, roping in one of my relatives to make a chart about risks. If this was a rusting I-beam, I'd map out potential for failure at 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and then I'd chart out potential interventions. But this is a baby. It's going to grow. We can't go inside Maddie and add heart scaffolding for a fetus. At least I don't think we can do that. And while the doctor talks, I realize my usual approach isn't going to help right now. Making a graph is not the most efficient intervention. But I see Maddie's hands shaking and realize I can be still, and I can squeeze her hand. And I watch as this simple act seems to calm her, to make her feel better. Soon, I feel better too. After the meeting, we drive to Beltane and sit with Dad and Uncle Kellen to talk about the proof copy of the book, Beltane Engineering, Shining Light on Tomorrow's Challenges. I expect my father to be congratulatory and emotional, and for Kellen to point out inaccuracies. I'm stunned when Kellen has tears in his eyes as he thumbs through the pages Maddie had the printer send over. "This is just beautiful," he says. "I could never have so perfectly described our work and our company philosophy." He dabs at his eyes with a handkerchief from his jacket pocket. Uncle Kellen carries accessories that are both attractive and useful. My dad, however, wears an unfamiliar expression. He runs his finger along some of the photographs, showing me and my brothers clinging to his legs on a job site. I estimate the photo was from soon after my dad split with Zach's mom, based on how young he and Cal look. It looks like I'm trying to tug my brothers out of the frame, like I was maybe asked to occupy them so Dad and Kellen could pose with a client. I resolve in that moment that my child won't have to take on any undue burden, that I'll keep adult disagreements civil and out of earshot, that I'll hire a caregiver rather than bring my kids along to construction sites. I'd say this work order is complete, I tell the room at large, smiling at Maddie, who looks pleased with herself. As she should. This is excellent work, and I'm excited to display it in our lobby, on my desk, and on the coffee table at our home. Our home. I drape an arm around her shoulders. "Kellen, can I assume you're handling the paperwork for Maddie's final payment?" He looks perplexed and nods. "Okay, great. I'm going to take her home and put her feet up. We've had a full morning." Everyone stares at me, and I understand I'm acting out of character. All my instincts are demanding I hyper-analyze and shut myself in my office to plan for the worst-case scenario. But what have my instincts gotten me so far? Living alone, with no couch? Frown lines? I tug Maddie's hand to the parking lot and open the door to my SUV, letting my hand linger on her backside as she climbs inside. She whips her head around, staring at me, eyes wide. I hadn't considered making any sort of physical move with her beyond taking her on a hike cream date, which we still have yet to do. But I watch as her nostrils wiggle, and I decide I'm also going to ignore my instincts about romantic advancements. This entire day, I've been doing the opposite of the typical Liam Brady routine, and it feels good. When we get inside the apartment, Maddie leans against the wall to take off her shoes and hang up her pouch. I step into her space. Standing so close, I see my breath tickling her hair. When she spins around in my arms, I box her in against the wall, an echo of the previous time we were together. "You're going to need some candy," I tell her. She looks at me, her eyes wide with surprise, but she doesn't indicate that my closeness is unwelcome. "For what?" "To keep your glucose levels up while I fuck you," I tell her, zipping open her pack and pulling out a handful of the purple candies. "Oh?" she says. and then she moans as I slide one into her mouth, tracing her lip with my fingertip afterward. Yum. I'm not sure if it's a commentary on the lavender candy or if she's using her nickname for me. But either way, I lean in and taste her. Our tongues duel around the candy in her mouth, and I slip the other pieces in my pocket before planting my hands on her waist. She groans appreciatively as I lean into her, thrusting my hips against hers. "You're so hard," she breathes, like she's surprised. As if I haven't been hard for her for months. "Always, Maddie," I snarl, thrusting against her again. "Always for you." I kick off my shoes and tug her hand, yanking her down the hall toward my room. In the doorway, I ponder the bareness of the space. Neatly made bed, bare surface of the desk. I don't even have anything on top of my dresser. It looks like a model dorm room.
Chapter 35. Maddie. I wake up in Liam's bed, naked, with Liam's hand on my belly. He lies on his stomach next to me, his head turned toward me as if he fell asleep studying the numbers on my insulin pump. He probably had. But as I wriggle and stretch, trying not to wake him, I feel used in very, very exciting ways, and I decide I don't care if he wants to ask me about my glucose today. Thinking about my glucose makes me realize I am feeling pretty hungry, though. And then I remember that I don't have an emergency snack stash nearby. I groan and try to thread my way out of Liam's bed. He wakes up and rolls to his side. "Hey," he says, "where are you going?" "I thought I'd iron my underwear," I tell him, looking around on the floor for the garment in question. When he climbs out of bed, presumably to get the ironing board, I laugh and shout after him, "I just wanted a snack." "Or breakfast," my stomach growls. "Maybe 2 breakfasts." He pokes his head back around the corner, and I admire his chest hair again, the way it swirls around his lean muscles. I start wondering if the baby will be tall and lithe like him. "I'll make you pancakes," he says, and disappears again. By the time I find him in the kitchen, he's found some boxers and nothing else, and is flipping pancakes, whistling. "I like Jolly Yum," I tell him, peering over his shoulder at the perfectly browned circles in his skillet. "Those look amazing." "I only have turkey sausage," he says, frowning as the microwave beeps. "But there's real maple syrup." I open a cabinet to get out a plate for him to cool the pancakes as he works, and he freezes, turning toward me with the spatula in his hand. "I should have said we. We only have turkey sausage. This is your home, too." I say. I want to add on for now, but I also don't want to spoil the moment, to damage the bridge we've begun to repair between us. So I divvy up the pancakes onto 2 plates and rinse out the mixing bowl while Liam, still whistling, pours me a glass of orange juice. I could get used to this, I tell him, trying to remember the last time someone made me a meal. "You should," he says, kissing my shoulder as he climbs into the stool next to mine. "How soon can you be ready?" I arch a brow at him. "Ready for what?" "Our hike," he says. He pulls out his phone and opens the weather app. "Look, it's only supposed to be in the mid-80s today, not too humid. We can splash in the creek if you get hot, and I can show you the bridge." He drifts off, his crooked smile so hopeful. "That sounds like an amazing day," I tell him. I fork another big bite into my mouth, moaning at how perfectly the pancakes and sweet syrup hit my need for carbs and sugar. I realize I've eaten all my sausage when I move to stab another piece, and when I frown, Liam slides me one of his yet-to-be-eaten links. I swoon. "This is it right here," I tell him. "This is the key to my heart, Yum." I manage to not jump his bones after I eat, and once he has looked up whether his bug spray and sunscreen are safe for pregnant women, we load into his SUV headed for McConnell's Mills State Park. As we get closer, Liam grows visibly excited when he points out that we get to drive through a wooden-covered bridge to get to the trailhead parking. "This is where the horses and buggies used to come to drop grain at the mill, or pick up their flour," he says, pointing at the massive old building that no longer has a water wheel. He hops out of the car and runs over to the bridge, squatting on the ground and pointing. "This is it, the truss structure I was telling you about. This bridge was built in 1874. His enthusiasm is contagious, and I listen as he talks about how the mill was one of the first in the country to use roller mills, whatever that means. "Dad and Uncle Kellen used to bring us here hiking," he tells me. "They'd run the trail and we'd try to keep up." He tugs on my hand and looks both ways before pulling me inside the covered bridge. "See how the beams form X's all along the interior?" Liam Brady is fully delighted by this structure, and by the longevity that's allowed it to stay standing so long. I don't want to interrupt him telling me about his delights, but I can't wait another second to kiss him. So I stretch up on tiptoe and press my lips to his. I love the feel of his beard against my face, and I nuzzle against him like a cat until he presses me back against the wall. I can't believe I'm making out in a How Truss bridge. He murmurs, "Play your cards right along the hike, and I'll give you a handy in here later," I tease. His eyes widen, and I realize I've just discovered structural engineering porn exists. Or maybe I invented it. I bite my lip and rub a thumb along his jaw, savoring. He clears his throat. "We'd better get going so I can buy you ice cream," he tells me. Liam leads the way along the trail that clings to a creek, where we watch as kayakers and whitewater rafters float down the rapids. We even come upon a waterfall, and I can't help but rush to stand under the rushing, pristine water. It falls around my face and hair, and I just stand there, loving the rushing, wild rawness of it. "There's nothing more powerful than water," I shout to Liam, who has joined me in the wet. "You look like you did the first day I kissed you," he says, his eyes dropping to my shirt. I realize with a rush of heat to my center that I must have passed straight on from the puking part of pregnancy to the ever-horny phase that Emma told me about, where she frequently texted Thatcher to rush upstairs from his glass studio to service her before she'd melt with need. "Huh," I say, looking around for a cave or alcove where we might find a few minutes of privacy. There have been a steady stream of other hikers passing us in either direction. Spotting no secret nooks, I pout. "What's wrong?" Liam steps out of the flow of the water and shakes his head, his dark hair flopping like he's in a shampoo commercial or a private erotic video just for me. "I want you," I say, shrugging. "I'm horny as fuck, Liam, and I don't know what to do about it." His demeanor shifts instantly, and he beckons for me to follow him down the trail back in the direction we came. Stepping off the trail and higher into the woods, I notice that the trees grow thicker here, that there are no other hikers. "Where are we going?" "I know a spot," he tells me, and we duck behind a wide tree. I can hear the water flowing below us, a few kids exclaiming when they see the falls, but we are completely hidden from view up here. I grin as Liam backs me against the tree, and then his mouth meets mine. Our actions are quick and hungry, needy and rough, as he spins me around and yanks down my shorts. I spread my feet as far as I'm able with the shorts around my ankles, and I hear the rasp of his zipper right before I feel the heavy, hard length of him against my damp skin. It doesn't take long. The thrill of being outside, paired with my overwhelming need, has me screaming into his palm over my mouth within minutes. His breath grows ragged in my ear, and he joins me, silencing his cries in my shoulder, his energy sinking into my skin and adding to the electrical fire exploding in my body. After, soggy and sated, we sit in his hatch in the parking lot of the ice cream stand. He stares at me as I lick my cone, and I wiggle my brows at him. As we head for home, he speeds down the highway. "Liam Brady, are you violating a traffic rule?" I place a palm on his thigh, loving the feel of his muscles tensing beneath my hand. I'm very unlikely to get pulled over at this speed, he tells me, and then, considering, I'm also very unlikely to drive in such a way as to hurt anyone. He swallows. Maybe you should take your hand off my leg, though, just in case.
Chapter 36. Liam. What's different about you? Cal stares at me in the kitchen at work, and I realize I'm leaning on the counter, not moving. Nothing, I say. Not really. Nothing except that I think I'm in a relationship for the first time, maybe ever, unless you count a sort of perfunctory experience with my research partner in my college engineering seminar. It didn't take us long to realize we were more excited by eccentrically curved beams than we were by one another. Cal continues to study me, and I wonder if this morning's lovemaking is somehow visible. I showered afterward, combed my hair, trimmed my beard, but didn't shave it because my girlfriend says she likes the soft hair, and that makes me want to keep it. Is Maddie my girlfriend? I don't realize I've uttered it out loud until Cal squints over his coffee mug. That seems like a question you should maybe ask her. I have no idea. He takes a long sip. Although she does live with you and is pregnant with your progeny, so probably. You guys still doing it, or do you have to stop that when a woman is pregnant? Oh, come on, Callum. Orla smacks him upside the head, causing him to slosh coffee on his shirt. I watch in horror as he doesn't respond to move to mop it up. What? It's a fair question. Can the baby, see the penis during sex? My entire family is now standing around the kitchen. They must have all prowled in like cats while I was daydreaming. My father pours himself more of his fancy gourd tea that he orders from South America. The uterus is a closed-off structure while the baby is in there, he says. There's a plug at the bottom, and it comes out during labor. Looks like a giant booger. I should be grossed out by that. Cal and Orla look like they're going to vomit, but instead I'm itching to go look up how all that works. What is the biological makeup of the plug? I ask Dad, wondering if this type of scaffolding can be useful in any engineering applications. Could something similar solve our problems with the oil seeping up near Detroit? Kellen nods at this. You know, Liam, that's not a bad idea, he says. Zach, can you join Liam and me in an hour to map out some proposals? Let's use our time this morning researching non-porous membranes. I whistle as I walk to my office, excited that once again my personal life seems to blend into my professional life if I stop hyper-focusing on it. Maddie leaves laundry draped over furniture, not just in her bedroom, but all over our apartment. But I care about this less than I did with Cal because Maddie also greets me with sex when I walk in the door from work. She says the orgasms are good for me, and I suspect she is right. She starts her new job with my mother on Monday and says she's using this week to catch up on all the important things she's been wanting to read. Every day this week, I've come home to find her giddy and turned on. So today, when I walk in the door to see her lying on the floor in the living room, I panic. Maddie! I rush over to her, tripping over a pile of books by the coffee table. Oh, hey, Yum, she says sleepily. She drops her book. What are you doing down there? Let me see your monitor app. She's woozy like when she's having a low and glancing at her book title. It seemed to be a thriller, the kind of book that earlier this week had her calling me at work so she could let her heart rest in between chapters. She shoves her phone inside her shirt. No, quit being bossy. Maddie reaches for her fanny pack. I assume to grab a snack, but she's not wearing it because she didn't leave the house today. Did you eat today, Maddie? I walk to the pantry and grab a few packages of food to bring over to her. She struggles to a sitting position and rips at the bags. She shrugs. Probably. Oh, that hits the spot. Silently, I get her a juice box from the fridge and open it for her, sitting next to her on the floor. Thanks, Yum. I don't like that she was here alone while this happened, while she seems to be experiencing a dangerous low. I don't like this, I tell her, working to control my fear and my temper. Yeah, well, this is me, she says, shoveling peanut butter into her mouth. I have diabetes, Liam. I fight the urge to snap at her, to tell her that she needs to work harder to maintain safe levels, that she needs to think about the baby. You can't skip meals while you're pregnant, I say, deciding that feels like the most appropriate thing I can insist on. She glares at me. I didn't skip a meal. I never skip a meal. I just... She sighs and finishes the juice with a slurping sound. I felt my numbers tanking and couldn't seem to make my way to the kitchen. We both sit quietly for a moment, me trying not to scream, her thinking Lord knows what. I've been having a hard time keeping my numbers up this week, she admits. I rake my fingers through my hair. Did you tell Dr. Cranner? Why didn't you tell me? I could have worked from home and been here. I could have helped you. I don't need a babysitter, Liam. I'm an adult. Well, you're not really acting like one right now. I spit back at her. If you're having a health challenge, you need to consult your health team. If you can't stand the idea of keeping your baby's father in the loop, you could at least loop in your beloved doctor you're always talking about. What's that supposed to mean? Maddie gathers up the wrappers and tries to stand. She grabs the arm of the couch to steady herself, and I feel my body clench, worried she'll hit the ground. But she doesn't. She marches over to the trash and starts cleaning up the remnants of her day spent reading. I run my fingers along the spine of the book she was reading, where she's marked certain pages with yellow tabs, and I can see her handwritten notes in the margins, places she admired use of detail or certain adjectives. She wasn't reading just to escape. Her creative mind is always working. Hell, she probably needed more calories than usual just to keep up with her thought process as she tore through this book today. It means it's not just you anymore, I tell her. It's not you against the world that's different from you. She looks like she might cry. You have to let someone help you. Her nostrils flare as she takes in my words. I don't want a caregiver, she says. I want a partner. Well, tell me how to be that without you winding up on the floor in the living room. I spit back. Neither of us says anything for a while. Eventually, I get up and order us pizza for dinner. By the time I finish making the phone call, Maddie has cleaned up all the laundry and books that were peppered throughout the room. The sight of the tidy, orderly space doesn't make me feel calm as it usually does. I stare down the hall toward the closed door of her room and feel like I'm sinking.
Chapter 37. Maddie. By Monday, things are still a little tense with Liam, but we are cheerful together in the morning. Want me to iron your dress? He offers when he sees me shaking it out as I pull it from the dryer. He is, of course, standing in his neatly pressed boxer shorts and socks, concentrating on a pair of khakis. Is it casual Monday for you, Yum? I gesture at the pants. He shakes his head. Oh, no. We're doing a minor field visit with Clay today. I won't be tramping through tall grass, but we are visiting a transformer. He steps into the pants and gets started on his shirt. I figure this is a nice compromise. I smile at the short-sleeved button-down he's chosen, glad he isn't trying to wear a tie out to inspect power towers. My dress is a lovely rayon blend, I tell him. No ironing necessary. I slip it over my head and adjust the chunky necklace I chose to match my orange fanny pack. How do I look? He smiles. Fantastic as usual. He looks down to line up his buttons, then snaps his head back at me. Oh, crap. You have final contract negotiations with my mom today, don't you? I laugh at his aloofness. I do indeed. I don't really think contract negotiations is the right term. But yes, we're chatting. He nods and keeps ironing. And don't forget we're barbecuing with Emma and Thatcher tonight to celebrate my contract. It's possible Emma is equally as excited about my new job as I am. She mentioned inviting my mother, and I make a note to check if that ended up happening. Liam frowns. He says. Then he shakes his head and bends to put on his shoes. What's up? Nothing. He gives his outfit a final smooth with his palms and reaches for his black duffel. I catch a glimpse of his tool belt and hard hat before he zips it shut. He drops a kiss on the top of my head. I was just thinking about something else. He leans against me, pressing his forehead against mine. I inhale the soapy scent of him. This feels nice. comfortable. And then, make sure you're eating today. Don't let Mom work you till you forget. There it is again, the worrying. I'm sure you don't mean for that to sound so patronizing, I tell him, but that's how I receive it. I think you saw that I already had a bunch of oatmeal as a pre-breakfast. Liam closes his eyes and nods. I'm trying, Maddie. I'm sorry. Thank you, I sigh, watching as he leaves for the office. I decide to go for a walk while I wait for my call with Sheila. I wander down a side street in Lawrenceville, noticing the cobblestones. Then I smile, remembering Liam telling me that they're actually called Belgian block, and it's a completely different material than cobblestones. I know he's trying. I know he's fastidious. We can figure this all out together. I walk back into the apartment and call Sheila, who picks up on the first ring. You excited to get to work with our slogan? She laughs. Just about, I joke back. We chat for a while about the current workload and she briefs me on some of the clients she's designing for this month. We're doing an annual report for an engineering firm, not Beltane. I smile at her jab. They've asked us to provide content too, since none of their people know how to describe what they do so investors will care. Then we've got a fun pamphlet for a research team studying the impact of play on early childhood learning. Her mention of early childhood reminds me that we still have to discuss leave. Oh, while we're talking about kids, I say, rummaging in my fanny pack to pull up my calendar app. I'm going to have a lot of appointments coming up. I was hoping we could discuss some flex hours while I manage those. She makes a grunting sound that reminds me of Liam. Flex all the time that you need, dear. I hope everything's okay. That's kind of an odd question for her to ask, but I guess all she's had is Liam's side of the story, and I'm sure he made me sound like a ticking time bomb. Everything looks good so far, they tell us. I scroll through the dates. Looks like I should expect my leave to start in April. I pause, hopefully. Leave? She sounds deeply confused. I frown. My maternity leave. I feel a strange sensation as I realize Liam did not actually inform his mother that I am pregnant with his child. Between the grunts and coughs I hear, Sheila sounds like she is experiencing a wide array of emotions simultaneously. Should I infer that you are having a baby? I nod, though she can't see. With my son? I'm going to kill him, I tell her. Sheila starts to cry. Please forgive me, Madison. I'm so overcome right now. She takes a few deep breaths and then says, I'm going to be a Mimi. Or am I more of a Gigi? I hear her clap her hands. April! The baby will be here in April? Sheila, I say. I am so upset that Liam didn't tell you last week when you had dinner. He assured me he was telling you. Wait, she says. Did he already tell Mick? I bite my lip and grimace. I'm looping him in on the call. We're calling Liam. I hear a bunch of beeping and then the sound of a call going to voicemail. He's on a field visit today, I say, fussing with my phone to pull up the conference option. Let me try. I dial and he picks up after 2 rings. Are you in distress? Well, Liam, I start, but his mother cuts me off. Liam Brady, you failed to mention that you were going to be a father. I hear silence on the other end of the phone. Then, can we talk about this later? You will come and see me at my office as soon as you are done in the field, she says, and she hangs up on him. Tell me how you're feeling, darling, she says. I give her a brief overview, and I hear her breathe deeply. Why on earth did he have to inherit his father's communication skills? She asks. Don't answer that. I don't know what to say, Sheila. I stutter. This all feels really complicated. Madison, I'm going to need to compose myself. Can we make a plan to speak later this week, after I've finished yelling at Liam and switched over to just being excited? We hang up and I send a string of furious texts to Liam. Do you want me to be unemployed? Get over here. I'm mad if you couldn't tell. An hour later, after I've paced circles throughout the apartment and considered rumpling all the folded shirts in his drawer, Liam bursts into the front door. "I let my guard down and I forgot something important," he says, staring at me. "This is me. Unraveled. This is what happens when I'm not hyper-focused on the details. It's a giant staircase, Maddie. It all builds upon itself, and I forget to tell my mother I'm having a baby just like I forgot to move the wash to the dryer." "This is a little different than musty laundry, yum," I retort, arms crossed. Liam leans against the doorframe. "You're not even going to apologize for making me look like an idiot in front of my boss?" "Considering you're the employee here, it seems like it was also irresponsible of you not to inform your employer about your life event." I can feel my blood pressure going up, and I reach into my fanny pack for a juice box. "You're right, Liam. I neglected to mention that, because I assumed she already knew, because you told me you were telling her." I sip the juice angrily and crush the empty carton in my fist. Liam closes his eyes and grinds the heel of his hands against his temples. "You don't want me when I'm wound up, and so worried about everything I can't concentrate. You don't want me when I'm unraveled." "I do want you, Liam," I interject, but he shakes his head. "You don't, though. You tell me the impact of my worrying is patronizing. You want me to leave you passed out on the floor rather than help you get glucose." I feel my heart pounding in my chest. His words make sense, but I rail against them, feeling a lifetime of experience at war with my sense of reason in this moment. This is all too much for me right now, and I stand up from the chair. "I need some time to think," I tell him. "Do not come over to Emma's later. I don't know if I'll come home tonight." Liam looks wounded, but when I walk past him en route to leaving, he spits out, "Try not to trip and fall over the shoes you left on the floor."
Chapter 38. Liam. I'm not ready for a relationship. Clearly. I'm good at organizing things, micromanaging people, and hyper-analyzing small details. I am not good at interpersonal relationships. I storm out of my mother's office, angry at myself more than anything else. I missed observing the first inspection session with our team on the first series of Transformers, so I drive straight back out to the power towers, as Maddie called them. I spend the rest of the day rechecking Dave's work, and am then even more angry with myself when, of course, everything is perfect. Every decimal point aligned, every element scrutinized against the protocols Kellen and I developed for this project. The apartment is empty when I get home, and neat as a pin. The kitchen smells like cleaners, and I growl, knowing Maddie must have made sure to scrub everything before she left me. Because I'm sure that's what happened. She left me. And I don't blame her. I'm sure my dad can give me advice on setting up a custody arrangement and fair child support payments when the time comes. It's probably better for everyone if I stick to myself, anyway. I spend the evening watching movies on my laptop, forcing myself to follow Maddie's instructions not to go to her celebration picnic. I guess there's nothing really for her to be celebrating since I apparently fucked up her job with my mother. By midnight, it's obvious she's not coming home tonight. I go into her room, feeling like I'm invading her space. It's still littered with clothing, and the dresser has stacks of medical supplies on it. I exhale a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. She's going to come back, at least to fetch her extra monitors and needles and things. All is not lost. Not yet. In the morning, no amount of coffee is enough to energize me as I drive back out into the field. I startle Dave in the parking area near the next set of transformers. "Didn't think I'd have company today," he says, stepping into his harness and preparing to climb partway up the tower. When I, too, pull a set of safety gear from my duffel bag, Dave frowns at me. "Liam, don't take this the wrong way, but what are you doing?" Confused by his question, I proceed to investigate the base of the tower. "I'm inspecting this tower, Dave. Same as you?" He slithers back to the ground. "You paying me to duplicate work now? That don't seem very efficient from the client's perspective." He puts his hands on his hips. "I can either move on ahead to the next tower, or you can maybe tell me what's going on here. You haven't been doing actual field work in 5 years, and I know you don't think you need to recheck my work this way. I blink at him a few times, considering how to even begin to tell him what's wrong. Hey, so I slept with someone I shouldn't have because I was unable to control my lust. Then I got her pregnant. Then I drove her away by being manic. So now I'm out here taking it all out on you and making you feel like shit too. Nothing's wrong, I tell him. This is just a new project, and I promised Clayton I'd oversee it personally. Dave arches a fuzzy white brow at me. Oversee a project or micromanage it? Your uncle know you're out here like this? I sigh. It's true that things have been upsetting at home, I tell him. That seems innocuous enough. Dave nods and reaches into his tool belt for a bottle of water, which he sips slowly, squinting into the bright sky as he tips his head back. I've always been a fan of your father's methods, the way he makes it his business to know about his employees' personal lives. I snort. You don't just think he's nosy? Dave shakes his head. No, sir, I do not. Mick Brady believes, and I agree, that knowing someone's business can save lives. Take you, for instance. It doesn't take a therapist to see that you're pretty upset. Don't look at me like that, Liam. You're practically vibrating. I look down at my hands, which admittedly are twitching a bit. Dave nods. Mick has seen how someone who's distracted doesn't necessarily make the most careful observations. Remember, well, I guess you're too young, but 30 years ago, one of our guys inspected a bridge the day after his wife left him, moved a decimal point, and the thing collapsed soon after. I've heard this story, over and over again, actually. Yeah, the $10 million mistake. I snort. Dad didn't even fire the guy. Dave shakes his head. No, he did not. But he did make him go to therapy before he went back out into the field. Dave turns around and climbs back up onto his post, examining the joints for loose screws or rust or shoddy welding. You want to talk about it yet? He shouts over his shoulder, so I at least have the small mercy of not having to meet his eye. I'm about to answer him when my cell rings, and I see that it's Clayton Monroe calling. Crap, Dave, this is the client calling. He waves me away, and I walk back toward the company truck. Clayton, I say, adding a false layer of cheerfulness to my voice. What can I do for you? How about you come meet me for a coffee and tell me why I just talked to Madison Parker and she was crying? I'm sorry, what? You were talking to Maddie? None of this makes sense. Maddie mentioned she helped Clayton before, but it doesn't make sense that she'd be crying in front of him, let alone talking to him today. I drive to a coffee shop near the Allegheny Power offices and find Clayton seated at a table outdoors, a French press and 2 mugs on the table. He gestures to me, and I pour. I was just out in the field with our best inspector following up on some of the tower work. I sputter. Things are looking pretty good. I'm not here to talk about that, Liam. I swallow thickly. Maddie told me about the baby. My eyes fly open wider, not comprehending how I came to be having this conversation with this particular client. Did she tell you I'm diabetic too? I shake my head, and Clayton laughs. Well, I did ask her to keep that private. Clayton explains how he had been managing his diabetes poorly for years, giving himself multiple daily injections and pricking his fingers to take blood sugar readings. Maddie encouraged him to get a pump and monitor like she has. She does seem to value her external pancreas, I mutter. Clayton nods. That was very nice of her to support you through that change. Yes, well, she's a nice person, he tells me. I know from experience how she must have grown up with very little control over any of the choices in her life. Visiting the school nurse a dozen times a day while the other kids are playing, skipping the cake at birthday parties. Clayton looks off into the distance over my shoulder and sips his coffee. Technology has come a long way since I was diagnosed, and I can tell you she has changed my life, Liam. I fiddle with my coffee cup, spinning it around in my hands on the table, unsure what to say in response. Clayton says, I don't need to tell you that she bristles when people tell her what she can and cannot do. But I can also tell you that my wife nags me half to death about keeping up with my numbers. She wants to put the app on her phone now that I've got this monitor so she can check in on me. I relate to that urge, I say quickly, before I can reconsider tempering the truth of it. I hate not knowing if she's okay. Clayton reaches for my hand, startling me. He looks me in the eye. You know what my wife said after she joked about that app? I shake my head. She reminded herself that she has to let me make my own bad choices, just like I've been doing for decades. He tells me about all the times he's had too much to drink at work meetings, nearly gone into a diabetic coma, or not paid attention to his supplies and run out. I don't know how to let Maddie risk her health in that way, I whisper. I don't know how to be okay with her being unwell. Clayton nods. I went ahead and told my wife to put the app on her phone, because I know it makes her feel better. And within a few days of me taking care of myself when things went off course, she stopped checking it as much. I can't think of anything to say in response to that. I've never had a lot of practice trusting other people, I tell him. Clayton chuckles at that. Well, you know I've known your father for a long time, he says. I can see how you turned out to be sort of uptight to balance him out. I think about what Dave said earlier, that my father seems like he's meddling in people's business, but his intent is to help them to their safest work and take care of themselves. For the first time in my life, I feel like I see some part of myself in him. I assure Clayton I'm working on the behaviors that made Maddie cry this week, even if I'm not actually sure how to go about working on them. How do I learn to be supportive without smothering? There's no algorithm for that I know of, no checklist to follow. I pay for the coffee and drive back to my office, feeling more lost than before I arrived.
Chapter 39. Maddie. Emma did invite my mother, and she's making me tell her later, tell her everything. She sent me to time out in the guest room while she walks to the farmer's market for cheese and says I'm supposed to think about why I've been so reluctant to tell my mother I'm pregnant. This guest room is really the toddler's room, and this is where Emma has offered to let me stay tonight, and for as long as I need, which means Ricky is bunking with Emma and Thatcher, making me feel even worse. I should be running to my parents when I'm in a black mood. I should be crashing on their couch, not making my best friend share a bed with a stinky, incontinent person. I just can't bear to disappoint my mother in this way. I know what my parents have sacrificed to usher me safely to adulthood, and I feel so driven to make good on their investment in me. Obviously, they don't want to be in their 50s, still working to make rent on a one-bedroom apartment. Mom was out of work for nearly a year when I was diagnosed. She was a constant presence by my side, never one to cuddle or coddle. She made me do my own injections right from the get-go, but she was always there for it, nodding, urging. You can do this, Madison. You must do this. It won't hurt for long. What on earth will she think of me when I tell her? Unemployed? Single, pregnant woman who is also probably homeless? Things are not looking good for me. I haven't heard back from Sheila yet about a start date. I just feel like I'm hiding, in a room decorated with spaceships, sleeping in a twin bed with guardrails and comet sheets. Which, if I'm being honest, are really nice sheets. Emma shouts her return from the hall. She's supposed to be revising her latest book. Instead, she's fretting over me. I hate this. I'm going to make the macaroni salad, I announce, stomping to the kitchen. Go finish your edits, I tell her. She grins. The beta readers loved the draft, Mad. They're so much nicer than Phil. That gets a laugh from me. Beta readers. That's like the people who read it after your editor? She nods. So that would be like if Phil read it, you made changes, and then passed it back around the news desk. Only it's a whole book and not just an article. I love that they love it, Ems. Can I be a gamma reader? Do you have those? She laughs and tells me no, but promises me a first copy. The mood is lighter as I set about making the macaroni salad, while Emma loudly edits from her office. She reads aloud while she types, which makes me smile because she's always done that. Liam tells me I hum while I write, which I found surprising, not because it sounds improbable, but because nobody has mentioned it to me before. You'd think after years in a frantic newsroom, someone would have at least handed me a microphone as a joke. Maybe they were all muttering their own words aloud like Emma and never heard me. I make the macaroni salad and get started forming patties from the ground meat Thatcher picked up earlier. I am elbow deep in the mixing bowl when he comes up from his studio to shower, and Emma emerges from her office. "I don't want you to get mad at me," she says, and I immediately drop the latest patty I'm forming. "Oh, come on, Emma. I thought you were in there editing." She shrugs. "I can edit and meddle," she says. "I'm an excellent multitasker." She nods approvingly at the burgers, waving her hand to waft the garlic and fresh rosemary aromas toward her nose. "These are gonna be good, Mad." Speaking of Mad. "Oh," she says. "Right. Well..." Nicole bursts into the loft. "I come bearing gin," she says. "It's gin weather." "Wait, neither of you can drink it." She frowns at the bottle as if she's just remembering that her best friend can't mix alcohol with epilepsy. "Thatchy and I are going to drink gimlets and dispense wisdom." "Since when am I wise?" Thatcher Stagg emerges from the bedroom and pulls his wife in for a kiss, rubbing his beard on her cheek until she squeals. The whole thing just makes me feel sad and reminds me that I'm not talking to Liam. Emma managed to find a guy who isn't freaked out by her condition, but is also not hypervigilant and trying to change her. "I'm going to grab the kids from Ty and I'll be back for those gimlets," he says with a wink at Nicole. "He's really grown on me," she says, watching him leave and starting to mix the cocktails. "Maddie, is your mom going to want a double or a triple when you finally spill the beans?" Right on cue, my mother arrives at the loft. I groan at the thought, but I'm glad Nicole is here. I hear her fumbling with the heavy rolling door and Emma hugs her as she helps her inside. Like I said, my mom isn't a hugger, so she immediately knows something is up. She plants her hands on her hips and squints at me. "Melissa called me the other day," Mom says. "She's worried." Crap. I never called her after my ultrasound. I sigh. I do owe her a phone call, that's true. She should have called me instead of you. A daughter can't call her mother? "And why are we having dinner at Emma's house? I thought you were living with Nicole. Last time I talked to you, you were living with..." "Oh, hi, Nick." Nicole waves and gestures toward the pitcher of alcohol. "She and Zach needed their space," I mumble. Mom rolls her eyes. "Spill, Madison." Nicole slides her a drink and flops onto the couch, landing on a squeaky baby toy that she doesn't bother to dig from out beneath her. Like that deflated, squashed rubber giraffe, I sink into a stool and bury my face in my hands. I tell my mother everything and brace for her stern words. Only, they don't come. I look up from my hands to see her standing next to me, one hand on her heart, the other pressed to my shoulder with a reassuring squeeze. "Oh, Madison," she says. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" And then she totally shocks me by pulling me in for a hug. She did not hug me when I moved out for college. She did not hug me when I landed my job at the Post. We've done a few awkward back pats at Christmas and on birthdays, but this is a deep squeeze like people give when they haven't spent all their spare energy surviving a health crisis and scrimping to pay medical bills. I decide to just lean into the pregnancy hormones, and I start crying in my mother's arms. I feel like such a loser. I whimper. "Loser?" Mom places her hands on my shoulders and straightens her arms so she can look at my face. "How are you a loser?" I'm a jobless, homeless, single pregnant lady who drove off her..." "Can we call him a lover?" Nicole shouts this from the couch where she crosses her legs and sets off another squeak from the toy beneath her ass. "I've always wanted a lover. Baby daddy just sounds so much less romantic." I roll my eyes. Anyway, Liam wants nothing to do with me. He thinks I'm irresponsible and that I'm going to kill the baby. Did he say those words? Mom clutches at her chest and presses a hand to my stomach, where the slightest bulge is beginning to emerge. Not in those words, I say. I tell her how he keeps asking after my numbers, yells at me about leaving shoes on the floor. He's so rigid. Nicole gulps down the rest of her drink and walks over to the counter. "Mrs. Parker," she says, "did you know I'm living with Liam's brother? He's my lover." She frowns at the pitcher of drinks. "Okay, I hear how it sounds weird now. Anyway, Liam and Zach grew up in a kind of chaotic house." Nicole tells my mom how Mick Brady went through 2 divorces, one after the other, and soon after that, Kellen and Orla moved in. "There was always somebody leaving or dying," Nicole says. "Between the custody transfers and a grieving uncle and an eccentric dad, no wonder Liam is uptight." Mom is now rubbing my back, sipping her drink slowly, obviously observing that Nicole made them very strong. "I'd bet your diabetes sets off all his alarm bells," Mom says. I bite back my response that he, too, sets off my alarm bells. Mom continues. "All those fears he must have had. Kids don't do well with instability." Mom takes another sip. "We worked really hard to make sure Melissa understood that she was supported, even when I was in the hospital with you." I remember when Mom would leave for stretches of time to hang out with my sister. I guess I assumed she was just running her to and from softball practice, but Mom talks about how they mostly had long conversations. "She always says she became a nurse because of me," I say. Mom nods. "It was so important for her to know and understand how everything would be okay. She felt more comfortable when she had more knowledge about what was going on with her little sister." Mom kisses me on the cheek. "Maybe there's a way for Liam to feel comfortable in a way that doesn't make you feel like you're visiting the doctor instead of spending time with your lover." Mom emphasizes this last phrase in a deep, husky voice, making Nicole and Emma crack up. We set about firing up the grill while we wait for Thatcher, and then we all agree Nicole is too drunk to help at all and send her over to a lawn chair. I hear what they're saying, about how all my variables must be sending Liam into a mental tailspin on the reg. I just don't see how we can find a happy medium together. "You gonna call him?" Emma asks, nudging me with her hip while we stare at the trio of gin-drunk adults playing kickball with the stag kids. I shake my head. "I don't know what I'd say yet," I tell her, laughing as Thatcher scores a run, beating out his 3-year-old at home plate like it was a fair matchup. I sleep over in the rocket sheets room, and in the morning I watch as Emma and Thatcher cycle through the entire span of human emotions as they try to get their kids out the door. One of the 4 of them starts to cry every couple of minutes, but then someone burps, and they all burst out laughing. The spectacle makes me feel simultaneously hungover and hopeful. "You heard from Liam at all?" Emma and Thatcher are taking turns blowing raspberries on Ricky's stomach while he squeals in laughter. I shake my head, wondering if Liam knows how to blow raspberries. "Maybe just a text to let him know you're thinking of him," Emma says, handing Thatcher the kiddo and smiling at me. "I believe in you, too." I bite my lip and type the best thing I can think of. "Hey." I immediately see the 3 dots on the screen, indicating that he's writing back. "Is everything okay? Are you and the baby okay?" 3 more dots as I open my mouth to groan. That's me being overly anxious again. I'm sorry. "How are you doing? Do you have enough fish crackers?" That makes me laugh, so I send him a smiling emoji. "Plenty of snacks here. See you at our appointment later?" I wouldn't miss it. He writes, and I know it's true. "You bringing a clipboard for all your questions?" He sends a laughing emoji. "Got them all memorized, Maddie." I move to slide my phone back in my pocket, but it vibrates as another message comes in. "I miss you." "You too," I tell him. And it's true. We need to talk, and I need to figure a lot of shit out, especially about my work situation with his mother, but I do miss him. And for now, that feels like a start. Chapter 40. Maddie. Thatcher drops me at the hospital that afternoon for my appointment. I insisted to both Emma and him that I was perfectly capable of driving myself, but they insisted I be dropped at the door, where a nervous Liam waited with his hands in his suit pockets. He gives an awkward, confused wave at Thatcher, trying to place him and failing, until I say, "That's Emma's husband, Nicole's boss's brother." Liam scrunches up his face, putting all those data points together, and eventually smiles tightly. "Hey," he says. "Hey." We walk inside and down the stairs to the waiting room. Liam babbles about the construction of the curved staircase and banister, admiring the craftsmanship of the brass that I'd never noticed before this moment. "I like how you really see things that most people don't notice," I tell him. He smiles and rubs my shoulder as I sign in, and I let him. This is our first visit with Dr. Hudson without Dr. Craner, and I feel nervous, despite knowing she is someone Emma trusts. "Maddie," she says when we walk into her office. "So nice to see you again." I do like that we are starting in the office, fully clothed. I remind myself this is a good sign. Liam offers his hand and Dr. Hudson shakes, then starts going over information from my chart. "Dr. Craner thinks things are going well for you managing your blood sugar," she says. "Everything looks really good, Madison." I grit my teeth when Liam holds up an index finger and asks, "Is it normal that she might sometimes experience an extreme low, where she can't stand up or think straight?" Dr. Hudson nods and says, Unfortunately, yes. Diabetics often experience lows during early pregnancy. It can be very hard to balance the endocrine system while the body is making an endocrine system for a new body." I'm not sure how I feel about this conversation. It's true I had that experience, and I remind myself it's perfectly reasonable for Liam to feel concerned when he found his pregnant baby mama on the floor unable to get up. I also deeply resent and fear the idea of other people dictating what I can and cannot do. I start to wonder if I'd feel differently about this if I had gotten pregnant on purpose. Dr. Hudson continues talking, and my thoughts wander to my relationship with Liam, to my physical attraction to him. I wonder if that's enough. Hot sex and an admiration of his keen powers of observation. "So, anyway," Dr. Hudson says, "as we discussed, there's a risk that your baby could develop a small ventricular septal defect. I'm recommending a transvaginal fetal echocardiogram, Madison." Excuse me? I'm familiar with this term. Emma had a few of these while she was pregnant the first time, and she said they took 2 hours. She hated them and cried before each of those appointments. But as Dr. Hudson talks about the risks to heart development for babies of diabetic mothers, I wonder if Emma cried because she was scared for her baby, or if the procedure was just so terrible. Liam holds up a hand. "Can we pause?" he asks, and turns toward me in his chair. "Maddie, you seem upset about this." All I can muster is a nod and a thick swallow. Liam also nods. "Is this type of test absolutely necessary to detect an abnormality?" He puts on his very concerned engineer demeanor and crosses his arms over his chest. Dr. Hudson says, "It's a very low-risk procedure. I believe it's warranted in Maddie's case." Liam frowns and looks at me again. He shakes his head. "Maddie is used to a model of care that involves the least intervention until more is necessary." I stare at him, wondering where this speech is coming from. He looks at me and rests a hand on my thigh. "Would you agree, Maddie?" Speechless, I nod. Why does it feel different this time when he's being bossy about my body? As I'm struggling to figure this out, Liam continues. "I read a study from Boston that indicates..." Excuse me a minute. He pulls up his phone and reads, "Where there is access to skilled comprehensive ultrasound services, fetal echocardiography adds little to the care of women with diabetes." He looks up at Dr. Hudson. She squints at him. He continues. "There's another brand new study from Israel that says ultrasound at 13 weeks gestation's reasonable to assess fetal hearts in diabetic women." Liam slides his phone back in his pocket while I stare at him. "You read all that?" My voice is quiet. He turns to look at me. "I want to know everything about you and the baby, Maddie." His stare is intense. I'm trying so hard. Dr. Hudson coughs. It sounds like you're requesting a literature review before we proceed, she says, and I like how she's coaching me towards something that feels comfortable. Yes, I say. Yes, I'd prefer that approach. We finish up our visit and I schedule the ultrasound with the caveat that we might switch the imaging depending on what the team thinks after they review the studies Liam mentioned. Dr. Hudson slides me a new batch of pamphlets before I move to the exam room portion of the appointment. This is a batch all about the horrors of being high risk, complete with illustrations of wide-eyed women. I hate these pamphlets, I tell her. They don't get the tone right at all to connect with their audience. Dr. Hudson glances over my shoulder, looking at the materials. You're a writer like Emma, she says. I forget that sometimes. She pulls a glossy magazine off the small table by her office door. Our publicity department at the hospital has been hurting. She shows me an article about her and her research. I hate how they framed the results of my study on women living with substance use disorder. I quickly scan the article, seeing inflammatory language. This is supposed to showcase the research here? I shake my head. I wrote better copy my first year at the Post. Dr. Hudson smiles at me. You should lend us your skills here, she says. The Women's Research Institute is a scientific nonprofit housed here inside the hospital. We get to do a lot of really cool stuff. As she talks about the work, I feel myself growing excited. She's right about the research here. On my beat at the Post, I've covered her colleagues' work getting FDA approval for anti-nausea drugs for pregnant women and launching 4D mammogram technology. Is the Institute hiring writers? I hadn't seen anything open like that, but then I haven't looked. I went right from unemployment to accepting some nepotism on multiple levels. Dr. Hudson tells me to use her name when I apply for the communications position, and I leave the hospital feeling fantastic. I walk next to Liam, nearly skipping as we head toward his car. Without thinking, I walk the entire way with him until he says, Are you, coming with me? He rakes a finger through his hair, which has gotten long again, and I like it. It makes him appear less perfectly put together, more approachable. Oh, I say, that's right. We're fighting. I pause. He kicks at a pebble on the roof of the parking garage, where I notice he parked even though I wasn't with him when he arrived. You were amazing in there, I say. He looks perplexed. I was? I worried that was more of the same, micromanaging you. His voice drifts off and he looks a bit tortured. It felt different today, I say, like you were using your anal retentive powers for good, instead of making me feel like some sort of failure. You could never be a failure, Maddie, he says. I admire you too much to ever think that. We stare at each other for a long while, until he asks if I'd like to go get a coffee with him before he heads to work. Might as well, I say. I'm unemployed, I think. I've been ignoring your mother.
Chapter 41. Liam. Maddie asks if we can switch our outing to an ice cream excursion when she sees the place with the homemade waffle cones. Not certain about ice cream before 9 in the morning. I agree anyway, because I'm so eager to hear more about why she thought I was amazing during her appointment, when I felt like I was steamrolling everyone with my research. When they won't let Maddie get a mixed cone, I agree to order peach and share with her as she devours her pistachio cone, making sexy moaning sounds I shouldn't be responding to before work on a weekday. I cross my legs to mask my arousal. How did you know they'd ask about those specific tests? She asks, leaning over to take a big lick of my ice cream. I let her, braving a small lick of her cone. I've never had pistachio ice cream before, and am delighted by the subtle, nutty sweetness within the vanilla. I read about diabetic pregnancy each night before bed, I tell her, dabbing at my mouth with a napkin. I know that fetal heart test is common, but I also read that it takes hours and is very uncomfortable. You know, they go up. I drift off, not wanting to talk about a doctor inserting medical devices in her vagina while we're sharing ice cream in public. She sighs dreamily. They really should let me blend the peach and the pistachio, she says. Anyway, you were totally right. I didn't like that idea at all, and I'm already freaked out enough about the baby being healthy. I haven't been to medical school, but I have been to graduate school, and I know how to read research papers for a literature review, I assure her. I wouldn't have brought it up if I felt like it was unsafe to just use the ultrasound. She nods, looking at me strangely. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to not read the studies, I tell her. I think about my discussion about Clayton and how he sent his wife his data app and how she stopped looking at it. I swallow. I can probably do much better about following your lead about what you're feeling, though. She squints at me and takes another huge lick of my ice cream. And no more secrets from relatives where I don't know who knows what? She tells me, swatting me away as I aim for her cone. Then she sighs and offers me the cone, saying, I need to do better understanding that you're worried about me, and that finding me on the floor is new and upsetting for you. I bark out a laugh. Upsetting is certainly one word for it. I nibble off a chunk of the waffle cone and hand her both cones to finish. If you're going to get low a lot, what's the best way for me to respond? Most supportive, I mean. She flushes and licks both the cones in succession. That first night, she says, you were so amazing. Her expression seems dreamy, and I can't tell if it's because of the ice cream or she's remembering our experience fondly. I rack my mind, trying to remember what I did after I carried her inside. I fed you snacks and talked to you about bridges, I say, and she nods. Yes, yum, and you rubbed my feet. I shift toward her on the bench in front of the ice cream shop, where people are starting to walk past us on their way to work and school. Maddie, I whisper, trying my hardest to seem sexy. I suspect maybe shockingly it's working, because I watch as her pupils dilate and she leans closer to me. I skate my hand up her leg, fingers edging in between her thighs. I will talk about bridges with you anytime, day or night. Her head drops back as she laughs, the easy, delighted sounds pouring from her and shattering any remaining tension between us. While she laughs, I dot a kiss on her throat, and then lick a light line along her collarbone. She gasps and looks at me, snapping her legs close together and trapping my hands between them. Can we talk about bridges? Like, right now? I nod. You know I'm using a euphemism for sex, right? She asks, jumping up from the bench and tugging at my hand. I'm going to need you to give me sex before you go into work. I violate some traffic laws as I make my way home.
Chapter 42. Maddie. I have to call your mom, I whisper to Liam, snuggled in his bed with his head on my belly, as if he's listening to the life growing inside me. He grunts. I don't think it's good if I work for her. Liam props himself on one elbow, keeping a hand on my stomach and tracing the white circles connecting my tubing to my belly. Don't you need the insurance? I've got a few more weeks left on my Cobra plan, I say. I think I'm going to go for that job that Dr. Hudson mentioned, with the Research Institute. I had looked up the organization a little bit more. The job posting was primarily looking for someone to manage the magazine and materials they send to donors and the media, putting the research into language that regular people could understand, but also telling the stories of the people behind the research. I have so many ideas, I tell him. Like, we could tell Emma's story, for instance. Liam kisses my hand. Or yours, he says. I laugh. I'm serious, Maddie. I read those pamphlets you hate from maternal-fetal medicine. You could write all that stuff to sound more hopeful, the way you wrote about those fires Beltane dealt with. He bites his lip, concentrating. People lost their lives. And your writing paid homage to how serious that was, but you still made us engineers sound like exciting heroes in that story. I happily agree. I did do a nice job on that section, didn't I? Liam wriggles up to kiss me on the cheek, and then heads to the kitchen, shouting that he's going to invite his mother over for a talk. You should probably get dressed, I shout after him, loving the sight of his hairy limbs heading down the hallway. I lose myself in thought as I compose my letter to go with my resume. I realize, staring at the job description, that the hiring manager is someone I've worked with from my job at the Post. As a healthcare reporter in a city of hospitals, I got a lot of press releases sent my way. Dear Heidi, I write, remembering the polite and well-organized materials she always sent my way, hoping I'd come to an event and highlight researchers in an article. How do I communicate that I'm looking to switch over to her side of the storytelling team? I wrestle with the email for a long time, until Liam pokes his head around the corner. My mom is going to be here in 20 minutes, he says. Can we start moving your clothing to this room? What, now? This isn't the time for a big redecorating project, I tease. I shut my laptop and head down the hall to the other bedroom. I take note of the big north-facing windows, realizing there won't be a ton of direct sunlight streaming in. This is a great room for a baby to nap. I get lost in these thoughts, slowly dressing, imagining a crib in this space, a rocking chair, imagining Liam in the rocker, explaining how the arched feet of the chair allow the motion as the pair of them gently sway. I hear voices out front, and when I poke my head down the hall, Sheila Brady dashes toward me and wraps me in her arms. Oh, Maddie, I've been wanting to call and then not wanting to meddle, but really wanting to call. How are you? Are you still puking? I brought you ginger tea. It was the only thing that helped when I was pregnant with Liam. She clasps her hands in front of her chest. A baby! Her joy is infectious, and when she and Liam usher me toward the couch, I let them fuss over me and make me a cup of the tea, even though I explain that I haven't thrown up in weeks. Liam gets me these wonderful lavender candies, I tell her, leaning to show her a jar on the coffee table. I note that Liam has placed the jars of candy all throughout the apartment. As I'm speaking, I start to feel a little lightheaded, and I frown, reaching for my phone to check my numbers. My monitor beeps as I'm looking, and I can feel Liam growing tense. "Hello?" he asks. I nod. He closes his eyes and swallows. "What do you need?" he asks, and I exhale, feeling the deep growth behind his question. His body language shows me his concern, but I can see him wrestling with it as he tries to be supportive. I'm feeling like a banana, I say. Do we have soft pretzels? He's up in a flash, rummaging in the freezer for the box of soft pretzels I had bought a few weeks ago when I first moved in. Lots of salt, I shout to him. Medium salt, he says, and pauses. Would you consider a medium amount of salt? I know it impacts blood pressure. His voice drifts off. I really feel like a salty pretzel is what I need for my blood sugar right now, I tell him. You can feed me super bland food for dinner. Considering this compromise, Liam liberally salts the pretzel as Sheila hustles to grab a banana. She's in the process of peeling it for me when she looks down and laughs, handing it to me. Everyone takes their bananas a different way, she says. That's true, I point out, peeling it halfway and munching, not caring about the banana strings like I know Liam does. I feel the fruit hit my stomach. I close my eyes while my body adjusts, aware that Liam and Sheila are quietly freaking out. Yum, why don't you show your mom the ultrasound video while my body catches up with my robot parts? Sheila perks up. Video? Of the baby? I sink into the couch while Liam shows his mom the video of our baby, his eyes flicking to me frequently, but ultimately unable to look away from the magic on the video. He turns up the volume, and the magic rhythm of that heartbeat reminds me that all is well inside me. All is well around me. For now, all is well. Liam massages my leg as I feel the sugar kick in. I trust you to tell me when you need more help, he whispers. You look better already. You feeling okay? I nod my head and rub his hand. Thank you, I say. This is what I need.
Chapter 43. Epilogue. Liam. I'm never going to go into labor. Maddie groans from the bathtub as I tug on her hands to help her stand. Our son juts out in front of her, her belly impossibly round and swollen. She is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. You will, I tell her. He's just calculating the ideal entrance date. Maddie has been taking long soaks in our bathtub after a few visits to Zach and Nicole's place, where she loved hanging out in their heated tank pool. We still haven't let on that we basically conceived the baby in there. "You need to give me your prostaglandins," Maddie says, standing with her hands on her hips, while I help hook her pump back up since she struggles to reach around her belly these days. I arch a brow at her. "My prosta what? Haven't you been reading my pamphlets?" Maddie swats me with a towel. Her first order of business when she accepted her new job was revamping the high-risk pregnancy literature that gets distributed at the hospital. I admit to being distracted and not reading the pamphlets. "I've been studying the literature about labor and diabetes," I tell her, kissing her belly and watching as an elbow, or maybe a knee, makes its lumpy way across her taut skin. "And I've been spending a lot of time just marveling at this little dude as he moves inside you. I can't wait to hold him," I say. But when I look up, Maddie is still irritated. "Prostaglandins is the hormone inside your sperm, Liam. It stimulates labor and thins out my cervix and such. I need you to give me your prostaglandins, right now." I swallow. This isn't exactly the most romantic proposal I've ever had. "Buck up, Brady. Get your penis up, too. I'll meet you in our bedroom." I watch, stunned, as Maddie waddles down the hall. I would never say waddle out loud, because that word upsets her. But it's the most accurate description for how she is walking with her sore hips and her off-balance weight distribution. If she's going through all these changes to help our son grow kidneys and eyelids, and she's asking for my cock right now, I feel like the least I can do is oblige her. "All right," I say, entering our room. But she's still standing naked in the doorway, a stream of water trickling down her leg. "Hey, there we go!" A mixture of excitement and relief washes over me when I observe that she's in labor. The past month, she's had 4 appointments each week, checking the baby's heart rate and amniotic fluid levels. I'm in a constant state of high alert, and I'm constantly working to temper my urges to put my family in a bubble and keep them safe. Maddie's blood sugar has been so high lately. I've been trying to follow her lead. It's hard. I want to growl and demand that the doctors just induce her, but I guess that's all moot now. "He's coming, babe," I tell her. "It's time." "I don't think so," she says, her eyes wide. She's standing, unmoving, as I shuffle around the room, grabbing her bag and trying to find the dress she mentioned she wanted to wear in labor. "I think I just peed myself." "You still peeing?" The water hasn't slowed and is making a puddle on the floor. I carefully step around her to grab some towels, dropping one on the puddle and handing the other to her. She sighs and takes it from me. "I'm scared," she says, her irritated facade slipping a little. "Hey," I say, grabbing her arms. "Me too. We've got this, though. Together." I get her to the car and mutter while I drive. We've spent so much time talking about what she wants in labor, what she needs from me. I'm the protector. I'm the suspension bridge, and I'm going to help her get that baby safely to the other side of her womb. I park in the garage when we realize that's the closest walking path for her, and stick with our plan as we check in. Maddie told me she doesn't want students observing her labor. She doesn't want to be on display that way, and I promised I'd block the door with my body if I had to. I called ahead, and they're expecting us. One of the few perks of having a high-risk pregnancy is that we can bypass the circus in triage. A nurse gets Maddie hooked up to some monitors and immediately looks at me and says, "Her sugars are really high." Maddie opens her mouth to protest, grimaces as a contraction hits, and I signal that I've got this. "Hey," I say to the nurse, sternly, "you should speak to Maddie, not me, and we know about the sugars." Maddie groans and the nurse frowns, studying the monitors. "I'm going to see if Dr. Hudson is here," she says, and rushes out of the room. "Yum," Maddie says, her eyes wide. "I think the baby is coming out, like, right now." This sounds preposterous, because it's only been an hour since her water broke. But I remind myself that some women are just fast birthers, and some babies are just in a big hurry. A thought occurs to me. "Babe, were you maybe having contractions in the tub earlier?" She closes her eyes to breathe. "Maybe? I don't know. Oh, God!" she says, circling her hips as she stands beside the bed. Dr. Hudson pops in the door just as Maddie drops to her hands and knees and growls. "No!" she roars. "Oh my," Dr. Hudson says, slapping a button on the wall and yanking on a set of gloves. I drop to the ground with Maddie, whose nostrils are flaring. "My body is pooping," she says with a grunt. "Baby is crowning," Dr. Hudson says from behind Maddie. She tosses Maddie's dress up over her back and, peeking around the corner, I see a tiny head sliding out of my girlfriend. "Oh my God, Maddie," I whisper. "You're doing it. He's coming, right now." I forget to freak out. I don't even need to recite the affirmations to remind myself not to micromanage. The past few months have been so much compromise, so much hard work. And now, I'm in the zone. I feel like I see everything so clearly that everything that matters to me is huddled on the floor of this hospital room. "I love you," I tell her, feeling a tear leak down my cheek as I watch our son slither into Dr. Hudson's gloved hands. Maddie sinks to the floor and reaches for the baby. Someone reaches around me and pricks the baby's heel, and I snap my head around, enraged that we haven't even uttered his name and they're making him cry. It's then that I see the room is filled with people, all looking stern. "Baby's sugars are very low," someone shouts as I try to block Maddie and the baby with my body. We were expecting this. If Maddie's sugar was high during labor, the baby's pancreas would try to balance that out. We made a plan to get him nursing right away. This is all part of our plan. It was a long plan. When I added appendices, I studied privately, just because there were so many contingencies and decision trees. And now he's here. "He's perfect, Maddie," I say, looking down at his dark hair, his tiny fingers. "Arlen," she says, the name we were leaning toward. It means oath, and that's what he is. Our promise to keep trying, to keep working for our family. "Madison, we think Arlen needs to go to the NICU," Dr. Hudson says, at Maddie's shoulder, a reminder that we still have an audience. Maddie shakes her head. "Weren't we expecting this?" I ask. We had discussed it at the coordinated care visit, where we'd invited a neonatologist to join us last week. "He'll be okay." Maddie shifts around, trying to get her dress over her head, and I help her as she places Arlen at her breast. He squirms around a bit, still wailing, and soon attaches himself to her nipple. "Oh!" she exclaims. "This is perfect." I kiss her. I kiss him, still huddled over both of them on the floor. I hear Dr. Hudson's voice in the background, and eventually I turn around. "Could you please page the attending physician from the NICU to come and speak with us?" I turn back to my family, and Maddie beams at me in gratitude. By the time the chief baby doctor arrives, Maddie is cleaned up and lying in bed with Arlen attached to her breast. They take another reading while he's nursing, and he doesn't cry this time. He just keeps on sucking, holding on to his mother. "I love you," she whispers into his head. She reaches for my hand and squeezes. "I love you too, Yum." I am vaguely aware of the NICU doctor explaining that Arlen's levels are just fine, and that he can stay right where he is. I'm only partly aware of the staff gradually emptying out of the room as everything is cleaned up and put away. And I only turn my eyes away from my family when I hear the cacophony of my siblings and parents streaming into the room. "Oh my God!" Orla squeals. "Liam, you replicated yourself!" Maddie smiles down at the baby, who does look exceedingly like me. They all ask to hold him, and I shake my head. "I haven't even held him yet," I say, keeping my voice low so I don't startle him. He's very busy right now. I explain the importance of him staying with Maddie during these early hours. Dad surprises me by agreeing, and only when he asks Uncle Kellen if he remembers that with Orla do we realize that he's not here. "Maybe he's giving us some privacy," I mutter, kissing Maddie on the forehead. She looks tired. "Want me to kick them out?" I whisper this last question into her ear as my family argues over whether Kellen could possibly still be hanging out with his new neighbor. Apparently, he's been spending a lot of time over there, tutoring her son in math. Maddie doesn't answer, but seeing her tired smile, I turn around to face my family. "Brady's," I say, shooing them back from the bed. Come back in the morning." With a flurry of rolled eyes and cuss words, most of these from Nicole, they all file out of the room, promising to come back bearing pastries. It's quiet in the room, with just the three of us, and Arlen finally releases his latch on Maddie's breast. "Ready to take him?" she asks. I'm overcome as she slides the tiny bundle we created into my arms. "Oh," I sigh, inhaling the scent of him. I pull him tight against my chest. "Thank you," I tell her. "Thank you for him, for us, for everything." She scoots over on the bed and I sit next to her. Together, we stare at our son and hold each other. "You are my beginning, middle, and end," I say. As I take her mouth in a kiss, I try to send her all the words I don't know how to form. "I love you, Madison Parker." "That feels nice," she says. "I love you too." Thank you so much for listening. Brady Family Series Order, Foundation, a Grouchy Geek romance. Suspension, an Opposites Attract romance. Inspection, a Silver Fox romance, coming soon. Vibration, Callum Brady's story, coming 2021. Current, Orla Brady's story, coming 2021.